I'd like to call this meeting of the Woonsocket City Council back to order from a recess from yesterday. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Canoia?
Here.
Councilwoman Gonzalez?
Here.
Councilman Gillette?
Here.
Councilwoman Sierra?
Here.
Councilman Susie?
Here.
Councilman Ward?
Here.
President Gendron?
Here. All councilors are present, and I believe Mr. Lapizzara was going to begin or continue his defense.
Thank you, Council President.
Thank you.
The mayor will be coming down shortly. I'd like to... Thank you. So I'd like to start off, I did speak to the council's lawyer today, Mr. Maruzak. So I'd like to give an offer of proof. I propose calling, I don't know if Rita Almeida is here?
She's here.
So I spoke to Rita Almeida today. First time I spoke to her over the phone. I don't even know what she looks like. Her proposed testimony would be as follows. Last week, either Wednesday or Thursday, she was walking with a friend and she ran into Councilman Gillette. Councilman Gillette was out putting up campaign signs. And Councilman Gillette said to her, will you vote for me? And Ms. Almeida told me today that she said to Councilman Gillette, what are you going to do for me? And Ms. Almeida would testify that she lives across the street from, I guess, some house where the outlaws reside, or this.
Now, is this,
What he's doing is, he's doing an offer of proof. In other words, before he calls her to the stand, he's letting you know what the testimony is going to be, so you can make a ruling as to whether or not it's relevant to this hearing, whether or not he's going to be allowed to call her. Is that essentially fair?
That's correct.
So he's just setting it up, giving you a heads up as to what this testimony will be. You will need to make a decision, Mr. President, as to whether or not that.
okay, but
that
that's
is
proper, it's
relevant.
proper form.
Yeah, there's
Okay.
no problem with that.
I'm
It's a
I'm giving
courtesy.
you an offer of proof, so I don't call the witness and I start asking questions, and every
No,
question.
I just, that's
Sure.
fine.
And that's why I gave Mr. Maruzak a heads up today. So, Councilman Gillette, Ms. Almeida would testify that Councilman Gillette said something to the effect of, yeah, I can help you with the situation. Ms. Almeida would testify that actually she's spoken to or tried contacting many council people over the years, including the mayor, and she hasn't been successful with the neighbor problem. And Councilman Gillette said to her as follows, that she would testify to this, that I can help you. Don't worry about it. We are getting rid of the mayor next week. And Ms. Almeida says, what do you mean? Well, we're getting rid of the mayor next week, and because the mayor has violated the charter 9 times. Ms. Almeida's never read the complaint. She's not into politics, but she said that Mr. Councilman Gillette said that the mayor violated the charter 9 times, and we're getting rid of her. So that's my offer of proof. The relevance would be, as I started yesterday, if Councilman Gillette said that, that means he's prejudged the case. He's telling people he prejudged the case. He's already told people on the streets that it's a foregone conclusion that he's voting, and actually what he said was, we are getting rid of the mayor. Now, I'm not saying he's speaking for the rest of the council, but that's what Ms. Almeida would testify to. So I think it's relevant. I think she should be heard. She could be subjected to cross-examination. But in the end, if that's what happened, Councilman Gillette should not adjudicate and decide the matter before the council.
Attorney Larissa.
I object, Council President. And when we set up this hearing, it was determined that the testimony would relate to directly material and relevant specifically to the charges. At the opening of the hearing, Mr. Lepizera demanded certain people recuse already. And there's been no decision made by any of the people he's asked to recuse. But I believe that's outside the scope of the hearing to start bringing alleged bias charges in now at this point, or basically at any point before this panel that's going to hear it. He's made his offer of proof. Whether it's true or not remains to be seen, but I do not believe it's material to any of the charges and just goes down a rabbit hole of opening up all kinds of information against every member of this tribunal prior to the time you hear the matter.
And
Okay.
if I could just add one thing to this. That's correct. This matter before the council is the four corners of the complaint, but bias and prejudice is always relevant. And when we walk into court of laws, when someone gets indicted, the charge is the indictment, whatever the criminal charge is. In a civil case, whether this is a negligence case, the charge is the civil case. But the judge, and especially the jury, because this quasi-judicial body right here, this jury, if a juror ever said on the street, I'm going to convict that person next week, we're getting rid of them, that prospective juror would be gone. And that's why I think it's relevant, and that's why, at a minimum, we should hear from Ms. Almeida. And if in fact she's found to be credible, Councilman Gillette should not sit and adjudicate these proceedings.
Well, I'm going to sustain. Go ahead.
Mr. President, just one caveat on that. My brother keeps pointing out one half of the equation, if she's found to be credible. The charge has been made through an offer of proof. At some point during this hearing, we'd like to hear from the councilman who the charge was made against to find out his view of the version of events. That doesn't necessarily have to be in her testimony and then his testimony, but hopefully at some point when you're considering the charges, Councilman Gillette can address his version of what happened that day. So either in testimony or later on, just through the offer of proof, our view is that should happen, but it's up to you, Mr. President, to determine how that happens.
So are you objecting to the witness being called at all? What was your objection?
It was to the witness being called, and that was on the ground that Councilman Gillette have his say on what the witness said. So there's two ways to do it. One is the witness being called, and the other is just the offer of proof and Councilman Gillette. Since we're trying to move this along, if it's just this one witness and then Councilman Gillette can respond to what the witness says, I'm not going to object to that at this point.
If I can interject.
Please.
Just a couple of things. I disagree with both of you on a couple of points. Mike Lepizera, as you know, the Supreme Court has said this is not a criminal hearing. These are not criminal charges. The Supreme Court's also stated its position on due process and the fact that an elected official does not have what the courts call constitutional due process, either substantive or procedural. That being said, you're correct that this is all about trying to determine the truth of the charges. That's what this entire body is charged with doing. They're hearing the four corners of the complaint, they're hearing your defense to it, and they're making their decision. Mr. Larissa, I agree with some of what you said, but I disagree with the idea that if this is excluded, that Councilman Gillette should rebut the charges as some type of in some sort of testimony, because I believe that would render him a witness. And that is what we are trying to avoid here. Anyone could be charged, I think, with some predisposition, either rightly or wrongly, truthfully or not. But if the chair makes the determination that we're sticking to the four corners and that comments concerning prior dispositions are out, then they're out. And I think that you're going to need to make that determination. Either is it in or is it out? Are you going to allow this person to be called as a witness, or not? And if not, you have to state your reason, so.
Then I will not allow the witness to testify. Excuse me? Okay. Based on the fact that we've maintained all testimony to be within the four corners of the complaint, and we'll continue along those lines so we don't go down a slippery slope with bringing more stuff in. So that is my decision.
Okay, I just, as
Your
Mr.
offer of
Marizzi-
proof is on the record.
It's
Mr.
on the record,
Lepizer.
note my exception. So, may I proceed?
Yes?
Oh, thank you. At this time, we call Mayor Lisa Baldelli Hunt to the stand.
I'm over here, Mayor. Just raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor.
Good evening. Do I need to spell my name? Okay.
You have received a copy of Miss Sierra's complaint, correct?
I have.
Have you read through it?
I have.
I'd like to go through it with you, okay?
Okay.
Let's first talk about, let's start off like we did yesterday. Count 7. Count 7 and count 8 have to do with the animal shelter.
Yes.
Did RFPs go out?
Yes.
Can you tell what your administration did in terms of upgrades to the animal shelter? First, let's start with count 7, if I could focus you. The first ordinance that was passed required the administration to build a shelter pavilion at the animal shelter. Remember that?
Yes, I do.
And also build a 20 by 20 addition at the animal shelter, correct?
Yes.
And paint the inside and the outside of the shelter.
Correct.
Okay. First of all, did the administration send out a request for bid on those scopes?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell me what the administration did?
The administration posted an ad in the newspaper. They put a bid out. They posted it on the website, I believe on the state website. And that was handled through Director D'Agostino's department. And we received, I believe, one response, which was considered by both the administration and the council to be on the more costly side.
Okay. And if I could refresh your recollection so we can move this along, that was a $257,000 bid, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was all for all 3 items that we discussed.
Yes.
Was that bid acceptable to you?
No.
Do you know if it was acceptable to the council? Was it acceptable to the council, to your knowledge?
The opinion that I got, my opinion of what they stated at that meeting was it was not. In fact, Councilman Knoyer indicated that $36,000 to paint the animal shelter, he would go and paint it himself. So I think we both agreed that it was too high.
So, what happened next regarding the animal shelter? Do you recall?
I believe the director put it out a second time.
Okay. And what was the result of those bids?
There was not a response.
Now, do you recall you realize on count 7 that you're charged with, Ms. Sierra's complaint charges you with willfully violating the ordinance by not sending out the RFP in a timely fashion. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you willfully violate the ordinance?
No, I did not.
And can you explain to the council why that's your testimony?
Well, first of all, it's my testimony because I'm the mayor of the city. I am not a director, I am not a division head, and I do not put out RFPs. RFPs are written by departments and also go through purchasing, and they handle it. So when something like that is drafted and they say that it is my duty to do that, I do not. That is not a responsibility that I take on, and I do not have the knowledge of how to write one.
So your testimony is you did not willfully violate that ordinance, correct?
Correct.
Let's go to charge 8. Was there an incident that you can recall at the animal shelter where an animal was injured?
Yes.
And can you tell the council about that without getting to the gory details?
Yes. So I was notified by our local police department that there was an issue at the animal shelter, and it was of concern to them. So we called a meeting, and we met in our engineering department, and one of the officers proceeded to show me injuries to a dog and explain to me the condition of the animal shelter and that it was not in a condition that was conducive to care for the animals. When I saw the pictures of what the shelter looked like, I told them that we needed to shut the shelter down and we needed to find alternative housing for the animals, that they should not be subjected to that.
Okay. And what steps did your administration what did you do next?
So what we did was we did several things. We made some temporary accommodations, but the long-term accommodations were fortunate that the town administrator from Lincoln and the mayor from Cumberland, who have joined together in their animal shelter, sharing the Lincoln facility. Cumberland uses the Lincoln facility, and they agreed to meet with me. I met with them at the town hall in Lincoln, and then we set up a meeting to go to the animal shelter to meet. The ACOs, animal control officers, could meet with each other. One of the captains came with me, the mayor of Cumberland, the town administrator of Lincoln, and they were kind enough to accept Woonsocket as a partner with them in a collaborative fashion, so we could utilize their facility as well.
And that's still the case today, correct?
Yes, it is.
So the administration shut down the animal shelter and moved the animals to Lincoln in the best interest of the animals. Is that correct?
Correct.
Charge 8 also charges you with willfully violating another ordinance by your administration not sending out a request for bid for, and we talked about this yesterday at length, masonry dividing walls and repairing or removing the chain link fences. Do you recall that testimony from Ms. Sierra?
Yes.
Did the administration go out to bid on those items?
Yes.
Once or twice?
I believe twice.
And what was the result of those bids?
There was not a response.
No response?
From what I recall.
Mayor, did you willfully violate the ordinance that instructed you or your administration to send out bids for the masonry dividing walls and removing the chain link fences?
No. In fact, we did it on 2 occasions, I believe.
Okay. So in fact, the administration, in response to the ordinance, sends out an RFP, correct?
Correct.
There's no response.
Correct.
Did the ordinance require the administration to send out a second bid?
No.
But the administration did.
Yes. The director is very proactive.
And when you say the director, who are you referring to?
Director D'Agostino and purchasing.
Let's talk about charge 9, the skate park. First of all, give us a little background. We've been talking about the skate park, and we haven't really discussed what it is. What's the skate park?
So the skate park is a park that is located between our 2 new middle schools on Hamlet Avenue. And when I became mayor, a lot of the youth in the city were skateboarding down Main Street and utilizing Market Square to do the tricks and stunts, I guess, that they do on skateboards. We received complaints from folks on Main Street when they're walking, cars that were driving. They were concerned about the skateboarders being in the area. People were not happy with them being at Market Square in the parking lot because their cars are there. Historically in the city, there were times that there were skate parks in the city, and they didn't, it didn't fare well. What happened was, in one particular case, the skate park was located in an area that was not highly visible, and the area became problematic. And I believe at the time, the mayor at that time decided to remove that skate park. There was a decent contingency of youth and their parents who had indicated that there was no place for them to skateboard. No one in my administration was in favor of building a skate park, and I made the executive decision that we should give them a chance, and we should hold them accountable, and that we should put it in a location that was highly visible, so our law enforcement and our teachers would be able to have a good visual of it. So I spoke with the superintendent of schools, and we worked out the location at the 2 middle schools, and we built the skateboard park there, contrary to what most people wanted, but we did it, and they were very happy.
We discussed at length Ordinance 22-014, which is the ordinance instructing the mayor through her administration to issue a request for a proposal for equipment and site improvements to the skateboard park located at the Susan D. Menard Middle Schools. You heard that testimony.
Yes, I did.
And I don't want to bore everyone with more details. I think they heard enough about it. But according to this ordinance, you were instructed, Mayor, okay, to solicit bids no later than May 2nd, and we're not going to go through the dates, we went through them last night, but to do the following. The city shall solicit a bid for the repair work and reinstallation of its 6-foot quarterly pipe. The city shall simultaneously solicit a bid for the purchase and installation of a new 6-foot quarter pipe in preparation of the previously purchased quarter pipe potentially being deemed a total loss. Section 3 of the ordinance, again, that's 22-014, reads, the city shall solicit a bid for the purchase and installation of a 1 low-profile pyramid ramps with a flat top and 3 made-for skate park picnic tables. And then it goes on to say the bid shall include a completion date on or before no later than Friday, July 29, 2022. So the City Council instructed you, Mayor, through your administration, okay, to send out a request or proposal. Did your administration put aside the dates? Did your administration send out a request or proposal?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And can you tell me what happened? What was the result of the request for a proposal? And you know what? Let me strike that. I think a lot of people here may not understand, we're taking for granted what a request for a proposal is. Can you explain very briefly, what is a request for a proposal?
A request for proposal is when we go out to bid, looking for companies or contractors to do work, to do specific work that's listed in that request. And it is posted in multiple areas in order to try to get as many people to respond as possible so we can get the best quality merchandise for the best price.
Right. Because when we're dealing with municipal and state government contracts, we're dealing with lowest qualified responsible bidders, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So the administration did send out a request for bid.
Yes.
And do you recall, did we get a response?
No.
Okay. Do you know if we went out for a second bid?
I think we did. I think the purchasing clerk mentioned that there was no response, and I believe the director said to go out one more time.
And when you say the director, it's
Director D'Agostino.
Director D'Agostino. So, charge 9 charges you with willfully violating ordinance 22014. So my question to you is, did you willfully violate ordinance 22014?
No.
Now, if we could like to go to charge 3. And to refresh your memory, Mayor, charge 3 is that you violated not only home rule charter, but ordinance, where you hired Mr. Attorney Robert Correnti, or his firm.
Yes.
Can you explain what happened with respect to this charge in the hiring or meeting with Mr. Correnti?
Sure. So what happened was the city council was concerned because some of the employees within the city were receiving stipends. They were not receiving increases to their base pay. They were receiving stipends to do additional work, either due to the fact that we had absences due to the pandemic or we had vacancies within the city. So in order to keep government moving, we offered stipends to non-union and union employees to take on additional workload, and until those positions were filled, they received the stipend to do the work. Once the position was filled and the director of that department felt that the new employee was sufficiently trained, the stipend ended. And the council apparently had an issue with that, and they decided that they wanted to launch an investigation into the stipends.
And again, we want to move this along tonight, but if
Can I just say something about moving it along? I understand people want to move it along, but this hearing is about me, and I should have the right to have as long as is needed. These charges were brought against me. I did not bring them against myself, and I would imagine that anybody else that would be in this position would expect the courtesy of having as much time as necessary to prove that these charges are not accurate.
Mayor, we're going to give you all the time in the world. I want to focus this on the charges, but we're going to let you go, okay? So on charge 3, did you meet with Mr. Correnti?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember what date you met him?
I don't. I know where I met him.
Where'd you meet him?
I met him at a breakfast diner in Lincoln.
And again, did you hire him?
I spoke with him, and I explained to him that the council had concern about the stipends, and the concern that they they had indicated on more than one occasion that they felt that this was similar to a situation that had taken place at our Woonsocket Housing Authority. And considering that Mr. Correnti's firm was the firm that was hired to work with the commissioners of the Housing Authority and to handle what some councilors felt was a similar issue, I felt that I needed to speak with someone. And the city solicitor told me that he was conflicted out on the difference of their concern and my concern, and I told him that I felt that it was necessary for me to speak with someone regarding this because that inquiry by the council had caused anxiety among some of the staff who had received stipends, and they shared that with me because although we may be in the position of being elected officials and we understand at times politically what is happening, when you are a lay person just trying to come to work to do a job and then your name is being put on council dockets and you're worried that there may be a ruling where you have to give the money back because they determined that you didn't qualify for it, it was creating a lot of anxiety. And this was something that was very familiar to me because there was another investigation that was launched 2 years ago into the clerk's office, and the same thing was happening, and it caused anxiety. And unfortunately, in that particular case, one of the employees who was being questioned and deposed eventually lost his life. And this was extremely concerning to me.
If I could, I'm going to try to use Mr. Larissa's the bait stamp complaint. So if I refer you to page 84 of 143 of the complaint, and I'm going to place that document in front of you to refresh your memory. And that document was attached, again, was attached as Exhibit 14, the first page of Exhibit 14 to Ms. Sierra's complaint. That appears to be in August 1, 2022, an invoice from the law firm of Whelan, Correnti, and Flanders, LLP. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And the Correnti in that firm name, that's the Robert Correnti you met?
Correct.
All right. Now, if I refer you to, in the middle of that page, says, see where it says June 24, 2022?
Yes.
All right. And it says RC, meeting with mayor, reading materials received from client. You see that?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection as to when you met with Mr. Correnti?
Yes.
Would have been on June 24th?
Yes.
The city has a city solicitor, doesn't it?
Yes.
Okay. So why'd you meet with Mr. Correnti and not Mr. DeSimone, who's the city solicitor?
Because the city solicitor, quite frankly, is consistently conflicted out. When he, after a short time of being here, he said to me, the way the charter in the city is set up is impossible to serve two masters. And the council should have their own attorney, and the mayor should have, whoever the mayor is, whoever the council is, they should have their own attorney. And it got increasingly clear to me that I was not feeling that the city was getting the representation they needed on the executive side. It's my duty as the mayor of this city to protect the employees that work here. And this investigation into the stipends was problematic for some of the staff. And I did not want to see a repeat situation of what took place in the investigation 2 years ago. So I made an executive decision to have a meeting with Mr. Correnti because the city council had also complimented the work that he did and called it a similar situation. So I met with him to share with him the information pertaining to the stipends, to learn from him if he thought that us offering stipends to the employees for additional work was problematic. And I wanted to brief him on the case so if I needed to go back to him, he would already have the foundation of what was happening.
And on that, again, page 84 of 143, the first page of Exhibit 14 of the complaint, Mr. Correnti looks like he spent 3.8 hours, correct?
Yes.
And it looks like his hourly rate was $240.
Yes.
And this invoice is for a total of $912.
Correct.
Has the city paid Mr. Correnti? to your knowledge?
I don't know, and I don't think so, but I'm not sure.
Now,
At least I didn't sign anything.
so that was on June 24th you met with him?
Yes.
Do you recall anything happening on June 20th, 2022 at the council level? And if you're not sure, I can
I'm not
try to
sure.
refresh your recollection. Council President, what exhibit letter am I at?
You are on, you're up to F.
F. Okay. I actually brought some copies for Mr. Larissa tonight as well. So I will hand, actually, Council President, would you like to know the number of pages?
Please.
So, so the first 7 pages of this package consist of Resolution 22R81 is dated June 20th, 2022. And the next 5 pages is the agenda for the June 20th City Council regular meeting. And the next 18 pages are the minutes of that June 20th City Council regular meeting. So those are packages F. I can hand that up to the clerk. And I've got an extra copy for Mr. Larissa. I'll hand this over to Mr. Larissa. At least give you a copy of the resolutions. Take a look at that. Let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Okay. So, what is this?
It is a resolution dated June 20th of 2022 authorizing the engagement of the city independent auditors for the performance of an agreed-upon procedures audit of certain transactions and a report of findings to the Woonsocket City Council.
Okay. And that's dated June 20th, correct?
Yes.
And again, you met with Mr. Correnti on the 24th, correct?
Yes.
So it was after this council authorized this investigation.
Yes.
And you were mentioning your employees.
Yes.
So what happened after June 20th when the council authorized this investigation?
What happened to the employees?
Well, were you hearing any feedback from the employees?
Oh, the feedback was what I explained earlier about the concern. Not everyone is making $250,000. So the fact that someone may have made a stipend and they already used those funds, and then they see that their name is, they're an individual who is, part of this audit, it was concerning that they would be in trouble or they would have to pay the money back, and that was what I was basically hearing.
So you took steps to give them concern? I mean, to alleviate their concerns?
Yes.
You took steps to make sure that the stipends were appropriate?
Yes, I did. I thought it was responsible.
To seek independent legal advice, correct?
Yes. Yes.
And again, you didn't go to Mr. DeSimone, the city solicitor, okay? I want to refer to Exhibit F in the second document built in there, and this is the agenda for the June 20th, 2022 regular meeting. Right? That's the same date as this resolution was passed. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what I'd like you to do is go to section 14 of the agenda, new business, C-22-032.
Yes.
Read that. What is the agenda item on that new business?
Placing on the ballot for the general election to be held on November 8th, 2022, a question amending the City of Woonsocket Home Rule Charter to allow the City Council to appoint the city solicitor.
Okay. So the city solicitor right now is Mr. DeSimone, correct?
Yes.
Under the charter, who appoints the solicitor now?
I present a resolution to the newly elected council for the first meeting, which is at the inauguration, and I put forth a name of who I recommend for city solicitor, and it needs to be ratified by the council.
And this new proposed, or this proposed charter amendment, it's only on the, I just showed you the agenda, I haven't showed you the minutes yet, is proposing that the mayor doesn't present it to the city council. The city solicitor, the city council is going to select the city solicitor. Is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor. This is way far afield of anything contained in the complaint on charge 3.
In response to that?
I'll overrule.
Thank you.
Yes, so this charter change would eliminate the executive branch of government and remove the balance in government and put the sole responsibility or approval of the hiring of the city solicitor to the city council with ordinary vote, without a supermajority.
Now I'm going to show you still with an Exhibit F, which is the minutes from that same meeting. For you to section 14 of the minutes. That is a vote by the city council on 22-032, is that correct?
Yes.
And tell the council how they voted.
Councilman Canoia voted in favor. Councilwoman Gonzalez voted against. Councilman Gillette voted in favor. Councilwoman Sierra voted in favor. Councilman Susi voted against. Councilman Ward voted in favor, and Councilman Gendron voted in favor.
So it passed 5-2?
Correct.
And so what does that mean?
That means that it would be forwarded to the Board of Canvassers to certify the question to go on the ballot, to change the approach to appointing the city solicitor.
And in fact, that question's going on this ballot in November, correct?
Yes, it is.
So that's happened all on June 20th, correct?
Correct.
And we heard testimony from Ms. Sierra that the solicitor, at least he's supposed to, drafts resolutions and ordinances, correct?
Yes.
And this resolution we just at the top of Exhibit F is the solicitor drafted, and I am not saying that he approved the substance of it, but he drafted authorizing the engagement of the city independent auditors for the performance of an audit on the site. That's correct?
Yes.
Okay. And on that same night, this council,
Mr. Lepizzara, I'm going to have to ask you to use a microphone, or but we're not going to be heard by anybody else, so
Okay.
thank you.
on that same night, this council approved a question to go on the ballot for the council and not the mayor to select the city solicitor.
Correct.
That all happened on June 20th, right?
Yes.
And on June 24th, 4 days later, you're meeting with Mr. Correnti.
Yes.
Did you have confidence in the city solicitor at that point?
No.
Is that the reason why you met with Mr. Corenti?
Yes.
Is that the reason why you met with Mr. Corenti, you gave him some materials, and he spent 3.8 hours?
Yes, and I also spoke with the solicitor, and I told him that I was concerned about this happening, and I thought he should have a conversation with the council, because I thought it could be resolved without having to go down this path, because I did not want to see a repeat of what happened in the last investigation 2 years ago. And I thought that we could get the answers to the questions, and that the fact of the matter was that the employees receiving the stipends were doing additional work, and once the new staff was hired, the stipends would cease, and they would not receive those stipends any longer. And in addition to that, I went one step further, and I made sure that the stipends that the employees received, in conjunction with the salary that the employees received in that vacant position, did not exceed the line item. So, for instance, in Director D'Agostino's department, he had a vacancy. The employee was in that position for X amount of months in the year. During that vacancy, he paid 2 stipends to 2 employees to take on the additional work. When the total amount paid to those 2 employees, this total stipend pay, plus the salary pay of the employee that was there, and then the new employee that was hired, collectively, all of those salaries added together did not exceed the line item in our budget for that position. No one had any stipends added to their base pay. It was strictly a stipend for the additional work during the time that they did the additional pay for the additional work.
Okay. Now, also attached to Ms. Sierra's complaint, and I'll refer everyone to pages 85 and 86 of 143. Let's first look at page 85 of 143. Put that in front of you. Do you recognize that document?
I do.
What is it?
It is to Whelan, Correnti and Flanders LLP to retain attorney for council stipend audit and council legislative ledge for charter amendment, conflict of solicitor's interest.
So that's a purchase order. What's the date on that purchase order? The left hand.
June 27th.
Okay. So that appears to be 3 days after you met with Mr. Correnti, correct?
Yes.
And how much was that for?
The purchase order, this was not an expense. This was a purchase order for an encumbrance of $40,000.
And why does it reference their conflict of interest?
It references the conflict of interest because of the fact that the solicitor does not like to rule on something where the council has one position and the executive branch has another, and then he becomes conflicted out. So in this particular case, the council wanted to do this audit. They wanted to dig into, the stipends, and I felt the obligation to protect the employees. And I needed legal counsel to do that.
And the legal counsel you sought was someone familiar with these types of investigations or stipends, correct?
Yes.
Other than the 3.8 hours that's reflected on that first invoice, that August 1, 2022 invoice. Has the city received any other invoices?
No,
Has Mr. Correnti billed the city for any other work regarding this matter?
no,
You referenced $40,000 there.
yes,
That's a purchase order. Was $40,000 paid to Mr. Correnti?
no. The only bill we received was $912. Encumbering money is not spending it. It's holding it like in a bank account, so it's there if you need it. And this was funds, as you can see, it was June 27th. So this did not impact the law department's budget for fiscal year '23. This was funds that were in his budget, still within fiscal year '22. And depending on how this investigation went, I wanted to be certain that we didn't utilize the funds that the law department had for the new fiscal year that would be beginning. So this was encumbered, which means we still have this money.
So that money wasn't spent?
No, it was not.
Let's go now to page 86 of 143 of the complaint. There, I'll let you explain it. What is that document? You recognize it?
It's a purchase order for Wheeling, Correnti and Flanders LLP.
For how much?
$36,000,
What is the date of the purchase order?
June 28th.
So that appears to be the day after the prior purchase order we just talked about.
Correct.
Okay. And what was the purpose of that purchase order?
The purpose of this is that I believe in April of 2022, or even prior to maybe April of 2022, I had received maybe a couple of phone calls from an individual who was interested in coming to tour the state of Rhode Island and to also tour Woonsocket. And I had a couple of conversations with them, and in April I met them in the city and we toured the city, and they were coming in from 2 different states because they had interest in building a baseball stadium in Rhode Island. And they had toured, and when they toured Woonsocket, they ended up liking Woonsocket out of all the 39 cities and towns, and they indicated that they had interest in researching Woonsocket even further in order to potentially build a stadium.
Okay. So what was potentially Mr. Correnti's firm going to do?
So I'm not an expert in this area, and it's very time consuming. I do not have a director of economic development. I do not have a chief of staff. I do not have a press person. I do not have an events coordinator. I just can't handle all the workload, which is good because that means that people are interested in the city. So the fact that we have people interested in the city and something as significant as this, which would increase tourism, bring human capital into our city, create jobs, create housing, and just, really give a boost to the city of Woonsocket. They continued calling and saying, we definitely have interest in Woonsocket. And I determined I need somebody to take on this project. I actually had a conversation earlier on. I mentioned it to Councilman Ward, Councilman Susi, and Councilman Gendron at a meeting. That was the beginning of the interest in the city. And I told them that these folks had interest in the city, and they asked me if they had chosen a location in the city that they liked, and I shared with them what the location is, and They all thought that that particular location was interesting, and actually there was the council president in particular was surprised they weren't thinking of a different location. So after I shared that with them at a meeting that we had for something else, these folks kept calling, and I realized, you know, there's potential for something big to happen in Woonsocket, but I need somebody to take this on. And when I was speaking with Robert Carenti, I had mentioned to him, you know, do you know of a consultant or someone that could take this on and see if it's something we can push across the finish line? And he said, yes, I can, my firm can handle that. So, do you want me to continue?
Yeah, so it's $36,000.
Yes.
First of all, did Mr. Carenti's firm get paid $36,000?
No.
Did they get paid any money for this particular line item or topic that you're aware of?
I'm not aware of them getting paid, but I would have to check with finance.
Okay. So why don't you tell me a little bit more about this?
So I explained to Attorney Carenti that I did not want to allocate 36, I'm kind of frugal. I'm not cheap, but I'm frugal. And I said, I don't want to allocate all of the 36,000. What I'd like to do is I would like you to use your consulting ability and begin the discussions with, it's the Atlantic League Baseball. And the president of the league came, along with another gentleman who actually runs one of the teams, the facilities. And I said, I would like to begin the research on this, but I would like to be able to get a report to see how we're doing and how we're progressing, because if we're not progressing in a fashion that I feel is sensical and we're making headway, then I can end the consult.
Okay. Have you met with Mr. Carenti regarding this subject matter again?
No.
And again, those funds were set aside, right, but not expended.
They were encumbered.
They were encumbered, and that was for fiscal year 2022?
Yes.
In fact, it was done specifically end of June because the fiscal year 2022 ends on June 30th, 2022.
Yes. But I do, for the record, they are in discussions. They are speaking to each other.
Okay. So, charge 3 claims that you willfully violated Ordinance 17074, prohibiting you from hiring outside legal counsel without the approval of the City Council. You aware of that?
Yes.
Did you willfully violate the city ordinance?
No.
Why not?
Because first of all, that money was in a line item, and both of those funds were in line items for those purposes. And two separate line items.
Just so we're clear, the $40,000 was out of the legal department?
Yes.
And the $36,000 was out of economic development?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I forgot your question.
So did I. But my question is, did you willfully violate 17074?
No.
Why not?
I didn't violate it because A, the funds were allocated, and B, the firm of Whelan and Carenti, I did not engage them. They are already engaged in the city. They are a firm that is already engaged with the city of Woonsocket.
In what respect?
They are a firm that the solicitor uses for particular cases that he deems necessary.
You're referring to Mr. DeSimone?
Yes.
So Mr. Correnti's firm has a existing relationship with the city of Woonsocket?
Yes, they are a firm. They are a firm that we already have engaged. We're already engaged with this firm.
So what I want to do next is,
And I'd just like to make a point.
go ahead.
And this is no offense to you or Attorney Trainee, but just to prove the fact that they are engaged with the city of Woonsocket. When this situation came about from Denise Sierra, I indicated to the solicitor that my attorney of choice would be from the firm of Robert Correnti's firm, and he indicated to me that that firm was conflicted out because they already worked for the city.
In fact, Mayor, after you were served with the complaint, you attempted to have other legal counsel represent you. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Who else was that? Who else did you try to hire?
Well, my first choice, actually, before Robert Correnti, was John Tarantino.
Okay. And did you confer with the city solicitor about that?
Yes, I did.
And what did Mr. DeSimone tell you?
He said, you can't use him. He's conflicted out.
And was there a discussion between Mr. DeSimone and Mr. Tarantino?
Yes.
What was that discussion?
The solicitor indicated to me, Mr. DeSimone, that John Tarantino could not represent me because he was conflicted out because his firm is engaged through our law department. And I indicated, he said that there would need to be a waiver. And I indicated to him that I would like to move forward and I would like the waiver because I was specific in wanting John Tarantino to represent me. And he indicated that he would not sign off on that.
Did Mr. DeSimone said he had to sign off on it, or the city council had to sign off on it?
First he said he did, then he said the city council did, and he said the city council said they would not sign off on allowing me to have John Tarantino.
I'd like to talk about charge 5, and that concerns Elise Parry.
Yes.
So, we were just talking about Mr. DeSimone.
Yes.
Did you confer with Mr. DeSimone at all about hiring a part-time tax assessor and affording health benefits?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Can you tell the council about that initial conversation?
Yes.
First of all, how did it come about?
So we've been having a problem finding a full-time tax assessor. It's not something unusual in the state. There are not a lot of tax assessors, and so it is a position similar to like a building official where they have specific qualifications, and there's just not enough of them. So they really have a choice of where they work. And we continually posted that position and very rarely even had responses, or if we did, they were either deemed not qualified or whatever the case may be through personnel and finance. So we did hire a couple of tax assessors in between. They didn't work out, and it's no secret that we need a tax assessor. And what happened was the solicitor had come to my office, and we were talking about the need for needing a tax assessor. And we, at that time, were talking about appeals and things such as that, and the need for a tax assessor. So in the past, what we have done to try to help along the way is we have hired people who were already retired. So in our conversation, I said, while we're looking for a full-time tax assessor, maybe we could post a job for a part-time tax assessor, thinking possibly someone who's retired, who is already retired and would like to come back to work, either part-time or on the 75-day rule, that they would enjoy that because they'd earn some extra money but not have the responsibility of being the full-time tax assessor. But that person could help us move things along. So he agreed that that was a good idea, and respectfully, that something was better than nothing. And we were just talking about different ways of how we could entice people to apply for the job. And in that conversation, we talked about potentially offering health coverage. And his response to me was, if you're going to offer health coverage, you have to put it in the posting. So we concluded that even though the person may not need health coverage, we'd put it there in case they did, because we knew it would ultimately come down to what the hourly rate would be. Somebody who didn't need health coverage would want a higher hourly rate. Somebody who did need health coverage, the hourly rate would be less. So he insisted that it had to be included in the job posting, which makes sense, because that could be something, you don't want to exclude something like that, because you may get more people to apply if they saw that that was in the job description.
So you had a conversation about posting for a part-time tax assessor and affording healthcare coverage with the city solicitor.
Yes.
Did the city solicitor tell you, you can't do that? The ordinance doesn't allow it.
No.
So what did you do after that conversation?
We posted the job.
Okay. And in fact, the city posted the job and actually referenced in the posting paid health insurance available. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that posted, I'm looking at it. Actually had an application deadline of January 29th, 2022. So that got posted, correct?
Yes.
It was less than 30 hours.
Yes.
Did someone respond to it?
Yes.
Who responded to it?
Elise Parry.
And was Elise Parry hired?
Yes, she was.
And what was her compensation package?
I believe her compensation package was, $70 an hour.
Was she afforded health care coverage?
Yes, she was.
And it's actually Exhibit 18. It's page 97 of 143. I'm sorry, Sorry, it's Exhibit 17, page 95 of 143. I'll put that in front of you. Take a look at that.
Mm-hmm.
That's a letter dated March 2nd, 2022,
Yes.
and signed by you and the finance director,
Yes.
and it's directed to Mark Ferguson,
Yes.
and there's 4 other people carbon copied on that, correct?
Correct.
All right, actually, Christine Chamberlain's also carbon copied on it, right?
Yes, she is.
Who's the second person copied on that?
Nikki, she is our personnel assistant. Kendra is our payroll clerk, and Elise Parry, the appointee.
The appointee. So, Ms. Parry was afforded health care coverage, and it was actually reduced in writing, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
You weren't hiding that, were you?
No.
Were you aware at the time of the conversation with Mr. DeSimone and issuing that appointment letter that an employee of the city who works less than 30 hours cannot be afforded health care coverage?
No. In all honesty, I don't think he was either, because, and I don't think anyone in personnel was. I don't think anyone realized you couldn't offer health coverage. I believe, and I'm not positive, but I believe if you work 30 hours, you have to offer them health coverage. But I don't think anybody thought that you couldn't offer health coverage. And I don't want to speak for Attorney DeSimone, but in the conversation we had, when we had this conversation, we were trying to move the work along in the assessor's office. We were trying to keep the wheels of government moving, and he gave me no indication that he believed that it couldn't happen. I just don't think that he was aware of the ordinance. I don't know when the ordinance passed, how many years ago, but I just don't think he was aware of it, and I certainly wasn't. And we have a very strong personnel department, and if there is something that is a red flag to them, they will generally bring it to either the director or the deputy director, or on occasion call my office if they, if it's of urgency. But I think this is something that it would have been a red flag to them as well, but no one recognized that you couldn't do this. And quite frankly, I don't think she would have taken the job unless we then compensated her hourly rate more.
Because in fact, the health coverage that she was afforded, she has to pay 20% of the coverage, correct?
Yes, she does.
And it's not a family plan, it's a single plan.
Correct.
And
no other benefits.
no other benefits?
No.
Is she still working for the city?
Yes, she is.
And she's on still part-time status, correct?
Yes.
So that letter, this March 2nd, 2022 appointment letter, is directed to Mr. Ferguson, correct?
Yes.
He's the personnel director, correct?
Yes.
Did he alert you that you can't do this?
No.
So the city solicitor didn't alert you, correct?
Correct.
Your personnel director didn't alert you, correct?
Correct.
Christine Chamberlain, your finance director, she didn't alert you, correct?
Correct.
And no one else copied on that alerted you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So this complaint charges you with willfully violating the ordinance that prohibits health care coverage to part-time employees, and that's someone who works less than 30 hours. Did you willfully violate the ordinance?
No. And I don't think anybody willfully violated this. No one that I know of was aware of this.
Attorney Leprezara, if we could have a 5-minute recess?
Absolutely.
Okay. Have a motion?
Second.
Do we have a motion?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Motion made by Councilman Ward, seconded by Councilman Susi to take a 5-minute recess. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it.
I think it's called.
he says, resign your position on March 26th, and you reduced your hours to part-time. Isn't it true that even if she was a full-time employee, if she wasn't working until 30, she would make
I believe, but let me check right now.
It's on. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Is that better? Okay.
Tonight. We're going to be early tonight.
Thank you.
All the witnesses are released. We're going to save everyone pain.
Yes.
I want to go to bed early tonight. I'm tired. Tired.
We all are. Councilman Gillette?
Here.
Councilwoman Sierra?
Here.
Councilman Susie?
Here.
Councilman Ward?
Here.
President Gendron?
Here, all councilors are present. Mr. Leprezari, you can continue.
Thank you, Council President.
Thank you.
What I'd like to do is mark next as Exhibit G, which is a one-page document, and it just, instead of going through the testimony, it just highlights and all the different full-time advertisements for the tax assessor and part-time advertisements. So if I could have that marked, I believe is G.
Yes.
Thank you. I think it'll be easier than going through. one other copy. I'm going to show Mr. Larissa so he can have the benefit of it. Hey, I'm showing you a copy of a document that's marked Exhibit G for the record. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that document?
This is a list of all the dates that the advertisements for the tax assessor's job.
Okay. And we're not gonna go through. We're not gonna read each one, but it looks like for full-time advertisements, there are 15 postings there.
Yes.
And what's the date of the first posting?
March 8th of 2020.
And then what does it go through? What's the last one for the full-time advertisements?
June 28th, 2022, deadline July 8th, and then, yes,
Okay. And then it has also 2 part-time advertisements?
yes.
And what are the 2 dates of the postings?
January 23rd of 2022 and September 4th of 2022.
And the city was actively looking for a tax assessor, correct?
Correct.
And was having a hard time, wasn't it?
Yes.
Elise Parry that was hired, what were her qualifications?
Well, Elise, in my estimation, Elise is the best tax assessor in the state of Rhode Island. She was the deputy tax assessor in the city of Providence, and then she came here to be the tax assessor. And she was a young woman, and when she was offered the tax assessor's job in Providence, it had paid significantly more, and she was a single mom, and she, as much as she enjoyed working here and working with the people here, she took that position. And also, I guess I can understand, to be the tax assessor of the capital city is something that's nice to have on your resume. So she went to the city of Providence.
And now she's back with Woonsocket, right?
Yes,
Is she doing a good job?
she does an excellent job.
Are you glad the city hired her?
Yes.
What I'd like to do next is go to charge 1. And to refresh your recollection, Mayor, charge 1 charges you with willfully violating certain resolutions and ordinances, and specifically it's regarding the CDBG funds. Do you recall that?
Can I go back to the tax assessor?
Absolutely.
Okay, so I just, can I have that again? Yes, thank you. So I just want to make a point here. And our tax assessor back in March of 2020 had a salary range of $65,000 to $75,000. So during the budget cycle, I had a conversation with Councilman Ward, and we were talking about salaries. And Councilman Ward is the finance director in Lincoln, and he has a good understanding of how difficult some positions are to fill, and the necessity to have a salary that would at least try to attract someone. So during our conversation, we agreed that the salary for the tax assessor should be increased so we could potentially get a better pool of people. And that was placed in the budget, approved by the council, and as you can see here, it was posted. So the point I'm making is, even with the increase in salary, it is still extremely difficult to find tax assessors. In fact, I believe yesterday on my desk, I saw a packet, and I didn't know why it was there. I think it ended up in my office instead of maybe in Paul Luba's, but it was for an interview for a tax assessor, and I looked at the list. I wanted to see the list of people who applied, and there was one person. That was it. Even with the increase in salary, we had one individual apply for the job. So it's extremely difficult to find a tax assessor, and oftentimes, and personnel department can correct me if I'm wrong, but there are certain jobs, and it's not just here, but there's a particular job in the police department that we do the same. We have a rolling application. We keep it open even longer just to try to keep it active and to give people the opportunity to apply.
So I'm glad you raised that, because the first posting is March 8th, 2020, correct?
Correct.
And have application deadline of 3/20/20, correct?
Yes.
The range on that was $65,000 to $75,000 for the tax assessor. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, the last one, I think it's the 15th item, 15th posting, okay, is June 28th, 2022, with an application deadline of July 8th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And the range there is $85,000 to $105,000, right?
Yes.
So if we look at the low end of March 8th, 2020 posting to the high end of June 28th, 2022,
Yes.
how much is that?
40,000.
$40,000 increase, correct?
Yes.
Did the city of Woonsocket, did we get an applicant on that last posting?
One.
Okay. City of Woonsocket has a problem hiring quality people, don't they?
In this department, we do.
And you testified that.
I don't mean in the department. I meant in this division. In this position, we have good employees in this division and in this department. But in this position, it is difficult.
It's difficult because this compilation, and we did this to be efficient here, okay? But this compilation we put together is 17 postings, correct?
Yes.
And a little over a 2-year period, the city of Woonsocket has increased the salary from the low end to the high end, $40,000, right?
Yes.
We're still having problems. When I say we, the city of Woonsocket, we're still having problems hiring, aren't we?
Yes.
And getting good personnel to assist the already good personnel we have, correct?
Yes.
And you were able to hire, in your opinion, the best tax assessor in the state of Rhode Island,
Correct.
who worked for worked in the capital city, correct?
Yes.
And she agreed to come back.
She did.
All right. Had you known that Elise Parry was going to work less than 30 hours and you couldn't extend her health care benefits, couldn't you have gone to the council and asked for an exception?
Yes.
Right? You could have picked this piece of paper up and explained to them, and Councilman Ward, as you said, he's in finance in Lincoln, correct?
Yes.
And Councilman Ward and the other councilman, they'd realize that we're having a difficult time getting a competent tax assessor, correct?
Yes.
In fact, I've watched maybe too many now council meetings, and I see people during the public session complaining about their taxes getting raised, correct?
Yes.
That tax assessor position,
Mr. Leprezera, please, you can't testify. So if you want to ask questions, ask them and have her answer them, but you're now giving testimony.
is that tax assessor's position, it's a, no pun intended, taxing position, isn't it?
Guess you could say so.
Right? And you were able to hire, in your opinion, the best tax assessor on a part-time basis.
Yes.
Bottom line is, you weren't aware of that prohibition on health care coverage for less than 30 hours, were you?
No, I was not.
And your city solicitor didn't notify you, did he?
No, he did not.
I would like to go to charge 1 now in CDBG. Do you recall that charge?
Yes.
Councilman Sierra charges that you willfully violated certain ordinances and resolutions by failing to submit the action plan that this council passed in August of 2021 for CDBG funds. You understand that?
Yes.
Did you willfully violate the action plan that they passed?
No.
Why not?
First of all, CDBG funds are somewhat complicated, and I think, actually, is Bianca Policastro here? She was the director during this time, and she has a very decent understanding of this. This was a situation where we had multiple directors taking over in that department since we had the death of my original director, and just until recently we have a director that is what appears to be a solid director who will be here for a good amount of time, we hope, and leading the department. But again, a learning curve for him as well, because this is something of a different animal, the federal funds and CDBG funds and home funds and things such as that. So Bianca Policastro came in as the director, had decided that she needed some assistance with some consultants to help her, find her way through some CDBG programs and things such as that from an employee that had that job. And she was the person working on this. It was very time consuming, and she was basically the point person on this.
Do you recall an issue with, first of all, was the city in need of a new fire engine truck in March of 2021?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall the council approving the purchase of a fire engine truck in the amount of $513,000?
Yes, I do.
And the city, in fact, issued a purchase order on April 9th, 2021, in response to that need, correct?
Yes.
Just want to refresh your memory. Is that the purchase order?
Yes, it is.
Dated April 9th, 2021?
Yes.
All right. Do you recall when the city council approved their action plan?
I believe it was in August.
Okay. So it was in August of 2021, and the purchase order was issued by Christine Chamberlain in April of 2021.
Yes.
Okay. Was there an issue with respect to HUD covering that fire truck?
Yes.
What was the potential issue?
Well, the reason we ordered it in April was because the fire chief had indicated that we needed an engine and that the build time for the engine was a significant period. It was a long time. I don't know the amount, maybe a year to build it out. And the pricing of fleet for our departments has been increasing substantially. So in order for us to get the fire engine, we ordered it in April, and I had asked finance how much money we had left from a settlement that we had with a hospital, and the funds from the settlement had to be used for public health. And buying a fire engine was a qualified use for those funds. We had approximately $220,000 in funds, but it wasn't enough to cover the $513,000 price.
Okay.
So we had a resolution, the council agreed with the administration to order the fire engine, to get it in the queue, and if my memory serves me right, we did not have to pay anything for the fire engine until the fire engine was delivered. So we had a restricted account with, I'll say, $213,000 from the hospital, and we still needed $300,000 more for the remainder of the cost for the fire engine.
The action plan passed by the council in August of 2021 had a line item a little over $300,000 for the fire engine truck.
Okay?
All right. In April of 2022, your administration went back to the council to amend the CDBG application. Do you recall that?
I know there was an amendment. I wasn't sure when, but I know there was an amendment.
If I could have this marked next, I think it's G.
H.
So this is a two-page document, an email string between Bianca Policastro and an individual at HUD regarding this particular issue. Do you have an extra copy? I can use that one. I have a copy for Mr. Larissa.
Mr. Lepizero, what's the date of that communication?
It is November 4th, 2021.
Thank you.
And it's a three emails, and they're all dated November 4th, 2021. So the action plan, again, passed by the council, was in August of 2021. And it had included a little over $300,000 allocated for the CDBG funds to be used to pay for that $513,000 fire engine, okay? What I want to focus your attention is the first two pages here of this email string, okay? It's dated November 4th, 2021. This is the top. And you had asked if Bianca Policastro is here right now. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that was the person you were referring to that was handling these funds, correct?
Yes.
All right. Can you review that, the 2 pages, that email string? And it may be easier. The first email appears to be from Bianca to Anna at HUD. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Read that.
Want me to read it aloud?
No, you can read it to yourself so you can.
Okay.
So Bianca, that email string, Bianca's communicating with HUD, correct?
Yes.
And what is it that she's requesting from HUD?
She's indicating to HUD that it was determined that for the safety of the citizens and for emergency service providers, that it was important to order an engine ASAP, is what she indicated, ASAP. And then she proceeds to say when the City Council had a special meeting regarding the fire engine and what the possible funding would be, where the funding would come from, 3 possible categories: CDBG, contingency, and landmark. And that the construction time for the fire engine generally takes 10 to 12 months, with an anticipated timeline delivery of February or March of 2022, that the price of the engine is $513,000, that we would be utilizing $213,000 from our landmark settlement. And it states that while a purchasing contract was signed, no funds have been expensed to date. Payment is due upon receipt of the engine. The city has routinely utilized CDBG funds for fire and safety equipment in the past. And she indicates that it was approved back in March for the engine.
I know we tried to get Ms. Polacastro here and we were unable to, but Ms. Polacastro is speaking to HUD on November 4th, 2021, which is approximately 2 months after the council passed its action plan, correct?
Yes.
And it appears in that email that she's making the case for Woonsocket to include funds, CDBG funds, for the purchase of that very important fire truck. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right? And she actually lays out in pretty excruciating detail, she did a nice job, as to why the CDBG funds, why Woonsocket would be eligible to pay for that fire truck, at least $300,000, correct?
Yes, fire, this I do know. Fire equipment is an allowable use for CDBG, but the government does not allow us to use CDBG funds for our police department, just our fire department.
And it seems that in reading that email exchange, it seems that there was an issue, because if you look at the second page of that email, right, top paragraph, says, I wanted to circle back to our discussion regarding the fire engine and its eligibility, correct?
Correct.
Then she goes on to write, and this is Bianca Polacastro, I know if we were able to move forward that I would need to undergo a substantial amendment and a 30-day public comment period with at least one public hearing. Is that correct?
Yes.
So she's explaining, apparently Bianca Polacastro had this conversation with HUD, correct?
Yes, she did.
Trying to get $300,000 allocated from CDBG funds to pay for this fire engine truck, correct?
Yes.
Now, go to the first page. And appears that Anna Strazek, and I'll spell that because I'm probably mispronouncing it, Strazek, and her title on this email is Senior CPD Representative at the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, Community Planning and Development. She writes to Bianca, considering the circumstances below, referring to Bianca's explanation, if you complete a substantial amendment, public comment, public hearing, do ER, and if the activity passes the procurement/cost reasonableness test, we believe that the CDBG funds can be used for this activity. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Let me know if you have any questions, right?
No questions.
So, and then Bianca writes back at 5:41 p.m. on November 4th. Thank you, Anna. Correct?
Yes.
So, after this happens, this discussion, the action plan's got to be amended, correct?
Yes.
Did the administration alert the city council?
I believe so.
Well, one sec. Let me see if it's in Miss Sierra's package to save time.
Well, there was public comment and a public hearing, so I think it was public.
I have it. Unfortunately, I only have one copy, but I actually have, and I'll have this marked. This is ordinance 22016.
That'll be I.
Thank you. And I'll hand up to the clerk after I read this. It's 22016, and this is approving the authorizing the substantial amendment for CDBG 2021-2022 Annual Action Plan. If I could just show that to you. This is a 4-page document. I'll go to page 3, Exhibit A. See where it says fire equipment? See that line item?
Yes.
It said $10,000.
Yes.
Then it says New Balance $300,000, correct?
Yes.
So the administration went back to the council to amend the 2021-2022 plan, correct?
Yes.
In order to use at least $300,000 to pay for the fire engine truck.
Yes.
Do you know what happened in the meantime with administration in terms of why the initial $300,000 that was approved by the city council, was that in the original application with HUD?
All I remember is I can remember Bianca telling me that she had come to a city council meeting. She wanted to present something to the council. She was not allowed to present it. And due to the fact that she had a deadline to get her paperwork in to HUD, there are drop dead dates for HUD, and she submitted it. Because if she didn't submit it, she indicated that we would get zero. We would lose over $1 million in funds. So knowing that she could, we know we can amend CDBG funds. We can move funding from one line item to another. You have the ability to do that with the CDBG funds, as you can see from this. And she did the responsible thing, and she submitted the documents necessary to HUD in order to secure our funding for many programs that you can see on here. And these funds are critical. What we receive in funds here, if we didn't receive these funds, we would need to utilize our general budget, our budget to fund some of these things. So I feel she did the responsible thing. She submitted it, and then she put in for an amendment to it, and the amendment was granted. But I think I need to tell you something important that hasn't come up here, and it's something that I think is a good lesson for all of us, for those who at least don't know this. So the more you hear and learn about community development block grant funds, the more complicated it gets, but the more you learn. And I don't think the council was aware, and I was not aware, when we passed the legislation to order the fire engine, and in there it stated We're going to order it because we need to get it in the queue. We need to get it built. The price is increasing, and how are we going to pay for it? And generally speaking, we have a fiscal impact statement that says the funds are coming from these items. But collectively, we agreed that we would utilize the landmark funds, and then we would take the balance from either CDBG or contingency. When that purchase order was created in April, I only learned later, as probably the council did and some of the staff in planning, that whether the 300,000 was in here or not when Bianca submitted it, you cannot utilize program year funds for a purchase until the federal government approves your program year funds. So what happened was we ordered it in April, and one of the questions that Anna had was, when did you, it wasn't just the funds weren't there, you need to do a substantial change. The issue was you ordered something prior to having your program year funds approved. She said you cannot allocate funding from your program year funds until your program year funds are approved. So it was not so much moving the funds, increasing the funds to 300, because we can do that. We can do substantial changes, you have a public hearing, and you can move those funds around. The issue was getting HUD to say to us, we'll forgive you this time. You ordered this in April, and your program year funds were not approved until the fall, or whatever the date is. I'd have to ask planning.
Okay. But also, an issue was, again, that fire truck was approved by the council in March 2021.
Yes.
The purchase orders, April 9th, 2021, correct?
Yes.
Now, I understand there's a lead time of 1 year for the fire truck, correct?
Yes.
I believe it was COD, so the city wouldn't pay for the fire truck until it was delivered, correct?
Correct.
But that purchase order was issued in fiscal year 21, wasn't it?
Yes.
And this amendment that Anna did, Bianca did a good job, okay? That CDBG year was actually fiscal year 2022, wasn't it?
Yes, it was the following fiscal year, program year. They call them program years, we call them fiscal.
Right. But that was for, that action plan that's an issue in charge one is actually 2021-2022, correct?
Yes.
But the fire truck, that purchase order, would have fell in
2020, 2021.
2020, 2021, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
The bottom line is we have the fire engine, it's paid for with the funds that what was chosen, the 213 from Landmark and the 300 from CDBG.
Did the fire truck get delivered?
Yes, it did.
Did it get paid for?
It did.
Was there any delay on the fire truck?
No, there wasn't.
Mayor, did you willfully violate the action plan that this council passed in August of 2021?
No, I did not.
Did you willfully, either you or your staff, file something with HUD that varied from the action plan that the city council passed?
All I know is Bianca filed the action plan. All I know is what Bianca filed needed to be amended. She begged for forgiveness through HUD. HUD gave her the forgiveness, and the funds were allocated to the truck.
I know that when we spoke about charge 3, which was regarding Mr. Carenti's firm, you got into the stipend issue.
Yes.
Do you have anything else to say about the stipend issue?
No, I just want to say that it's justified, and I stand by my directors, and I stand by the employees who receive the stipends.
Did you willfully violate the ordinance by allowing these stipends?
No.
Cindy Johnston, she testified last night, correct?
Yes.
Did she receive a stipend?
Yes, she did.
Can you tell the council why she received a stipend?
Yes. She received a stipend because during the COVID pandemic, there was clearly, and public safety knows this, it was a very chaotic time in the city, and pretty much everybody working through the pandemic, it was just one big long day. We didn't even know the days of the week anymore. And it was determined by the federal government that we would be getting, or we could get, reimbursed for our expenses. We knew the expenses would be significant. We knew we'd need supplies. We knew we'd need police details, fire details. We'd be running vaccination clinics, and there would be a lot of new protocols that would be put in place in order to try to protect our employees and the residents of our city. So the government indicated to us that if we were to track our spending, our COVID expenses, if we were to track those expenses, that we could get reimbursed for those expenses. And my belief and understanding is that there were three possible approaches to this. One was you could hire someone to come in to do all the proper paperwork necessary, which is very detailed and intricate type of work because it's the federal government. Two, you could offer someone a stipend who is already employed within your city government. Or three, you could just not track it, but you would not get reimbursed. So the finance department informed me that this was available, and it was costly. It was a costly time in not only our city but across the country, across the world. And finance indicated to me that this was available, and we all collectively felt that it was important for us to track these expenses and to get reimbursed in order to not put this burden on our taxpayers. So the finance director had shared this with me, and she had indicated that Cindy Johnston said that she would be willing to work the extra days and extra hours to maintain this information. And I said to Christine Chamberlain, the finance director, I said, you're the director. Would you like the opportunity first to be the individual to receive the stipend? And she told me that she felt that this was more in line with the work that Cindy Johnston does, and that she was comfortable with her receiving the stipend and her doing the work. And the federal government set a ceiling, not a ceiling. The federal government set an amount that the person could be paid for doing this work. And so it was determined that it would be Cindy Johnston. So Cindy did this, and might I say, she did it exceedingly well and very detailed. And after, I believe it was for a 3-year period, with the max that would be paid out that I believe ended June 30th of 2022. And then the FEMA There were meetings, constant input, and then there was, I think it was an in-person meeting where they had to come to review everything and all the work that the city of Woonsocket did through Cindy Johnston. And the stipend that she received in totality was, over the 3 years, I believe was around $65,000. And the reimbursement that we got, that we are scheduled to receive or received, I've kind of lost track right now. I've been a little distracted with this hearing, is I think between 1.2 and 1.4 million dollars. And you'd have to ask the deputy director. So the stipend she received was it was not taxpayer money. It did not come out of our general fund. It did not come out of the finance department. It was funding that we were being reimbursed by the federal government, and that reimbursement, I know, is over $1 million. I think it's somewhere between 1.2 and 1.4 million. And I also know that when Cindy had to meet with one of the representatives, that they complimented the work that she did and expressed how orderly and detailed all of her documents were. And also shared the fact that there were some communities that did not assign this task to anyone in their department or any outside help. So those communities got zero reimbursement, and on the other hand, we're receiving over $1 million.
So, like you testified, the city could have foregone the opportunity to acquire those federal funds, correct?
Yes.
Did you think that was in the best interest of the city?
No.
And the city could have hired a funds administrator?
Yes.
Or you could have had Ms. Johnston do the work?
Correct.
Why did you choose Ms. Johnston to do the work versus hiring say a funds administrator?
Well, because first of all, she's extremely detailed, and her work is, to me, her work is impeccable. The finance department, as anyone in finance knows, you have to be very detailed. You know, you can't be off in any of your input of data. And her work ethic and the fact that she would be committed to this project, I felt I would prefer to have her here in the building and not be relying on someone from outside. But not to mention the fact, what was the chance of finding someone to work for $20-something thousand a year for and giving us a 3-year commitment? And if that person left, someone else would need to pick up where that person left. Then if there was issues with the receipts and the data and all of that, then we have a mess on our hands. So why would I not offer it to an employee who is a dedicated long-term employee who does an excellent job? And I think the results of what we're receiving from her work speaks volumes.
So charge 4 charges you with willfully violating both the charter and an ordinance in providing stipends not only to Cindy Johnston but to others. You understand that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Did you willfully violate the charter and the ordinance?
No.
Why not?
Because what these folks received in salary or in stipends was allocated funding for that particular job or purpose. We did not go out of the realm of what was allocated in our budget. And contrary to what some people think, I may be involved in all of my departments, but I'm not micromanaging my departments. And if Director D'Agostino comes to me and tells me that he needs to assign 2 of his employees to handle a vacant job, which, by the way, if he didn't do that, his department, including his highway department, Parks and Rec, they would not have gotten paid. The position that was vacant also handled payroll. If Director Chamberlain comes to me and says that I want to pay a stipend to Lori Perry and to Lori Flanagan because they are picking up some of the work of the tax assessor's office, then I have confidence in my directors, and I have confidence that they are not expending funds frivolously or in an unneeded fashion. So they come to me, they share what they need with me, and I don't just necessarily carte blanche give them what they want. They justify why they want it. And if it's justified, then it's approved, and they do it.
And that's what's been done.
Yes.
You were obviously here last night and you heard Ms. Chamberlain's testimony, correct?
Yes.
Do you understand that she's behind in providing the council with monthly financial reports?
Yes.
First of all, you're the one that's charged with willfully violating the charter for Chamberlain not providing the monthly financial statements to the council. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
Did you willfully violate the charter?
No, I did not.
Are you telling Ms. Chamberlain not to provide the monthly financial statements?
No.
Did you hear her explanation?
Yes, I
last
did.
night?
I did.
What do you have to say to the council about that charge and the monthly financial statements not being provided?
Well, there are a couple of people on the council who work in finance, and I think they understand, and I think the whole council understands how hard Director Chamberlain works. She's extremely committed to the department. She barely ever takes time off because she always feels like she's going to fall behind. And quite frankly, when we put the budget forward, obviously the council knew she was behind on her monthly statements. But the budget was still presented, she did her projections, and nobody said anything to us about that. And I think from over the years, I'm gonna compliment this administration, and I'm gonna compliment every department, because we have come a long way from where we were 9 years ago. And this was a city that was on the brink of receivership, bankruptcy. We had a budget commission here. Things were failing, and it was not a good time. And every single director that I have, other than the director of planning, and that is because he passed away, and both chiefs, and the only reason Chief Oates is not here from the beginning is because we had a police chief. When he retired, we hired Chief Oates, and he's been here since he got hired. So this is an extremely committed senior staff of people who truly want to do what's in the best interest of the residents of the city and in their departments and for their employees. And there is no one here that is a slouch by any stretch of the imagination. And they are consistently crossing over into other departments to help in departments. And Cindy Johnston gave that explanation yesterday. She may work in finance now, but she originally worked in planning, so she helps planning because she understands planning. Priscilla Steenburgen was in planning. She worked in the law department. If the law department needed something, Priscilla could jump in. So people cooperate and collaborate with each other and work together as a team. And there is no way that Director Chamberlain would intentionally not produce a report. And this is my opinion. Did not come from the director. But she indicated yesterday that additional reports were added by the City Council as a requirement to produce for you. Now, whether you think those are easy reports or whether she's more detailed with them, no matter what, they take time. My feeling, and it's only my feeling, and I could be wrong, but my feeling is that she looked at the list of reports that she needed to produce for the council, and I believe she has 5. And I think she felt, because there is, whether you want to believe it or not, there is intimidation, and she does feel uncomfortable in front of you. And I feel that she produced 4 reports in order to show that you had 80% of what you require, instead of doing just the monthly report, which would have given you only 20% of what you request. That's my feeling. She has had her head buried in that office since she got called out on it, to the point where she's distracted, she's taking care of the distractions, but as soon as she can get back to work, she's back to work on those reports. And quite frankly, this administration has worked extremely hard, and we have not had 1 year with a deficit. And that is a testament to a lot of people, but in particular, the finance department having good, solid numbers with no funny business like we know has happened years past. There's no swapping out of funds and trying to cover deficits and taking money from enterprise to balance your budget and not raise taxes. We don't do that. We're transparent. There's nothing we do that you cannot know. If you don't receive something, it's because there's no time. And if you don't know something, it's because there's so much going on, we can't possibly report everything to you. Everybody is stretched thin, and everybody is doing a phenomenal job.
When you were referring to she gets distracted, I think you just testified to that, correct?
Yes.
What are you referring to? Are you referring to phone calls she's taking?
I'm referring to, phone calls. We have some new staff. They have questions. They're diligent. They want to make sure they're doing their new tasks properly. So she and Cindy make certain of that. They're helping out in tax assessing. They're helping out in treasury. And quite frankly, nobody's talked about interviews. When we schedule interviews, we are including directors or division heads. We're obviously in those interviews. They need to be in those interviews to see if the people who are applying are qualified for the position. So that's a time-consuming task as well.
What I'd like to do next is go to charge 6. Police contracts. You familiar with that charge?
Yes, I am.
And I'll do this up front. I'm going to have next exhibit marked. It is the
Jay?
Yes. And Council President, it's the City of Woonsocket and New England Police Benevolent Association Local Number 808 contract agreement for July 1, 2020 through June 30th, 2022. And it is the signed contract, the one that you would sign, Council President, the Personnel Director, and the President and Vice President of the Local 808. I have a copy for Mr. Larissa, and I'll hand this to the clerk. While I hand this to Mr. Larissa, I'm going to have you take a look at this. specifically, Mayor, I'm going to ask you to turn to the very last page of that contract. It's actually numbered page 40, but I think there's 47 pages in total, because that looks like an add-on. If you could take a look at that. Here, Mr. Larissa, a copy. I'm going to... See that, Mayor?
I do.
You see the asterisks at the bottom of that schedule?
Yes.
Could you read it?
It says, at signing, a payment will be made to cover the retroactive base salary increases of 1.25% for fiscal year 2021 and 3% for FY 2022, along with a sign-on bonus of $2,300. There will be retroactive pay for base pay only. The sign-on bonus is designed to, in part, cover retroactive pay related to overtime, holiday, out of rank, etc. Total payment to each employee by grade rank is shown in green shaded area.
That contract I just showed you, you didn't sign it, did you, on behalf of the city?
No, I did not.
Who signed it?
The union and the council president.
Why didn't you sign it?
I didn't sign it because it's not a legal contract.
And can you tell the council why you said, what your position is, why this is not a legal contract?
First of all, it's not a legal contract because the council does not have the duty to negotiate a contract. The council has the duty to ratify a contract. It is extremely clear in the city charter that the council ratifies the contract. The executive branch negotiates the contract is brought to the city council reviews it. If they don't ratify it and send it back, we go back to the table, we continue to negotiate, and we go back to the council for ratification of the contract. It's also there's an issue with this, and well, I'm sorry. No.
Let me ask a question. So you just testified it's the council's role to ratify, correct?
Correct.
Not negotiate.
Correct.
Did you negotiate this contract?
No, I did not.
Did you designate someone on behalf of the city to negotiate with Local 808?
The city solicitor.
And did the city solicitor do that?
He tried.
And that negotiation actually went on for a very long time, did it?
Too long.
Okay. Was the city solicitor able to get it done?
No.
Did Local 808 invoke their right to arbitrate? To your knowledge? It never went to arbitration proceedings, correct?
No, it did not.
Okay. So, you didn't negotiate that contract.
No.
You're telling me you had designated the city solicitor to negotiate with Local 808, but he
Yes.
was unable to come up with a contract, a proposal to present to the council, right, for ratification, correct? Right?
You couldn't finish the job.
Couldn't finish the job. So, that schedule there that talks about salary increases,
Yes.
right? And actually, we're dealing with, I have one contract in front of you, that's 2020, I think 2022, but there's also another one, 2022, 2024, correct?
Yes.
That's at issue, right?
Yes.
Who negotiated those salary increases? On behalf, well, I should say, who negotiated the salary increases?
Councilman Canoia.
Did you designate Councilman Canoia to negotiate that contract with Local 808?
No.
How did that come to be?
It's my personal feeling that I think the council was as frustrated as I was with the fact that the police did not have a new contract, and he came to a work session with a spreadsheet and put that spreadsheet forward.
And just so the record's clear, you said, was it a work session?
Yes.
Okay. What's a work session?
It's a meeting that takes place that is not a regularly scheduled council meeting. It's a work session to discuss topics.
And the work session you were referring to, you were present, correct?
Yes.
And Councilman Canoia was present?
Yes.
Was City Solicitor DeSimone present?
Yes.
And what happened at that work session?
So Councilman Gendron asked me, what is the update? And I looked to the city solicitor, who did not have documents with him to share with the council, which then led to Councilman Canoia's frustration and him taking out a spreadsheet with a schedule of pay raises for the police.
So you didn't designate Councilman Canoia to negotiate with Local 808, did you?
No.
I would like to have the next exhibit marked. It is a one-page document. And again, to save time, it's a compilation of the dates of police negotiations between the city and Local 808. I have a copy for Mr. Larissa as well.
Why I don't. Yes. Okay, yes.
Take a look at that while I hand this to Mr. Larissa. So that's a document we compiled to show all the dates of the police negotiations between the city and Local 808, correct?
Yes.
What's the first date on that document?
Friday, February 1st, 2019.
And in fact, just for the record to be clear, the union now is Local 808, correct?
Yes.
And back then, it was Local 404?
Yes.
All right. And that's why about half of these negotiations, it refers to Local 404,
Yes.
right? But currently, it's Local 808.
Correct.
And that's the local that, of the contract we just discussed and entered into evidence, correct?
Yes.
Right. So the first date here is February 1, 2019. What's the last date?
June 7th, 2022.
So this negotiation went on for 2.5 years, didn't it?
No,
How long?
3.5.
3.5. Now, there was some interruption because Local 404 no longer represents the police department here. It's now 808, correct?
Yes, it wasn't significant, just maybe a few months.
But, Mayor, these contracts are usually 2 years?
The renegotiated contracts
Correct.
are generally 3.
Okay. The ones we have here are 2022, 20 to 2022, and 22 to 2024,
Correct.
correct?
Yes.
Right? But 3.5 years of negotiations?
Yes.
Were you frustrated?
Yes.
And you attended some work sessions with the council, correct?
Yes.
In fact, we went through the meeting minutes both special meetings, and there were numerous references of discussion of negotiations, status of negotiations with Local 808, correct?
Yes.
The council was frustrated too, weren't they?
Yes, they were.
Because that's a long time not to have a contract with the police department, correct?
Too long.
So, when the numbers were presented to you that, first of all, who did Councilman Canoyer meet with at the Local 808? Or who did he discuss with?
Sergeant Nunamacher.
Right. And who's Sergeant Nunamacher?
Sergeant Nunamacher is sitting over there.
Okay. And who is he?
He is one of our sergeants, and he is the vice president of the union.
Okay. Do you know if City Solicitor DeSimone was meeting with him during these negotiations? Do you know?
Sergeant Nunamacher would be in the meetings.
The council ultimately, that contract signed, right? The council ultimately approved the negotiation between Councilman Canoyer and Local 808, correct?
Yes.
Right. And they passed it. The council passed it, correct?
Yes.
What did you do? Did you?
I vetoed it
And why did you veto it?
because it's illegal.
Okay. And you've already discussed that the council's role is to ratify, not to negotiate and ratify, right?
Correct.
Right. And you didn't negotiate this contract, and City Solicitor DeSimone didn't negotiate the contract, correct?
Correct. Unless the solicitor was also involved with it, with them, that I don't know. He didn't tell me that.
But he didn't tell you that, did he?
No.
Now, I had you read the bottom of that very last page of the last exhibit for a reason. We're not going to go through the whole contract. I want you to focus on that section, all right? Does this contract call for the use of ARPA funds?
No, it does not.
Okay. Does the next contract call for the use of ARPA funds?
Objection, Your Honor, I don't understand the next contract?
There's two contracts.
Okay.
There's July 1st of 2020 through June 30th of 2022, and July 1st of 2022 to June 30th of 2024.
I'm just seeing this for the first thing. You tell me the page that the next contract starts on?
I don't have that there, Mr. Larissa.
You don't have a copy of this? We don't have the next contract?
I don't have the next contract.
You don't have it?
Yeah, right.
That's why I was
Okay.
confused. Okay, thank you.
So there were actually, let me back up. There were actually two contracts that the council approved in the summer of this last summer, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And those years, so the record's clear, is 2020 to 2022, correct?
These are 2020 to 2022.
And the next contract, the second contract they approved was 2022 to 2024.
Yes.
All right. Was there an issue with, did either of those contracts call for the use of ARPA funds?
No.
What about sign-on bonuses?
Yes.
And what's your understanding about the sign-on bonuses?
The sign-on bonus was supposed to be in place of retroactive pay because the years had gone back because of the timing between the negotiating of the contract and the fact that there would be a lot of work in payroll to go back to adjust the payroll in order to pay them. So Councilman Canoyer offered them $2,300 in place of that.
Okay. So where I'm trying to go with this is that 2,300, and that's 2,300 per officer, correct?
Yes.
All right. Where according to the negotiation. Where are those funds supposed to come from? The $2,300 per officer.
From the general fund, it just says sign-on bonus 2,300.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 6 of the Sierra complaint. And Mr. Lewis, I'll get you your base label document in a second. What I want you to do is, I'm referring to Exhibit 6, which is 22R93, which is a resolution passing. I want you to look at this line item.
The record, that's page 54 out of 143.
Thank you. So the first page this is a resolution dated July 25th, 2022. And if we turn to page 56 of 143, in the middle of the page, there's a schedule. And see where it says one-time bonus ARPA?
Yes.
$227,700?
Yes.
Okay. What does that mean to you?
That means that this sign-on bonus was converted from a sign-on bonus with 2,300 and utilizing ARPA funds instead.
That's correct. What is your understanding about the use of ARPA funds to pay that sign-on bonus?
Well, ARPA funds, that's not an allowable use. So essential pay for the work that they did during COVID is something that is different. So we can allocate essential pay, which the CEO of the municipality has to approve. And my personal feeling is that although everybody worked hard, and no offense to city workers, other city workers, but public safety was front and center during COVID. And public safety, I believe, should be receiving essential pay, and the essential pay that they would receive would come from ARPA. But a sign-on bonus is not an allowable use for sign-on bonus. And quite frankly, they deserve more than $2,300 of essential pay.
So the two contracts that the council approved this past summer
Yes.
included salary increases,
Yes.
and they included a sign-on bonus of $2,300 to be funded by ARPA, correct?
Correct.
Mayor, you understand that this charge 6 charges you for willfully violating the ordinance, which this council approved the two contracts in question. You understand that?
Yes.
Have you paid the salary increases?
No, I have not.
You paid the sign-on bonus.
No, I have not.
And can you explain to the council, we've talked about Councilman Canoyer negotiating and then the council ratifying, right? We talked about that.
Correct.
But other than that reason, in fact, you issued a message of disapproval to the council,
Yes.
right?
Yes, I did.
Right. Why else? What's the other reason why that you have not authorized your finance department to pay the salary increases and the sign-on bonus?
Other than the fact that they don't have the authority to negotiate and ratify both ends of this, that I have to sign off on the distribution of all federal funds for ARPA. And my name is, I am responsible as the CEO of the city to make certain that ARPA funds, American Rescue Funds, are utilized in a proper fashion. And this indicates that it was a sign-on bonus. It does not indicate that it was a sign-on bonus with ARPA funds. First of all. Okay.
So, Mayor, I actually, your own lawyer confused you, didn't I? Because when I gave you that last page of the contract,
Yeah, I'm confused because this is saying sign-on bonus, this is saying ARPA funds.
I was asking you, okay? I was asking you to look at the last page of this contract, right?
Mm-hmm.
It talked about the sign-on bonus, correct?
Correct.
And I was asking you about a reference to ARPA, right?
Yes.
Okay? But I was confusing you because that contract doesn't reference ARPA, does it?
No, it doesn't.
But when you look at the ordinance and the schedules attached to the ordinance that this council passed, there's a line item for ARPA, correct?
Yes.
And it's for $227,000, isn't it?
Yes.
And that represents the sign-on bonus that's referenced on the last page of that contract.
Yes.
And the last page of that contract, that schedule, doesn't mention ARPA, does it?
No, it does not.
But the ordinance and the schedules attached to the ordinance, it does mention the use of ARPA, doesn't it?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I confused you.
Yes. Well, that is why that in my veto message, I vetoed the contracts because they don't have the authority to negotiate. Because when the raises were put forward, it did not indicate anything about ARPA funds. If it had indicated that ARPA funds were being used for a sign-on bonus, then I would have also included in my veto message that my veto was not only because they can't negotiate when their responsibility is to ratify, but that they also couldn't use ARPA funds for a sign-on bonus. So I don't know who changed the language in this, but this contract says a sign-on bonus, and then this document says ARPA funds. So somebody changed this. Somebody changed a sign-on bonus of $2,300 to using federal funds for a sign-on bonus, which is not an allowable use. But I just need to say something, okay? And it's this. We have worked incredibly hard to create a department that does not have division, and I'm talking about the police department, that does not have division. I've grown up in this city my whole life. That department for years had factions where the two factions couldn't even work together. They didn't trust each other. It was terrible in the city. There were always headlines in the newspaper, and it was a bad situation in our city. And anybody who's lived here their whole life knows that. And this department they're a team of people who work well together. They stand by each other, and they deserve a raise. They don't deserve having contract negotiations from February 1st to 2019. I am not a labor attorney. I'm the mayor of the city. I rely on my director of public works to do his job, my director of finance to do her job, and right down the line, they have a job to do. The city solicitor in the city of Woonsocket, who professes to be a 30-year labor negotiator, who's one of the best in the state, has 3.5 years of negotiating with a union. They have families. They deserve a raise. They worked through COVID. They should be getting what they deserve. I should not be in the middle of a tangled mess that the city solicitor has allowed to happen. He knows damn well. He was in the legislature for 24 years, and he knows the executive branch negotiates the contract and that the council ratifies it. And at the end of the day, they're the ones who are suffering because they don't have their raises. We have a contract that's been altered from sign-on bonus to ARPA funds. We have 2 different contracts. We have a city councilor who's negotiating. We have a solicitor who's saying he can do it. We have a solicitor who's saying that the council president can sign on. It's wrong. It's absolutely wrong. And they got tangled and pulled into this, and that should not have happened. And I'm going to tell you something else. Local 670 was extremely frustrated with the solicitor to the point that they sent a letter stating that they were going to report him. And I stepped in, and after 2 or 3 meetings, we resolved the contract. Local 3851, I learned through an employee that they were frustrated with their negotiations.
Mayor.
I called them. I just want to finish. This is important. I called them into my office. We sat in my office for 2 hours, and we resolved that contract. This contract, this is a joke. This is a joke. I'm not the labor attorney. And at one point during these negotiations, I said to the solicitor, I want to hire Vincent Regasta to negotiate so we can put this behind us, they can get their raise, and we could be done with it. But he insisted he was not going to relinquish his power to negotiate. You know from me sitting here, I stand by my staff. And I will stand by them. I won't stand by them if they do something wrong or illegal, but I stand by them. This shouldn't happen. I'm sorry it happened, but I am not the fault of this, and neither are you.
So, Mr. Labrazzaro, if you can bring it back to what's on the complaint.
Well, with all due respect, that's exactly what's on the complaint. The issue is the charges that
670 was not on the complaint. 3851
That's
is
fine.
not on the complaint.
That's
all
a
I'm
fair
saying,
comment.
all I'm saying is bring it back to what the 4 corners of the complaint are.
Understood.
I gave a lot of latitude.
You did.
Yes.
You did.
So just please bring it back.
I will,
Thank you.
but she's explaining her good faith basis.
Just bring it back.
Will.
We've acknowledged it. Bring it back.
Okay, she's explaining her good faith basis why the contract's not getting paid. Is there any other reason why you're not paying this contract?
Well, 1, it was not legally negotiated.
Yeah, we addressed that.
2, it was not legally signed. 3, there was a switch in language from sign-on bonus to ARPA. And I only have 1 contract. Oh, and third, as I explained in the work session, when Councilman Canoia, and I understand he's frustrated too, he wanted to see it come to an end. He shared the breakdown of what the raises would be. And I explained to him that negotiations are 2-sided. You want to give raises to your employees, and then the public safety director and the chief and his deputy chief, they understand the language in a contract sometimes becomes either outdated or the organization needs to be amended, or the language needs to be amended. There are things in it that as you progress in life, things change, right? So you need to amend language. So the language change, there were no language changes other than 1 language change that Councilman Canoia put in. And when you're negotiating, it's give and take. You're negotiating percentages for raises or for language that you feel will benefit you, and the administration is running a department, and then they feel that there's some language that they may need or some cost savings. So I indicated at that work session that not only were the raises beyond what I felt just by looking at them, I'm not in finance, but by looking at them, I felt that it exceeded what we were able to do, although I am a huge supporter of public safety, police and fire. They are extremely important to every municipality. Some cities and towns may not believe that, but I support our police and our fire. And I wish that they could receive a greater percentage of an increase. But those numbers on that spreadsheet did not appear to be something that would be in line with what finance, the city could afford. And secondly, the language, there was no language changes other than one language change that Councilman Canoia put in. And I expressed that. I said, where's the language changes? And he said, you didn't bring any language changes forward. So I think I need to explain something else too. And I think everything I'm saying is important for you folks to understand, because you may not see all sides of it, because you're doing your negotiations, you're not seeing what's happening with the council or with the administration, with the solicitor. And the public safety director and Chief Oates and myself felt that, I'm trying to think of the proper term, it's a backwards approach to negotiations. The solicitor insisted that we negotiate with you and talk about percentages and raises. And we indicated that we needed to talk about percentages, raises, and language changes. And the solicitor insisted, because he was the expert and he'd been negotiating for 30 years, that no. When you negotiate, you offer them the raises first, and then you get them, and you hook them, and then you tell them all the language changes you want. And none of us agreed that that was the right thing to do. We all stated that we thought we needed to be straight up and upfront with you and to tell you, these are the language changes we're looking for, and these are the percentages that we're offering. And then the negotiations begin, and you come back with your amendments, and then we come back with our amendments, and we keep going until we come to a conclusion. But once you offer a raise, and even if it is palatable to you, and then you go back and say, but we want these 5 things and these 5 language changes, and then you say, oh no, that's not going to work. Well, we already offered you the money. So we're offering, and then you feel like we're taking away. So in my world, you should be offering both the language changes and the raises. He insisted, and the director and the chief can sit right at this table, and they can be questioned on this very same thing. So this thing has been asked backwards from the beginning, and I am not blaming you, and I am not blaming the director or the chief, and I'm certainly not blaming me and my finance team. This is the city solicitor, and his lack, and you know it, Sergeant Nunamaka, Detective Wall, you walked out of a meeting because he was 25 minutes late.
Mayor, I've just been, you are not allowed to speak to people in the audience. You can direct your comments.
I can look at them.
You can address the council. It's a hearing with the council.
Okay, well, you're hearing what I'm saying. It's frustrating, okay?
Yes.
We're frustrated, they're frustrated, and this should not have happened. And quite frankly, postponing meetings, coming in late to meetings, to the point where they left. And let me explain something else to you. We would have a meeting. First of all, I didn't go to meetings at the beginning. The solicitor negotiates, and then coming to the end of negotiations, that's when I get inserted into it. My staff told me that he was never prepared when he went to the meeting. He would call a meeting in his office 15, 30 minutes before they would meet with the union. He wouldn't ask for fiscal impact statements. He'd ask the finance department at that pre-meeting before they met. And doing that, what, Councilman? You're always whispering to the council president. He can run the meeting himself. He's a big boy and he knows how to do it.
I'll ask the question. What does this have to do with the charge before us?
The charge before us is because you, Councilman, were so frustrated that you put forward your own spreadsheet with raises for the police department, and your frustration should have been directed to the city solicitor. And the action that you took and the city solicitor took, and the city solicitor basically telling the rest of the council that it was legal to do that, was an injustice to you. And quite frankly, your frustration and your spreadsheet and your negotiating on the side with the union created the mess that they're in, not us. But I understand your frustration because your frustration is the same as my frustration, just a little different. But at the end of the day, they suffer for it.
Did your deputy finance director sign off on these contracts?
No.
Did your deputy finance director, now this is before the council approved it, the two contracts, did your deputy finance director provide a financial impact statement to address the financial viability of the two contracts?
No, I asked her if they had requested a financial impact statement, and she said they hadn't at that point.
So, who actually provided the numbers to the council for the council to approve this contract?
I guess Councilman Canoia or the city solicitor.
Objection, that's a guess.
Councilman Canoia did.
Sustained.
Councilman Canoia. John DeSimone couldn't create that spreadsheet, and neither could I. That's my answer.
You have anything else to say?
Yeah, I do. I do.
Mayor, is it?
It's germane.
And it's
germane.
in the four corners of the complaint?
I don't understand the four corners because everybody's all over the place. It's a circle at this point. But my ending comment on this is that this should have never taken place. This should have been finished. I don't like unfinished business. I don't like loose ends. That's not how I operate. And I personally feel that this union was used for political reasons, and that is unacceptable to me. Because you may know them, you may talk to them, but none of you work more closely with them than the administration does. And whether I do through the director and the chief, or just being at the department, or seeing them on the road, whatever it is. And I feel that this was totally unnecessary. It was inappropriate. It was a political power move, and they're paying the price for it. I am the executive branch of government. I am not going to always be the executive branch of government. But I have to think of future mayors who lead the city. And I cannot acquiesce to your actions and set a precedent that is not allowable. And they have paid the price for that, and that should not have happened to them.
One last question. Should this council remove you as mayor?
Well, I guess I'd have to know what I did.
No further questions.
Mr. Larissa?
Take a 5-minute recess, we've been over.
We'll take 10. Because there's always a line at the bathroom. A motion to adjourn, recess? Motion made by Councilman Susi, seconded by Councilman Canoia to recess for 10 minutes. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. I'd like to call this hearing back to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Canoyer? Here. Councilwoman Gonzalez? Here. Councilman Gillette?
Here.
Councilwoman Sierra?
Here.
Councilman Susie? Here. Councilman Ward?
Here.
President Gendron?
Here. And all councilors are present. And Mr. Laprezzari, your defense is resting.
Can I just ask a couple of questions that I forgot?
On target?
On target, like,
Go ahead.
thank you, Council
Yes.
President. It would have came up and redirected, but, Mayor, I think I asked you, it's been a long week, okay? So forgive me. I think I asked you, I think you testified your Deputy Finance Director did not provide a fiscal impact statement on these contracts?
No.
Did she sign off on the contracts?
No.
Did she provide you any information regarding the financial viability of the contract?
Recently, after the contract was passed and signed,
Okay, and what did she tell you?
she told me that the contract created a deficit.
Okay. In multiple years?
Yes.
All right, no further questions.
Can you
Larissa?
excuse me for 1 second?
Yeah.
Excuse me for
Excuse me, Mr. Council President, while she's out, just point of information, you asked if we were resting, and technically we can't rest until Mr. Larissa finishes his cross.
Okay.
So we'll address that as soon as he's done.
Very good. All set?
Yep.
Okay, Mr. Larissa?
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor.
Good evening.
Let's start with charge 6, the police contract. You've testified that you will not implement that contract because, in your opinion, it's not a legal contract, correct?
Correct.
Are you a lawyer?
No, I'm not.
Are you, strike that, you're aware that under city...
Mr. Larissa, can you just pull the mic around, please?
Sorry.
Thank you.
You're aware that under city ordinance, the city solicitor is responsible for making all legal calls on the validity of any contract on behalf of the city, correct?
Repeat that?
You're aware that the city solicitor is in charge of determining the legality of any and all city contracts under city ordinance?
Including the charter and Rhode Island general law, yes.
Okay, let's just be, not trying to hide anything here. We'll get the exact provision out. It's right in the charge, number 6. So we're all on the same page here. Are you aware that the city charter in Chapter 10, Article 1, Section 2 states in part as follows: the city solicitor shall decide all questions and controversies relative to the legal construction of any and all laws and ordinances affecting the city, as well as the city charter and the division of powers and duties created or implied therein.
The charter does state that.
Okay. And the contracts, the 2 contracts at issue with the police department were passed into existence by council ordinance, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you're also aware that the city solicitor was asked whether the ordinance in those contracts were valid and binding and needed to be complied with. You're aware he was asked about that?
Yes, and so was the assistant city solicitor.
The solicitor opined pursuant to the charter that they were indeed valid and binding and their terms needed to be complied with, correct?
Yes, and the assistant city solicitor opined as well.
I'm not asking about the assistant city solicitor.
But that's the whole story.
Are you aware of anything in the charter that says anything about the assistant city solicitor deciding any questions and controversies of a legal nature under the power of the charter in the city of Woonsocket?
I am not aware.
In fact, the city solicitor has no power, his assistant under the charter, correct?
According to the solicitor, he takes great advice from him.
Okay, but under the charter and the provision I read, you would agree it doesn't say anything about the assistant city solicitor?
I don't know. I don't have it in front of me, but if you'd like to show me.
Sure. Oh, well, actually, Mr. Lepizzer, could you give the mayor, because we'd be talking about it more, charge 6, and I'll refer to the italicized portion in paragraph 2. It's on page 12 of 143.
That's charge 6, Mr. Larissa?
Yes.
It's in front of her.
Okay, and I'm referring, the question was, the charter says nothing about the assistant city solicitor having any power under the charter, and I'm referring to Chapter 10, Article 1, Section 2, in the italicized portion in charge 6.
C?
Yes.
C, yes. Yes.
That doesn't contain anything about the assistant city solicitor, correct?
No, it does not state it there.
Okay, thank you. So when you say it's not a legal contract, that's your personal opinion directly contrary to the conclusion of the Woonsocket City Solicitor, correct?
No.
It's not your personal opinion. You don't have that opinion?
No, my opinion is the charter consists of more than one paragraph of language, and you need to read the entire charter to see if there's a conflict between what you're saying and what you're trying to imply is legal. So the charter states, in addition to what you're saying, that the city council shall ratify the contract. So you can't just read part of it, you have to read the totality of it.
I would move to strike, but I'll allow it. That's not my question. My question is it your opinion that your personal opinion that the contracts at issue in charge 6 were not legal?
My opinion, and also the assistant city solicitor's opinion, who, just to follow up on what you said, Attorney Larissa, you state that the city solicitor shall decide all questions and controversies, correct? Well, our assistant city solicitor does the same. So our solicitor and our assistant city solicitor both follow this language.
That's your personal opinion, correct?
No, it's not my personal opinion. I work here. This is what they do.
You work here, but that's not what the charter says, correct?
So they're violating the charter?
No, I believe you are, Madam Mayor.
No, I'm not.
Objection, move to strike. That's not a question. You can ask a question.
The question
Sustained.
The question is, the assistant city solicitor and any opinions by that person is not mentioned anywhere in the city of Woonsocket City Charter.
That may well be, but I'm telling you the policy of the law department. So you're saying our solicitor is in violation of the charter every time he allows the assistant city solicitor to make a decision.
I'm talking about right here, right now, the decision of the city solicitor in a multi-page opinion and on behalf of the city deciding and determining for all finality in accordance with the charter that the contracts ratified by the city council by ordinance are valid and binding and must be complied with. That's what I'm talking about. You're aware of those opinions, correct?
I'm aware of his opinion, and I'm aware that the charter states that the city council ratifies the contract. You're intentionally leaving out relevant language, Mr. Larissa.
I don't believe the city council, strike that. We're going to get to that now. So you're violating the opinion of the city solicitor by not complying with the 2 contracts that are the center of charge 6, correct?
Objection.
On what grounds?
The grounds is that The city solicitor, I don't see anywhere in that opinion of that solicitor addressing the use of the opera funds. And
No,
that's,
no. He asked a question. You're objecting to the question. I'm saying, what was your objection to the question?
He's asking a question about an incomplete legal opinion. But he can, go ahead. I'll withdraw the objection. She can answer.
Can you repeat your question, please?
You're violating the opinion and direction of the city solicitor with respect to the enforceability and the need to carry out the 2 contracts that are the subject of Charge 6, correct?
The opinion that you're reading is an opinion based on a contract that was put forward, which was then altered. And I don't even think the city solicitor would opine saying that federal funds could be used in a fashion that's not allowable.
You disagree with the solicitor's opinion on the enforceability of the police contracts at issue, correct?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Let's look at these APRA funds for a minute. Let's go to the exhibit that my brother directed you to with that language in it, which is going to be Charge 6. Get the page. Actually, let's go to Exhibit 19, page 99 out of 143. Are you able to hand that to her, Mr. Pizzara?
I'm sorry. What page is
Page
it?
90, 99 out of 143.
Sure. Here you go, Dan.
Let me know when you've taken a look at that, Madam Mayor.
All set.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm referring you to the top of the email chain. Is it correct to say it's from John J. DeSimone, who is the solicitor, sent Tuesday, August 30th at 10:18 a.m. To, among other people, Cindy Johnston, forward police contract?
Yes.
Okay, and does it say, Cindy, as I have previously ruled and notified you, the police contract is valid and must be enforced. Accordingly, please make sure that the police contract is incorporated into this week's payroll. Please see my emails below. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And that's from the city solicitor, correct?
Yes.
Okay, if you turn to the next page, is it correct to say there's an email from Cindy Johnson to, among other people, the solicitor, including yourself, stating, reviewing the contract, is the $2,300 one-time bonus being paid with general fund or ARPA grant monies? Thank you. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if you go back to the response to that, the city solicitor responded, ARPA, look at thy financial disclosure statement, $227,700 from ARPA. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
So it's fair to say that solicitor was well aware that the funding for the one-time bonuses was to be paid by ARPA.
And why does your contract not show it?
My question was, the solicitor was aware that the one-time bonuses would be paid by ARPA. That was my question. Nothing to do with the
But
contract.
is the solicitor aware that you can't use sign-on bonuses?
Mayor, I have an objection, and the basis for the objection is the verified complaint includes an opinion from Mr. DeSimone. Nowhere in that opinion is he opining on the use of the ARPA funds. That email may be saying that this is what you're going to use, ARPA funds, but he's not opining on the eligibility of the ARPA funds for the sign-on bonus. That's not included in the signed contract. That's my objection.
Interesting argument, I would suggest, but not germane to her answering the question, that the solicitor was aware of the ARPA funding exactly as it says in his emails.
Because the question assumes that Mr. DeSimone opined on the eligibility of the ARPA funds. He never did, and he's not qualified to do that. That's my objection.
Sustained.
Let's get to the ARPA funds. My brother just suggested in an objection that the solicitor...
Excuse me, when you say brother, who are you referring to?
That's a legal term for Mr.
That's me.
Lapazzera.
Okay.
That's legal junk.
Thinking you're talking to the brothers over there. I'm not sure what you were doing, so, okay.
In the past, you would say adversary, and the Supreme Court didn't like that.
Okay.
They said, he's your brother. So
Okay.
Just a little legal lesson.
Thank you for
I'll
that.
say Mr. Lapazzera.
I'm educated now. I get it.
Opine that the solicitor was not qualified to opine on whether the ARPA funds were validly used for the purpose of one-time bonuses. It's fair to say that you're not qualified, Madam Mayor, to make that determination either, are you?
I may not be qualified, but I research it, and I will tell you one thing. My name is the name on the expenditure of all ARPA funds, and I will not violate federal law because the city solicitor says to use ARPA funds.
So in your view, the mayor's non-lawyer's determination on the eligibility of ARPA funds to pay one-time bonuses supersedes the city solicitor's view in the city of Woonsocket?
The city solicitor didn't give us any research. All he said was ARPA funds. The city solicitor did not research if ARPA funds could be used to pay a sign-on bonus. All he said was use ARPA funds.
You don't know he didn't research it, do you? You're speculating.
I know he didn't because a sign-on bonus is not an allowable use.
Did you research it, Madam Mayor?
Yes, I
All by
did.
Yourself? And what did you research?
Or what was your question?
What did you research?
No,
How
what
did you
was your
research
question
it?
before that? You said, did you
You
research?
research it, Madam Mayor, and you said, yes, I did. And then
Okay.
I asked, what did you research?
No, okay. If sign-on bonuses could be used, if ARPA funds could be used for sign-on bonuses, the answer is no.
What did you find? What did you discover? Did
You can
Google
use it for, you can use it for essential pay. You can use it for if there's an employee who Take, for instance, the tax assessor was going to leave to go work in another municipality to make a higher salary. You could use it to retain that person. You could use it for other things as well, like we're doing now in the city with road paving and hydrant painting and things such as that. But a sign-on bonus is not an allowable use.
Do you have a written opinion letter from any attorney stating that?
No.
Again, this is your research and your opinion, correct?
No, it's also our ARPA administrator,
Okay, who is your ARPA administrator?
Paul Luba.
Okay, did Paul Luba give you a written opinion saying you cannot use ARPA funds for this purpose?
Can you answer the question?
I may have my own work product.
But I'm asking about the ARPA administrator.
Then,
Did he give you an opinion?
Yes.
He did give you an opinion?
Yes.
Was that in writing?
No, I believe it was verbal. But can I just mention something to you? Okay.
Absolutely not.
Okay.
This is cross-examination. That's for your attorney later. You've mentioned quite a bit so far.
I have a lot to say, Mr. Larissa.
Well, let's talk about what you had to say, because this ARPA issue seems to be a very big one to you on the illegality, right?
Yes.
Okay. In your message of disapproval, your veto message, which is over 2 pages long, signed August 4th, 2022, is it fair to say that this important ARPA issue was mentioned nowhere as a reason for vetoing the contract?
Correct.
And let me ask this. We talk about the ARPA one-time bonuses. You haven't implemented either of these contracts pay provisions in any respect, you testified, correct?
Correct.
So you haven't given them the called for raises aside from the one-time bonuses, which aren't being used, which aren't being funded by ARPA, correct?
Correct.
And yet you say, do you say those raises are illegal too?
The contract is illegal.
Okay, so you're going to rely on another ground. So the reason the contract is illegal, that you cannot give the raises, is because you think the council, you claim they negotiated it, and you're saying that was illegal.
Correct.
The city solicitor disagrees with that conclusion of yours, correct?
With what? That they negotiated it?
No, the conclusion that the council's actions in bringing the contract to a vote and ratifying it through ordinance is in any way illegal. City solicitor's position.
You are intentionally leaving the language out in the charter.
I'm asking about a position of the city solicitor for the city of Woonsocket. We can pull it out. We've already discussed it, that the contract is legal and binding. I can quote you the language again.
No, I don't need you to quote me the language, okay, but I will respond this way. When you read the charter, you can't just read a section of the charter. You have to make sure that what you're reading is not violating another section of the charter. And as we heard from testimony from Denise Sierra, the charter states that the city solicitor shall review and approve all resolutions and ordinances before they go on the council docket. Now, one of two things happen. He either reviews or he doesn't. And clearly, from all the resolutions and ordinances that we learned of during this hearing, either he didn't read them and violated the charter, or he did read them and allowed resolutions and ordinances that were illegally written or poorly written to go on the docket. So if you think that I'm going to rely on the city solicitor's opinion when the charter states that the council ratifies the contract, he failed to include that in his opinion.
So we agree. You disagree with his opinion.
Absolutely, I do.
And you're acting in accordance with your view versus the city solicitor's view.
No, I'm acting as the mayor of the city who is responsible to lead this community, and I am not going to acquiesce to anyone if I believe something is illegal, because that is not my nature.
So you make the final determination, not the solicitor.
In this matter, I am making the final determination, and the assistant city solicitor agrees with me.
You didn't hire any outside counsel for this one, right? No Bob Correnti or anybody else trying to get an opinion of another attorney, correct?
No, I probably should.
This is you, and as you claim, because he's not here and there's nothing in writing, the assistant city solicitor.
Correct.
So is that it, Madam Mayor? Is that the end game here, is my question? You're taking a view contrary to the city solicitor. You haven't gone to court to try to get a court to interpret the contract, right? And declare it illegal?
No.
So is that it? Did the police department now stay on hold for how long? There's no pay raises at all until what? Till what happens? Just it's the old contract remains forever now?
No, until the hearing is over and we can sit down. And we can sit down without the city solicitor, and we can come to terms on a contract, and we can implement their raises, and I can give them essential pay bonuses of $2,500 a year for 2 years instead of a $2,300 sign-on bonus, which is illegal. It's not allowable through federal funds. And you mentioned if it was so important, why wasn't it in the veto message? Do you want me to tell you why it wasn't in the veto message?
Sure.
Because the document was altered. That's why.
What document was altered?
Where's the contract?
And while we're on that, let's refer to, I think we're talking about the same document, because I'm having trouble getting back to it. The page that Mr. La Pizzera had in front of you that mentions ARPA, where is that? It's in here somewhere, because I've looked at it before and you've testified about it. I want to go over that. One of these exhibits, I probably wrote down the page number. 54, is that right? Too many papers over there. No. Yeah. Yes, okay. You might be looking at page 56 out of 143.
56 on
Yes.
143 at the
Yes.
It's not the last page of the contract.
No, it's not. You're referring to an exhibit to the resolution, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And this is where I believe Mr. La Pizzera and you, Madam Mayor, discussed the one-time bonus ARPA FY22 227 700, correct?
Yes.
Okay, that one-time bonus isn't in FY 2021, correct?
You said isn't?
Is not. There's no ARPA funding issue for FY 2021 in this spreadsheet.
No, it's in FY 2022.
Right, and it's not in FY 2023 or it's not in FY 2020. It's not in, strike that. There's no ARPA issue in FY 2021. There's no ARPA issue in FY 2023 either, correct?
Correct.
Madam Mayor, why aren't you giving them the pay raises due without any ARPA issue for FY 2021 and coming up FY 2023?
Because let me explain it to you one more time. The contract is illegal. I don't know how many ways I need to say that to you. This contract is illegal. I cannot take a portion of an illegal contract and implement it If I implement it, I'm acknowledging that it's a legal contract. It is not a legal contract.
Okay, let's go through, a good time to do it is any right now. The first ground you said it's illegal on, actually it was the third ground not mentioned in your veto message, was the ARPA funding. Now let's look beyond that, because in fairness, you have said it's illegal for other reasons. One of the reasons was you believe the charter prohibits the council from having any role in negotiating the contract. Is that fair to say?
The council is not the negotiating branch.
Okay. Can you tell me anywhere in the city charter of the city of Woonsocket where the council is prohibited from having any role on negotiating contracts?
Can you tell me where it says they negotiate? It says they ratify.
Let's look at your duties where you say only you negotiate. In your veto message, you state, according to the city charter, the mayor shall be the city's chief executive and administrative officer and shall be responsible for the administration and management of all offices, departments, and agencies.
Bingo.
See City Charter, Chapter 4, Section 2.
Correct.
Where do you get from that the mayor is the sole and exclusive authority of setting up the terms of any collective bargaining agreement with city unions?
That's exactly what you just read. The executive branch. Read the part about the departments again.
We shall be responsible for the administration and management of all offices, departments, and agencies.
Correct.
Can't
Correct.
you be responsible for the management and administration of the police department with the council assisting in negotiating a contract as well as ratifying it?
They didn't assist. They negotiated.
You negotiated too. And the
No,
solicitor
they stopped the negotiation.
You were part of the negotiation for a period of time, a long
I was not part of the negotiation of the contract that was offered to the union.
None of those terms there had anything to do with you whatsoever.
There may be some of it that was carried over from what we negotiated, but a final and you know this, the final product of a negotiated contract, I mean, there's only so many numbers you're going to have in there. That final product those numbers can be manipulated many ways, and it may be similar, but in the end product, the contract, was not negotiated by me. And if you read another section of the charter, it will tell you the city council cannot interfere with departments. This is a department. This is a big department. It's an important department. And the morale is in the dumps because of what's happening. It states in this charter that they are not to interfere with departments, and they interfered with this department.
So you're stating by negotiating with union representatives, the city and the union, that the council interfered with the operation of the police department?
Objection.
Oh my God.
Questions?
Overruled.
Go ahead. Want to hear the question again?
No, I don't need to.
Okay.
They do not have the authority to interfere with this department and negotiate a contract. That is not their role. Their role is the legislative body. They are the legislative body. They should be creating laws to keep peace and tranquility and to make sure that people are healthy and to create laws to incentivize business. They have encroached on the executive branch of government, and quite frankly, this city solicitor is one of the main reasons that he has allowed that to happen, because he has taken the language of this charter so open-ended that any ordinance or resolution they pass, he deems to be legal, because he reads one line in the charter that says that they create ordinances and resolutions. You have to read the whole charter.
Madam Mayor, you testified earlier that you personally authorized the city solicitor to negotiate the contract with the police union. You designated him, correct?
He is naturally designated as the city solicitor and has been the negotiator of contracts.
You designated him.
In an indirect way, yes.
What about you didn't object to him negotiating?
I did not.
Okay.
But when I wanted to change negotiators, he indicated that I could not. And quite frankly, don't you find it a little bizarre that the executive of the city cannot choose legal counsel? That my hands are tied because of why, Mr. Larissa? An ordinance that was passed. Because we will pass any ordinance, so we dictate to you what you have to do as the executive branch of government.
And you don't like those ordinances passed by the council?
No, they violate the separation of the two branches.
Are you aware that the Supreme Court of the state of Rhode Island has held that the concept of separation of powers does not exist in municipal government?
Objection.
On what grounds?
We're getting so far afield of the complaint.
She
Well,
opened
no,
the door.
but
I'm
she
asking if
she just said it.
What
so-
happened to the four corners?
Well,
Right.
and
Overruled.
And let me just say this too, for the record, okay? I'm aware of that decision. It's not exactly what he's saying. There is a city council. The charter says that the city council shall be the legislative branch of in this case, Woonsocket, okay? There is the mayoral branch. There's the executive branch. Now, it may not be like what the federal government is and what the state government is, but there are divisions. And the council does what they're supposed to be doing, and the mayor does what she's supposed to be doing. Go ahead, Mr. Larissa, ask her a question.
It's asked. I'm just asking if she's aware. Can we read the question back, please, Madam Stenographer?
Are you aware that the Supreme Court of the state of Rhode Island has held that the concept of separation of powers does not exist in municipal government?
Mr. Lepizara answered you.
I'm not asking Mr. Lapazari. He's not a witness. You are.
I rely on his answer.
Are you aware, I'm asking? Yes or no?
I'm aware that we have a city charter, and the city charter is specific in saying that the city council shall not interfere in departments and that the city council shall ratify the contract. You're not going to get me to say anything other than that, Mr. Larissa. That is the bottom line. They do not negotiate. And if they did negotiate, do you think that this council for 9 years would have not been negotiating every single contract that came before them? They ratify. They ratify. The charter doesn't say they negotiate and ratify. If the forefathers wanted them to negotiate and ratify, it would have said to negotiate and ratify. But it is implied that the executive branch negotiates because the duty by the charter is for the city council to ratify. And it also says they cannot interfere with departments. They cannot encroach on departments. And that is what they did.
And to sum up, so it's your position that because you believe the contract was illegal, you're not going to implement any provision of the contracts, and you haven't taken any action in court to have any court justify your view.
Where's my city solicitor?
Your city solicitor rendered an opinion. You don't like his opinion.
Okay, so he rendered an opinion. It's different from the opinion of the assistant city solicitor. So shall we say again that he is conflicted out? And shall I call Mr. Correnti?
I don't know why he would be conflicted out, but the question is, you haven't taken any other action.
Yes, I have.
What have you done?
I have met with Detective Wall and also with Lieutenant Cabral and with Lieutenant Oliver.
Okay, and you discussed actions that would interfere and violate a duly passed ordinance by the council ratifying 2 police contracts and an opinion by the city solicitor saying enforce them. Instead, you're meeting with members of the police union and trying to negotiate something different. Is that fair to say?
It's fair to say that I don't have confidence in the opinion of the city solicitor. And I am not going to implement an illegal contract. I explained to you before, this is why they are in this position. And this is unfair. This will not be implemented, and I will sit with them tomorrow and we can resolve a contract. But you want me to implement an illegal contract because John DeSimone told me to do it. John DeSimone also said in the very email that you put before me that this was for ARPA funds. It did not say it was for ARPA funds. Look at the contract, Mr. Larissa. It doesn't say ARPA funds. It says a sign-on bonus of $2,300. That's exactly what was forwarded to me. Then it got altered and it was added that it was ARPA funds. So you want me to have confidence in him?
Before we get to that, let's look at these ARPA funds one more time at page 56 of 143. On the top of that page, all it says is estimated financial impact of July 120 through June 30, 2022, tentative police contract. And say, yes, it does have ARPA funds for one of the fiscal years, which is not mentioned in your veto message. But why didn't you go to the council when you suddenly realized that your opinion is the ARPA funds can't be used for a portion of the fiscal years of the contract and say, let's allocate some different money for this to get this done? You didn't do that, did you?
It's an illegal contract. They don't have the right. Okay. How many times do you want me to say to you that they don't have the authority to negotiate a contract? You're going to ARPA funds when you're on second base when you should be on first base. First base is that they cannot negotiate. Second base is they're trying to use ARPA funds for a sign-on bonus, which is not allowable. And now you want me to stand on third base and believe you that John DeSimone's opinion is accurate. I'm sorry, but I cannot implement a portion of a contract if it is illegal, because the very basis for this contract was an illegal action by the city council negotiating, or Councilman Canoia negotiating, or whoever did it with him, okay? The contract, the foundation of this contract, Mr. Larissa, is not legal. So why am I going to stop picking pieces out of a contract and implementing certain pieces of the contract?
Let's talk about your relationship with the solicitor. On this point, you seem to be very hostile, and obviously you disagree with his legal opinion on the validity of the contract. That's fair to say. We've established that, correct?
Yes. But
sometimes you like his opinion, right? And you go along with it when you like it. Isn't that fair to say?
Objection.
No? What about your testimony on the health care part-time? Let's talk about that for a minute. Let me ask a question on that. You testified earlier with great fanfare, I would say, that the solicitor approved paying health care to a part-time employee, and in fact said if you're going to advertise, I believe it was in the tax division, for a part-time employee, you'd better put in that they're going to get health care, or else you're not going to be able to add it later. Was that your testimony of what the solicitor advised you at the time?
A, it was not with fanfare. B, I indicated to you that when we discussed health coverage, he said, as long as you advertise, as long as you include it in the job posting. That's not fanfare, okay? That was a conversation with the city solicitor. And let me explain something else to you. I am an honest person, and I am not going to lie and say that I think the solicitor did something if he didn't. I truly believe in that situation, he believed that health care could be included. Now, do you want me to sit here and lie and say, I think he knew it couldn't, and I think he was trapping me so Denise Sierra could add to her summer project and put it in the list of charges? No, I'm not going to lie. Because if I think the solicitor was being honest about something, I'm going to say it. And I believe he honestly thought it could happen.
And I'm not disagreeing with that, so I'm asking you, and I know what the answer is, so you relied on his opinion in putting that out there.
No, I didn't rely on his opinion. I suggested we do it, and he said, just make sure you put it in the posting. He did not give me an opinion as to whether he researched if health coverage could be used in a part-time position. If he did, he would have recognized that there was an ordinance that says you cannot do it. But I believe, my own feeling is I believe he did not know that ordinance was there. And quite frankly, I don't think anyone recognized who had their hands on this posting and hiring. I don't think anyone did.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't it fair to say that your defense to the charge that you willfully offered to a part-time employee paid health care, which we know now, we think we knew then, but okay, that the ordinance says you can't do that you didn't willfully do that because the solicitor advised you, looked it over, and said put it in the ad?
No, he didn't look anything over.
He didn't. Did he advise you that it was okay?
We were having a conversation in my office. You're trying to twist things. I mean, seriously. I mean, what in God's name does the solicitor saying put something in a posting have to do with the fact that we have a city council that voted on a contract and they don't have that negotiated a contract and they don't have the authority to do it?
We're talking about charge 5 now.
Yeah, and it's your opinion that it was with great fanfare, and it wasn't with great fanfare.
We'll take out the great fanfare.
Yeah, thank you.
It's also my opinion that the Supreme Court has said there's no separation of powers.
Okay, move on. You told me three
times. So the question is, did you rely on the solicitor in putting out the advertisement for part-time help in the tax department, including health care in that?
We collectively discussed how we could potentially find someone to work here. And we agreed that we would put up a part-time job, and we agreed that potentially by putting in health care, it may entice someone to come. That was the extent of it.
Okay.
We didn't talk about laws. We didn't talk about the city council. We talked about trying to hire a tax assessor.
Let me ask
That's
you
all
this.
we did.
If the solicitor said, no, you can't do that, you can't give health care to a part-time employee under this ordinance, would you have still advertised it, or would you have abided by that view?
I would have asked him to show me where it states we can't offer health care.
Okay, now then once you saw it in the ordinance, and I can pull it out, but I'm sure you're aware of it now, you know.
Yes.
You wouldn't be doing that again, correct?
Of course not.
Okay. I want to stay on that for a minute, the part-time health care charge, and refer back to the exhibits on that. Got to find out what charge that is. Charge 5, and I'll get you the page in a minute.
Can I ask a question, Mr. Larissa?
Not, you might want to ask your attorney, please. Okay, can we go to Exhibit 18? And I believe the page is going to be, it's not 95 or 96.
I have, Exhibit 18 starts at, the face page is page 96 of 143.
Yes, I'm looking for a letter dated June 3rd, 2022, signed by Mark
So
Ferguson.
that's going to be page 97 of 143. It'd be the.
Yes, I got it.
It's the first page of Exhibit 18, okay?
Yeah.
It's in front of her.
I'll let her take a look at that. Now, let's go to the letter before that, Madam Mayor, you've already referenced, the March 2nd, 2022 letter, which is page 95. March 2nd, 2022, it's page 95 out of 143.
Yes.
And that's where you notify Ferguson to Elise Perry will be getting the health care, even though she's part-time, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then let's go to the next exhibit. And June 3rd, some 3 months later, Mark Ferguson signs a letter, paragraph 2 I'm referring to, in part says, you elected to reduce your hours to part-time status in late March 2022. Therefore, you are not entitled to a medical buyback. Did I read that correctly?
Paragraph 2?
Yes,
That
medical
does not-
buyback.
That's
Last,
not what it says. Are you on page 97?
yes. I'll read the whole thing. Paragraph 2, medical buyback is not prorated. Eligibility requirements include full-time employment as of June 30th. Your resignation was effective May 9, 2022, and you elected to reduce your hours to a part-time status in late March 2022. Therefore, you are not entitled to a medical buyback. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
So it's clear that at least as of June, the personnel director in your administration was well aware that part-time status would not entitle you to health care benefits, correct?
No.
He was, is that correct? It's not correct, or it is correct?
It is incorrect.
Okay. How do you interpret the sentence, the paragraph 2 that I just read?
Well, first of all, page 95 was the first one you referred to.
Yep.
Which stated that Elise Perry received medical coverage, correct?
Correct, for part-time employment, yes. We've been through that, yes.
To working. She was working and receiving medical benefits, correct?
In part-time.
Correct,
Part-time.
yes.
Okay.
Okay. This letter
Yep.
is not talking about whether the person is entitled to health coverage. It's talking about a medical buyback, two separate things. One is whether someone receives health coverage, the other is medical buyback.
Are you saying that the rules are different between a part-time employee being able to receive medical benefits versus a part-time employee being able to receive a medical buyback?
I'm saying that a person, and we've already determined that there was an ordinance that stated that she shouldn't have been offered health coverage,
Correct.
but she did receive the health coverage because it was unknown by all of us. This is different than page 97, is whether someone qualifies for a medical buyback, not whether they qualify for medical.
So I'm trying to show, I'm not trying to be cute, I'm trying to show the point that the personnel director, at least as of June, was well aware of an ordinance that said part-time employees cannot receive health benefits. Are you saying that this doesn't show that because they're two different things? I can try to redo the question if
Yeah,
that was too complicated.
please.
Does this number 2 medical buyback that we just read show that Mark Ferguson was aware in June of 2022 that part-time employees cannot receive medical coverage in the city?
No. This is talking about medical buyback. It's not talking about medical coverage.
Okay.
She did not, just so you're clear, she did not have medical coverage. She did not have health care with the city of Woonsocket. Maybe that wasn't clear in the letter, but she did not receive health coverage from the city.
Okay, I have your answer. Let me ask you this. If you could go to page 13 of 143, charge 7.
It's after 7. I mean,
In the second paragraph of the charges, that you stated that you do not pay much attention to resolutions, but you do follow ordinances. Did you ever state that or anything equivalent to that?
That I don't know. It's in here. I don't know. I'm assuming Denise Sierra put that in there. Did I say that? I don't know the answer to that.
You don't know or you don't recall? You don't recall whether you said that on November 16, 2021?
Correct. Right.
Do you believe that?
Well, the solicitor told me that I have to follow resolutions, and I listened to the solicitor. But in the legislative world, a resolution is not an ordinance. And a resolution, as you probably are aware from the General Assembly, that when a resolution is passed, and if a resolution is passed and the October 6th is considered the recognition day for the Woonsocket police officers, and the whole General Assembly votes on that, it's a resolve, it's a resolution, it's your opinion, it's your expression, it's what you believe in. And an ordinance is a law. So when the General Assembly passes an ordinance, it's a law. When they pass a resolution, it's naming February 2nd, Gatsby Day in Warwick. It doesn't mean February 2nd is Gatsby Day. It's a resolution. And if you read the charter, it will tell you that a resolution needs one passage and an ordinance needs 2 passages, and the veto and the ability for the mayor of the city to veto the ordinance. Now, if you break that down, it is basically saying to you that an ordinance is more powerful, right? It needs 2 passages, and it gives the executive branch the ability to veto it. Now, a resolution needs 1 passage and no opportunity to veto it. So would you find that that's contradictory in the charter, that it's basically giving a resolution that only needs 1 passage and no veto power more strength than an ordinance, which is a law?
No questions for me, but I agree with much of what you said, including the role of resolutions at the General Assembly. But you testified the solicitor has advised you that in the city, resolutions have more power and you need to abide by them. And I believe you testified you're following that advice. Is that correct?
I didn't testify. He said that resolutions have more power. If I said that, I apologize.
Let me strike that. You said resolutions must be followed, I believe.
He said the charter states that you must, whatever the terminology, to follow resolutions and ordinances.
And you've abided by that advice?
I believe I have. Unless, again, it's like, you have to remember something. If you put something in front of me that's illegal, and just because you or they tell me to do it, I'm not doing it. That's me and that's my reputation. I'm not breaking the law for any attorney, any counsel, or any body. So if it's a resolution to go out to bid for a skate park equipment, yes, we're going to do it. If it's a resolution to put new playground equipment in, yes, we're going to do it. But I'm not going to do something, whether it's a resolution or an ordinance, that violates either the charter or the law.
And it's you, as you've already testified, who is the final arbiter of what the charter and the ordinances say and mean, correct?
Not correct.
Okay, who
I
is
just finished telling you that the contract for the police union was the assistant city solicitor for this city. And you asked me why, if it was so important about the ARPA funds, that it wasn't in my veto message. I would like to answer that question. It was an implied question.
I'm not.
You don't want to know the answer,
Leave
right?
it for your attorney, because you had your chance on that one.
Yeah, well, he'll ask me then.
Let's move on to charge 3, page 9 of 143. I'll read it. It's that important. Charge 3, pursuant to Article 10, Chapter 10, Article 1, Section 2, provides the following. A, the city solicitor shall be the attorney for the city and legal advisor to the mayor, city council, and all departments, except the school department, offices and agencies of the city. The city solicitor shall appear for and protect the rights of the city in all actions, suits, or proceedings, civil or criminal, in law or equity, brought by or against it, or for or against any of its departments, officers, offices, or agencies, and shall perform such other duties appropriate to the office as the mayor and/or city council may require. Did I read that section of the charter correctly?
Yes.
Part C. The city solicitor shall decide all questions and controversies relative to the legal construction of any and all laws and ordinances affecting the city, as well as the city charter and the division of powers and duties created or implied therein. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Let's turn to exhibit. What exhibit is this? It is exhibit, well, I'll go page number. Page 85 of 143. Madam Mayor, you testified you did not like the city council requesting an audit of the stipends that you handed out to city employees, correct?
I don't know if I used the word didn't like.
Use your words. You objected to.
I thought there was a better way to do it.
So you went out and retained a law firm, Whalen, Carenti, and Flanders, to represent you in connection with your objection to the audit, correct?
No, I did not.
You did not. What's the $40,000 retain attorney for council stipend audit and council ledge for charter amendment conflict of solicitor's interest mean then? What did you retain them for?
I did not retain him for me.
Who'd you retain him for?
I retained him for the employees who were being questioned about their stipends because the solicitor was conflicted.
Did the solicitor ever tell you he was conflicted?
On many occasions.
Did he tell you on this occasion, as he did in this proceeding for both you and the city council, that I can't take sides, you must each hire your own counsel, I am conflicted? We have that in writing. Did he tell you that with respect to the stipend issue? He didn't, did he?
I had a conversation with him in his office. He was sitting at his desk. I was in front of his desk. I told him I had concern about this, and I wanted Robert Correnti to, I said it at this council meeting, I said it on the radio, and I said it to John DeSimone. Keep in mind, I did not go and hire Robert Correnti. He is an attorney that is utilized through our law department.
You hired
I didn't hire him for defense.
You hired him for this purchase order for $40,000. You did that, correct?
Yes.
The employees didn't do that.
Correct.
You did it. You hired it. You approved this purchase order.
Yes.
And the solicitor didn't tell you or give you permission to hire outside counsel and say, I can't handle this, please go hire somebody else, did he?
I told John DeSimone that I was going to be speaking to Robert Correnti regarding this matter because it caused turmoil within this building. And I have an obligation to make certain that I do my duties as the mayor. And I felt that it was proper to be certain that they were protected. And that's why I spoke with him. I had a conversation with him. I did not spend $40,000. It was $912 for peace of mind for a litany of employees who work hard and deserved the stipend that they received. And this audit, it's a big word, audit. It's a big word to a lot of people. It's the IRS. It's maybe you got to give your money back, or maybe you shouldn't have been doing that, or maybe you're in trouble, or maybe you'll lose your job. Not everyone is like us sitting at this table. And it was well worth the $912 for peace of mind for those employees, because I told you in the past, Mr. Larissa, that we had an investigation, ironically, 2 years ago, right before another election. Sound familiar, right? Here we are, right before an election, another election. We had an investigation into one of the offices in this building. And do you know that one of those employees lost his life because of the unsettledness and the deposing of that investigation? And if you think that I was going to stand idle and not do something to protect these employees, you're mistaken.
So you were not going to stand idle. You were not going to do something which in your view was vital to protect the employees, notwithstanding that you need city council approval to hire outside counsel, and notwithstanding the solicitor didn't say, I have a conflict of interest, please do it. You were going to do it your way, and you were going to protect the employees to the best of your ability. Is that correct?
My job is to protect the employees, and I did have a conversation with John DeSimone, and I did tell him that I was going to talk to Bob Correnti, and I did use an attorney that is utilized by this city. And it cost $912. And you know what, Mr. Larissa? I can tear this right out of here, and I can use my contingency account, because at the end of the day, I am going to do what is in the best interest of this city. And that is what I am charged with. And that is what I will always do. And that is what I did for them, and I'd do it again tomorrow. And that is why they're going to get a better contract, and they're going to get more essential pay than a damn $2,300 sign-on bonus, because this is BS, and that should have never happened.
And you're protecting them by not implementing any portion of a contract that's 3.5 years behind schedule and refusing to put anything in, pay raises, stipends, anything, based on your view that that contract's illegal, so they suffer while you complete your position to yourself.
You know what? I'm not Wonder Woman. I am not the solicitor of this city. He was charged with negotiating this contract. He is the one that took 3.5 years. And we are the ones who are frustrated with that. And they are the ones who got suckered into this. So shame on everybody who did that to them, because they didn't deserve it. And let me tell you something else. This administration has built a relationship with the police and with the fire. And although it's not money in their pockets, the improvements in this department have been substantial compared to where they were. And this has intentionally broken down, created bad morale. This is unfair to them. The factions have disappeared. The improvements have happened. But you know what? It's interfering with the department to cause controversy like this. My director of public safety, my chief, my deputy chief, they're not happy with this. I'm not happy with it, and they're not happy with it. And this should have never happened, and it should never happen again, and we're going to make sure in the future it doesn't.
Probably a question you would agree of what the it is they're not happy with. Not getting their pay raises, or your position that the contract is not going to be enforced? What is it that they're not happy with?
They're not happy with the fact that they're not getting their pay raises because an illegal contract was negotiated and signed. And it happened because it took the solicitor 3.5 years to negotiate, and then frustration set in. So that is what started this whole process of the interference into the department by the city council.
Are you aware that the union leadership has sent a letter to you and members of the council taking a position on whether this contract is legal and illegal, and say you're acting illegally by not implementing it, and not the city council entered into an illegal contract? Have you seen that letter?
I mean, you do clearly know why a letter like that would come, right?
You have seen it, is the answer to my question.
I don't know if I saw that letter, but all I know is they want their pay raises, and it needs to be done legally. You're talking about law enforcement, and you're suggesting that law enforcement should accept an illegal contract. The number one thing is you apply to be a police officer. You take an oath. You're not going to lie. You're going to enforce the law. You're just trying to spin this and make it look like I'm holding back on their pay increases. I can hit the button tomorrow and give it to them with a legal contract signed by the mayor of this city.
You're aware that the ordinance gives the president of the council authority to also sign that contract?
Yeah, another ridiculous ordinance that violates the charter. Because the city solicitor, I know how to count, and you know how to count, and the city solicitor knows how to count, and you keep wanting to push this. And I'm going to tell you about another part of the charter.
Mayor, let's keep it
No. You know what?
Mayor,
Council President, this is out of control with this police union issue.
But Mayor, I've given you a lot of latitude, but you're going in many different directions.
Because he's pressuring with the ordinances.
But he's cross-examining you. He's asking questions. You don't have the right to ask questions of him. He asks a question, you need to give him a yes or no.
Continue.
Thank you. Let's go to page 85 of 143. Now, you say that only $912 was spent to Mr. Correnti, but it's fair to say that you authorized purchase orders of $40,000 on page 85 and $36,000. Those are authorized, correct?
It's encumbered. It's not expensed.
It's encumbered. You encumbered city tax dollars for legal services without the approval of the city council of the city of Woonsocket, correct?
This is a law firm that is already utilized through the law department. I did not hire a law firm. This law firm is already hired through the law department. It is a firm, and let me explain to you why this will justify what I'm saying. Earlier I testified that one of the attorneys I wanted to hire was Robert Correnti. And I was told I could not hire him because he was conflicted out. He was conflicted out because I was told by the city solicitor and he's right, that this law firm is already doing work for the city. So, if I can't hire him to be my legal counsel, because we utilize him and we have work with this law firm, then I don't understand where you're going. It can't be both ways, because if we didn't have this law firm that we were utilizing through the law department, then the solicitor would have said I could have hired Mr. Correnti to represent me in this hearing. So I'm just trying to explain and solidify this. I don't want people to have the impression that $40,000 was spent. It was a bill of $912 that gave peace to people. It was well worth it, and I wouldn't change what I did.
You do it again.
If it was for the health and safety of employees, I would be irresponsible if I did not do that. These employees saw their names on Excel spreadsheets for the whole world to see, posted on the Secretary of State's website, talked about at meetings. You have to understand that we are working in this building. We see and we hear what's going on. We understand what we need to do. And it was the right thing to do. And it was an executive decision to do it. And it was the right thing to do.
And you understand that the city council felt differently on that issue. They wanted the audit of the stipends, correct?
And that's fine. That is fine.
They followed the law. And you didn't go to them for the retention of counsel. Now, I've heard your argument that Correnti was already hired by the city.
Correct.
But you know, as well as your counsel knows, and the council knows here, that law firms are not hired, oh, let's just do work for the city. You've got a specific charge in here for the law firm. The council hired Mr. Maruzak for this hearing and litigation. You hired your counsel for this hearing and litigation. It's not a roving do everything for the city. And in exhibits page 85 and page 86, you hired Correnti for the audit, counsel ledge for charter amendment, and conflict of solicitor's interest, which he never said he had. And then in the next one, page 86, legal services regional economic development projects. Before these two purchase orders were encumbered, Mr. Correnti was not hired for either of these two projects, correct?
First of all, the second one you're talking about is a line item with funds. I could have hired you if I wanted to do consulting, okay? That's a line item that is already allocated for a service, and we needed a consultant, and the consultant is through this law firm. So I don't know where you're going with this 900. Do you want me to write you a check?
No.
I mean, I'm not going to back down from this. It was the right thing to do.
And I'm not asking you to back down from anything you did or saying you're going to do in the future. All I'm trying to do is get the facts. And the facts are you encumbered, let's go to the second one, $36,000. You call it a consultant, but it was to Wayland, Correnti, and Flanders, which is a law firm, you will concede, for regional economic development projects, which you explained had to do with the stadium, correct?
Correct.
And the council never approved that contract, correct?
What contract?
The contract for $36,000.
I don't have a I have $36,000 allocated in regional economic development. Okay, there's a line item. It says regional economic development. There's $36,000 in it. It's allocated for that.
Did Bob Correnti send you over what you called a retention letter? I'll do these services at this many dollars an hour.
That I don't know.
Okay, I believe he did because I recall reading somewhere in here a retention letter from him for an hourly rate, which incidentally was higher than mine, but that's okay. You don't recall whether he sent over what's called an engagement or retention letter to retain his legal services. Is that what you're saying? You don't?
That I don't recall.
Okay. The solicitor never approved you hiring Mr. Correnti's firm for legal services, regional economic development projects. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the council, as we've established, did not approve that either.
See, you're calling it hiring legal counsel. I'm not hiring an attorney I utilized his firm for consulting.
Where does it say that in this purchase order?
What page are you on?
86 and 85. I might as well go to that one too.
There's no 86.
Page 86 of 143 and 85 of 143.
I have 85. I don't have 86. Oh, maybe they're backwards. Nope. But just read it to me.
No, I'm saying it's not there. It doesn't say anything about, it talks about at the top, vendor Wayland Carenti and Flanders LLP. And the next page, Wayland Carenti and Flanders LLP. And then it's got the description, and we've already discussed the $40,000 purchase order and the $36,000. And my question was, it doesn't say anything in there about consultant. In fact, it says, and I will read it to you, description, legal services, semicolon, regional economic development projects. So it makes sense you're hiring a law firm to do legal work. Correct?
Okay, so let's break this down. 40,000 is in an account. It's not spent. It's there. If we don't utilize it, it's still there. It's city.
You could utilize it, though. Right, you could utilize it. That's the purpose of the purchase order, correct?
It's encumbered.
Yes, so
Yeah,
you could
and-
spend it if you used it. And you authorized its use for the purpose in the description. You didn't use it, I got it, it's only 912 being used.
Correct.
But you authorized it to be used up to $40,000.
And we can utilize it for other legal counsel that we need as well.
Okay, but I'm talking this legal counsel.
This legal counsel is done. It's $912. If something moves forward and the employees of this city need representation, then they will get it.
And the same thing with the stadium. If something moves forward with that, you've got $40,000.
It was allocated, it was allocated funds in that fiscal year, which has already ended. That fiscal year ended, and the $36,000 was encumbered from a line item for regional economic development.
Why are you saying that fiscal year ended? The order date is just at the end of 6/27/22. It's only June, July, August, 4 months later. This purchase order is still valid to the extent it's legal, is it not? It's not ended.
The fiscal year ended June 30th.
So this purchase order, you're telling me it was good for only
No.
3 days?
No, I'm telling you that in budgeting, the end of the fiscal year is June 30th.
Yes, agreed.
There were funds in the line item for regional economic development. Those funds got encumbered to work with the Atlantic League Baseball to see if their league and our city were a good match, so I could potentially, hopefully, bring back the research that was done to the council to see if it's something that we would want to continue moving forward with. If the funds for regional economic development were not utilized when the fiscal year ended June 30th, they would go away.
So are you now saying that this order date and your agreement with Wayland, Carenti, and Flanders on the, are they both 627? 628, that you entered into an agreement and encumbered funds for 2 days in one instance and 3 days, and that these funds are still not encumbered?
No, they are encumbered. You have to encumber them before the end of the fiscal year. So the funds are encumbered, they're there to utilize.
Today?
Sure.
Okay.
They had to be encumbered before the fiscal year ends on June 30th.
Okay.
And they were encumbered. They were
You
encumbered.
answered my question, thank you. Mr. President, I have no further questions at this time.
Okay. Mr. Labrazzara?
Could we have 3 minutes?
Well,
Just
let's do
5
5 because
Quick
the
break.
men's room is going to line up again. So can I have a motion to recess for 5 minutes?
Motion moved.
Motion made by Councilwoman Gonzalez, seconded by Councilman Ward to recess for 5 minutes. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Canoyer.
Here.
Councilwoman Gonzalez.
Here.
Councilman Gillette.
Here.
Councilwoman Sierra.
Here.
Councilman Susie.
Here.
Councilman Ward.
Here.
President Jenkins.
Here, all councilors are present.
Okay.
Mr. Where'd he go? Oh, Mr. Lepizera.
Thank you, Council President. I'm going to recall Cindy Johnston on a very limited issue, and I believe it's charge 6, which is concerns the police contract. While she comes up, I'm going to have a document marked. I've provided a copy to Mr. Larissa. It's a one-page document. And this is a financial analysis prepared by the Deputy Finance Director.
Exhibit L. Oh, what's the date of the letter?
It's actually, there's no date on this. She actually compiled it herself. I'll ask her
When?
if she prepared it, but there's no date on it.
Okay.
We're back in. It's up to you.
Swear back in.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you.
Cindy Johnston.
All right, Ms. Johnston. You have a document in front of you. It's been marked as Exhibit L. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
What is that document?
It is a cost analysis. There's two parts to it. The first part is the breakdown of the use of the FY23 contingency budget. And the second part is the cost of the police contract that the council negotiated.
So what I want to do is have you look at, we're in fiscal year 2023.
So, can we know what the date was?
I probably did this 3 or 4 weeks ago. I didn't date it.
I know that's been determined, but what do we?
I told you I don't remember the date. It was
3 to 4
weeks
weeks ago.
So you prepared this document 3 or 4 weeks ago,
Yes.
and why did you prepare it?
Because we are actively in negotiations with the fire union Local 732, and we needed to determine from the FY23 contingency budget what was available after if we looked at the cost of the police contract that the council negotiated.
Okay. So I don't have an extra copy in front of me, so I'm going to have to stand up next to you. In the left-hand corner of this document, you have, what does that show?
So that's the breakdown of the line items that will be paid or covered from the FY23 budget, specifically the contingency line item. So the general fund line item for FY23 that the council approved was for I'll give you the total figure.
Give me the exact figure.
Yes, $1,566,337.
So that's the fiscal year 23 contingency general fund, correct?
Correct.
And do you have a line item for a fire overtime?
Yes.
What is that number?
That is a number that we budget in the contingency line item for the general fund for every year to cover any overage in the fire department's overtime account.
And what is that number on that document?
$350,000.
And also going down, you have a line item for Local 670?
Yes, so Local 670, which is our municipal employees union, a tentative agreement was made, and the tentative agreement was passed by the council. the final cost to implement the raises and other monetary benefits in the Local 670 contract cost $181,549.
And then the next line item down is Local 3851.
Yes. So Local 3851 represents the ProTech employees of the city. Again, the negotiating committee came to a tentative agreement. The tentative agreement was passed by the council, and the FY23 costs to implement the monetary benefits from the new contract costs $117,413.
And the next line item down, you have Police 808, but you're referring to Local 808?
Yes.
And what number did you insert there?
The FY23 cost for this contract was $1,279,318.
And then your next line item down it says Fire 732?
That is the Fire Union Local 732.
Okay. But you don't have a monetary amount on that line item, do you?
No, we are still in active negotiations.
So you have TBD, to be determined?
To be determined.
So if we add up all of the numbers, which you did, that you just discussed, out of the general fund, and we still have a TBD for Fire 732, you show is a contingency balance, correct? Is that in the positive or is it in the negative?
It's negative. It's a deficit.
And what is the deficit?
Before we even finish negotiations with the fire union, we're already in a deficit of $361,943.
And just so we're clear, we are in fiscal year 2023 right now, aren't we?
Yes.
And that's without factoring in any additional monies that you'll have to put in a line item there for Fire 732, correct?
Correct.
So we're in a deficit.
Yes.
Okay. What I want to show you is the charter, Chapter 5, Finance Department. See Section 5, City Controller, Deputy Finance Director?
Yes.
You're the Deputy Finance Director, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to read the opening line. The powers and duties of the City Controller / Deputy Finance Director shall include but not be limited to the following. And I'm going to refer you down to subsection 3. It reads, to examine all contracts, purchase orders, and other documents which involve financial obligations against the city, and approve the same only upon ascertaining that monies have been appropriated and allotted, and that an unexpended and unencumbered balance is available in such appropriations and allotment to meet the same. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Now, we've heard about Mr. DeSimone providing a legal opinion on these police contracts. That charter provision, okay, requires you, the finance director, to analyze the contracts, correct?
Correct.
Before the city council passed the contracts in question, did anyone ask you to provide your financial analysis?
No, actually, I wasn't even given a copy of the contract.
Okay. But after reading that, you've just testified that without Fire 732, you have a deficit of $361,943, correct?
Correct.
All right. Had the contracts, the proposed contracts, been presented to you, and knowing your obligation under Section 5, Chapter 5, Section 5, Subsection 3, would you have approved the police contracts?
No, I would not.
Should the council have approved the police contracts?
Objection.
Sustained.
So it's your testimony that you would not have approved them, correct?
No, I would not.
All right. Did you go on actually to look at fiscal year 24 and 25?
I did.
Okay. And we're not going to go through all the numbers, but what is the general fund financial impact on the city for fiscal year 24 FY24 based on the existing police contract that the council approved?
$2,508,769.
Is that number significant to you?
Yes,
Why? What's significant about it?
it already puts us on a deficit of $2.5 million.
And that's for fiscal year 24.
Yes.
Okay. How about fiscal year 25? Did you do an analysis based on the existing police contracts this council approved?
I did an FY25 just for what will happen on the first day of that fiscal year, because the council's police contract gave them 4% increase in FY24 starting on July 1st, and then a 2% on the last day of the fiscal year, which is June 30th of 24. So we will start our general fund for FY25 on July 1st. We will already have a financial obligation of $2,690,948.
I don't have any further questions.
Attorney Larissa?
Yes, yes. Ms. Johnston, you said you prepared this 3 or 4 weeks ago?
I don't know the exact date.
More than 2 weeks ago? I didn't ask the exact date. 3 or 4 weeks ago, sometime in September?
I don't know the exact date. I know that I didn't do it this week or last week. I don't know the exact date.
Not asking for exact date. So you didn't do it this week or last week? You didn't get this to the city council until tonight at this hearing, correct?
The city council did not request it. The city solicitor did not request it. And the council had already approved the contract.
Okay, well, it's coming up now, so my question is, I know the city council didn't request it. I know the solicitor didn't request it. I know that the contract's already approved, but this is coming in tonight to say the council did something wrong and something you can't approve, correct?
Correct.
Okay, but you never got this to the council. You never went out on your own and did this as soon as the contract was passed by the council, did you?
As I just stated, I was never given a copy of the proposed contract prior to the council meeting.
And how about after the council meeting when the contract was ratified by the city council? You had a copy at that point, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and what was the date of that, if you recall? Oh, wait a second, I've got it in front of me. I don't know if it'll have the date of approval on it. 8/15/22, August 15th it was signed. Did you get it shortly thereafter?
I believe that the city solicitor's secretary did email it to me.
And there's correspondence between you and the city solicitor where the validity of the contract and the requirement of enforcement is discussed, and the solicitor told you that the contract was valid and binding, and the monies due under the contract should be paid. Is that correct?
He did state that.
Okay. Now here we see on this, let me start with this. Cost, I'm reading the, right in the middle here. Cost of police CBA, well, let me ask this. Did you draft this entire document? Are these words all yours?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Cost of police CBA negotiated by Councilman Canoyer and approved by the Woonsocket City Council. Where do you get your information that the police CBA was negotiated by Councilman Canoyer?
I've seen emails.
You've seen emails, and those emails indicate to you that Councilman Canoyer negotiated the police CBA?
He was emailing Sergeant Newmacher from his personal email with proposals for the contract, yes.
And you consider that negotiation?
Yes.
Okay. Now, here it says, well, let's start with the easy part. You're referring to FY24 and FY25 and in part of this chart for your cost analysis, correct?
Yes.
And it's true that the council has not passed any budget allocating any money for fiscal year 24 and fiscal year 25, correct?
Correct.
So the financial impact of that would have nothing to do with whether the charter or the ordinances impact your ability to approve the contract, because the council hasn't allocated any money for those future fiscal years, correct?
The charter states I am to examine all contracts and make sure that we have money appropriated for that. FY23, we were already in a deficit of $362,000.
We'll talk about that one in a minute. You would agree for FY24 and FY25 that I'm talking about, that charter provision has no impact because the council hasn't appropriated any money for anything in those future budget years, correct?
The chart that I prepared for FY24 and FY25 was to determine what the cost of the contract would be for those 2 fiscal years.
Correct. And the chart that you prepared for fiscal year 24 and fiscal year 25 that shows the cost of what the contract would be for those 2 years doesn't say anything about a deficit, because the council hasn't appropriated any money for anything yet. So in other words, those numbers don't result in a deficit for fiscal 24 or 25 because those fiscal years are not here yet, correct?
FY23.
You're back to 23. Please answer the question on 24 and 25, and I promise you we will get to 23 in a minute.
Okay, so I can't answer that question without referring back to the budget for FY23. So when we pass the budget, there is no variance. Our expenditures equal our revenue. So in order to be able to afford this contract in FY24, there either needs to be, to cover the 2.5 that this police contract will cost us in FY24, there will either need to be a 2.5 reduction in expenses that we currently have in FY23, which really is an impossibility unless we fire half our police staff, or we will need to make up that $2.5 million in revenue. And as you know, the major revenue driver for a municipality is taxpayer money. So do I think that this has a negative financial impact on an FY24 budget that we haven't even started yet? Yes.
It does not create a deficit as a matter of accounting yet, because the council hasn't allocated any money for FY24 or FY25, correct? It's in the future.
It has a negative impact.
It has a negative impact, but you have no knowledge whatsoever that the council will not be allocating sufficient funds to pay for fiscal FY24 and fiscal FY25 as required by the contracts. You don't know that yet. It hasn't happened yet, correct?
And there's only 2 ways to make up $2.5 million.
That's your opinion. I'm just saying it's not an impossibility that the council is going to live by the contract that they ratified and find a way to come up with the money. That's not impossible, correct?
It'd be interesting to see how they could do that without a drastic reduction in current expenditures, in not raising the tax rate on taxpayers significantly to cover this.
Okay.
It'd be interesting how they come up with that.
Okay, your view of how interesting it will be does not impact your obligations under the charter, correct? For fiscal years 24 and 25. They're not here yet, so it wouldn't violate the charter under your interpretation of it with respect to fiscal year 24 and fiscal year 25, because there can be no determination that there is going to be a deficit and money not available for those out years because they have not occurred yet, correct?
But it does create a deficit in FY23.
Okay, let's go to 23. Beat the horse with 24 and 25. Now, FY23 started July 1, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so there's 12 months in the fiscal year. Let's assume we go all the way to the end of October, 4 months in, so that's 1/3 of 12. It hasn't created a deficit yet to comply with the contract, right? Because these numbers, your $361,000 deficit and your spending costs are for the entire fiscal year 23, right? Not just the first 4 months, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so isn't it true that all that needs to be done here, if these numbers are correct, is simply, and it hasn't been done yet, is go to the council at the next meeting, show them for the first time this document, and request a budget allocation or rebalancing of the numbers in the budget to move money to the police fund to pay them this deficit of $361,943, and then all will be well for fiscal year 2023?
Incorrect.
The council right now could not, at the next meeting, move money to the contingency fund or to police contracts in the amount of $361,943 to balance the budget for this fiscal year.
If you have reviewed any of our budget meetings, you would note that the budget is very slim. It has been for years. We are not a rich city. It would be very difficult to squeeze $362,000 from another line item, not to mention the fact that there will be a FY23 cost for the fire union.
But you haven't even asked them to make up this deficit so that they could pay off the contract for FY 2023 yet. And your testimony is it'd be very difficult. Isn't that a decision for the council to decide?
I'm in the finance department. I am the deputy finance director and controller. I am very familiar with our account balances in our budget. I work with it every single day. So I think I have a pretty good experience in education to be able to make that decision. I don't need the council to make it for me.
So it will go back. You must be a protege of the mayor.
Yeah.
You make the decision of whether the city
sustained.
council. That's sustained, and that's fair. New question. You make the decision of whether the city council will appropriate monies to pay for this contract, or can appropriate it, or should appropriate it, or will have the opportunity to appropriate money to pay for this contract in FY 2023 instead of the city council. Is that your testimony?
No, I said that I would think it would be very difficult for them to do, and as the council is aware, there is an ordinance that they have on file that monies cannot be moved in excess of $5,000 without council approval. So any recommendation I have would go before the council. And I would hope that if they wanted to move money, that they would speak to the finance department prior to submitting legislation.
So we agree then that the proper resolution of what you're calling a deficit for fiscal year 2023 in the police contract is to go before the council and ask the appropriators of city funding to figure out a solution if there is one. Can we agree on that?
No, what I said was, as deputy finance director, it's my responsibility to oversee the balances, the monies of the city. I would, if I was asked to, if I was even consulted, come up with a recommendation of moving this money from a different account number. I have not looked into that because I haven't had time, and I haven't been asked to look into it by the council.
I have no more questions.
real quick. That charter provision I pointed out to you, correct?
Yes.
Okay? It's your responsibility to review the financial viability of the contracts, correct?
Yes.
Not Councilman Canoyer's, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Larissa is asking you questions that you could do it after the fact, after the council passes the contract. Those are his questions, right?
Yes.
Should you be doing it before or after the contract's approved?
Before.
And did anyone ask you in this council, did anyone ask you to provide a fiscal impact statement on these contracts?
No.
If they asked you, would you have done it?
Yes.
In fact, you were charged with that responsibility, weren't you?
Yes.
Not Councilman Canoyer, correct?
Correct.
No further questions.
So we're all set?
We rest.
Anything?
I missed that. You said you rest?
We rest.
Okay, I would have one rebuttal witness on the issue of the alleged conflict of interest and bias on Councilman Gillette. I'd like to call.
Well, no, we didn't. No, I'm gonna overrule that because we didn't allow their witness, so I won't allow.
Can I make an offer of proof like Mr. LaPazera did?
Yeah, well, yeah, you can do the same. Yeah, the same statement.
The witness has been disallowed. My offer of proof is that if Councilman Gillette were called to discuss the offer of proof that Mr. LaPazera said would be coming from his witness, he would say he denies that charge and that claim, and that he told the individual in question that if the charges were found to be valid by the council, the mayor would be out. At no time did he prejudge how he was voting or how the council would vote, or make up his mind as to any of the charges, or whether the mayor actually would be out of office. Simply that if the council found the charges were valid, the council could vote the mayor out of office, and that's my offer of proof.
Okay. With that being said, I would ask for a motion to close the close the hearing.
Motion to close.
Motion made by Councilman Gillette.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Ward. Roll call on the closing of the hearing, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Canoyer?
Yeah, but we got to close this.
Did he say yes?
Yes. I'm sorry. I said
Councilwoman Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilman Gillette?
yes.
Councilwoman Sierra?
Yes.
Councilman Susi?
Yes.
Councilman Ward?
Yes.
President Gendron?
Yes. And now what we're going to do is we're going to vote on each individual.
At this time, we have a recusal.
Council President, out of an abundance of caution, I will be recusing myself from this vote this evening. Thank
Okay,
you.
let the record reflect that Councilwoman Sierra is recusing herself from any further actions on this hearing.
And Mr. President, I would add, as her counsel, as she stated, abundance of caution. We are not conceding that recusal is required. As you know, the charter provides for this proceeding, and in light of a 1957 Poirier case, the charter was amended to require that any council person bringing an action against another council person for removal must recuse. Absent from that is any requirement that the council person bringing an impeachment proceeding against either an appointed official or the mayor must recuse. So the charter clearly does not require this recusal, but other rules might. So again, out of an abundance of caution, without conceding recusal is required, Ms. Sierra is recusing from the further proceedings. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we are going to proceed now on each individual charge. We will have deliberations and votes on all 9 charges individually. I would ask that the spectators and the audience, people in the audience, will stay respectful throughout these process. It's a difficult situation for everyone up here, and we would expect your respect and decorum for the rest of this hearing.
Mr. President, can I add one thing?
You can.
Just so that everyone is clear, so you understand the procedure, as the Council President said, there will be a vote as to each count, whether or not cause has been shown. And then at the end, there will be resolution that would be offered as to what recourse it should be, whether it be a dismissal of all charges, whether it be removal, or whether it be something other. But that's the procedure here. First, the vote on the charges, and deliberations on those, and finally, a passage of a resolution up or down.
Thank you. So on the first charge number 1, if we can have discussions. Hearing none, then I will say, how does the City Council vote as to whether cause has been proven as to charge number 1? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Canoia?
Yes, cause has been proven.
Councilwoman Gonzalez?
No, cause has not been proven.
Councilman Gillette?
Yes.
Councilman Susi?
No.
Councilman Ward?
Yes.
President Gendron?
Yes. And what was the vote, Madam Clerk?
4-2.
Moving on to charge number 2. Discussion.
Council President.
Councilman Ward.
I first would ask our acting solicitor if it is appropriate for me to frame my discussion of this charge in the context of my experience.
Well, yes, to the extent that you're passing on whether or not cause has been shown based upon the testimony that's come out today.
Yes. No. This is
Obviously, everyone
testimony
brings
relative to my personal experience with the issues at hand related to the reporting aspects. Simply that in my experience and having heard the testimony and being fully cognizant of the implications of the difficulties associated with the software on this matter, I will be voting no.
Mr. President?
Thank you.
Councilman Susi.
Yeah, I too will be voting no. Again, after hearing from the witnesses, I mean, this is an understaffed department. They're busy. I think we have to show some empathy that they are not doing this in a purposeful intent by any means, in my judgment. So I'll be voting no.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Council President.
Councilman Canoia.
I'll be voting yes. I appreciate that everybody's working hard. I've always acknowledged that everybody's working hard. But the testimony suggested, and I just heard it echoed, that we're quote understaffed. There's 20 people in the finance department, between finance, controls, treasury, tax, etc. And there's another 3 in the personnel department. The issue I have is, again, not lack of effort, but lack of communication. The duties of the mayor, as it lays out in the charge, in part, are to keep the council informed at all times concerning the financial condition and needs of the city. So we heard a great deal of testimony that certain people said that we needed more staff. We needed 2 additional accountants. The problem with that, it's not credible from my perspective, is because we just passed a budget 2 months ago, 3 months ago, back in June and July, and the council didn't remove any positions, and none of those positions that were suggested that are needed were requested. So we sit here today saying we're not getting the job done because we don't have enough staff, but we just passed a budget where they didn't request the staff. And this council certainly didn't eliminate any positions. In fact, we gave a number of folks salary increases and were criticized for that. But so again, and then Finance Director Chamberlain testified under oath that nobody had spoken. The mayor had not. She did not speak to, and the mayor did not speak to her in all of 22 about this issue, and she wasn't sure if the mayor had spoken to her in 2021 about it. It was referenced during testimony that the city had a budget commission. Financial condition is important to all of us. And if we're not going to get the reports that are required per the charter, there was no debate as to whether or not the reports are required on a monthly basis. If there's an issue where people can't meet their deadlines, that's fine. There's always reasons and excuses, and we can have that discussion, but there's never a discussion. There's never any communication to the council, and again, keep the council informed at all times of the financial condition and the need. So if there's a need for more staff, we needed to have that discussion. But there was no discussion. In fact, again, Director Chamberlain testified that the mayor had no discussion with her. So they have, you know, I would phrase it this way, or frame it this way. The mayor has what she needs, but the fact that we don't get what we need, that's okay. And that's not okay. It's not okay. There's a reason we have this stuff in the charter, so that we can govern properly as a group. And again, I have no problem if there are issues with IT or something that's causing problems, but we need to have the discussion, we need to have the communication, and it needs to be addressed. It can't just be ignored and pretend there's no requirement to keep this council informed on these matters. So I'll be voting yes.
Any other comments?
Council President.
Council President.
Councilwoman Gonzalez.
So we are required to be kept informed of the financial status, and as Councilman Canoyer mentioned, we should be having communication. But I recall in different meetings that we were talking about this very specific thing, that they were understaffed, and every time that we asked for the reports, this hearing is not the first time we're hearing about this. We know that they've been short-staffed, and it's not like we've haven't gotten any reports. We've gotten some reports, and obviously not to what we would like to have because of the shortage of staffing, but to say that willfully, because that's where we're going to, they have willfully chosen not to share the financial status with us. I can't, after the testimony and after serving in this council and hearing time and time again the conversations that are happening here, I can't say that that was a willful and neglectful action that was taken purposefully to keep us uninformed. And for that reason, I will be voting no.
Councilman Ward.
Council President, thank you. Just to add context to the point of my vote and how I will be measuring each of these, is that I consider each of these questions to be as a standalone item. Does it all by itself satisfy the requirements for removal from office? And to Councilwoman Gonzalez statements, I don't see the willful part of this on this particular charge, and I recognize that there has been a complete lack of communication. Getting any information from this administration has been more difficult for us than it was for my brother to pull my back molar out of my mouth when he did the extraction. It's been brutal trying to develop communications with the administration, but related to whether or not the reporting requirement was willfully in violation or a challenge for finance and neglectful in communicating their problems to us is not willfully violating, in my opinion, on this particular item. So this standalone item, to my mind, is not sufficient cause that would be considered valid for removal from office, and that's the support for my vote no. And please remember, that's the context of every decision I make on each question is, can it all by itself, if there were no other charges, stand alone as a reason for removal from office? Because each one of, we don't need 9 to do it. We only need 1. So we should be measuring each one by whether it alone is sufficient for removal. And in this one, I don't believe it is. Thank you.
Any other comments?
Mr. President.
Councilman Gillette.
In looking at a report that we got from the finance director, there was one about the personnel, all the positions that were open. Well, several weeks ago, I added up all of the positions that were open that we, the city council, we put the money in to cover all of these positions, and you're looking at a figure of approximately $675,000 in monies that has been put into the budget to fill these positions. There's only, regardless of who is tasked with trying to fill the positions in the administration, the buck stops at the fourth floor. And if it's not being done, it's not being done. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Council President, just
Councilman Canoia.
Again, I'm going based on the testimony that we had in the hearing. Appreciate the suggestion that there's been conversations outside the hearing, but I'm just going with the testimony that was given under sworn oath, and the finance director very explicitly and clearly stated that the mayor has had no discussion with her about this lack of financial reporting that's required, both from the charter as well as resolutions and ordinances. So you've got a resolution, an ordinance, and a charter provision, all requiring this stuff because it is important, and it's about priorities. And the willfulness is just the willful decision not to communicate and ignore the requirements. So, and I get it, that's my opinion, and we'll all have different opinions throughout, so I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Any other comments? I will just say, I can't begin to explain the difficulty of trying to get information and communication with the administration. And this highlights the biggest problem that I see is that we have 8 people who were elected on the same day to serve elected office for 2 years. And it takes 8 people working collaboratively and together. And when you see something like this, a requirement that we get financial statements, reports, so that we can function as a body. It's not a suggestion, it is a requirement, and it highlights the difficulty. And as I've said many times, it's like there's a wall right in the middle of this room where you see 7 counselors that oftentimes work very well together collaboratively, but it's trying to gap that bridge between the dais and the administration that is oh so difficult. That being said, I viewing the testimony of this particular claim, I don't see a willful disregard for the charter, and I will, for that reason, be voting no on this one. With that being said, Madam Clerk, if you could do a roll call.
Councilman Canoia?
Yes.
Councilwoman Gonzalez?
No.
Councilman Gillette?
Yes.
Councilman Susi?
No.
Councilman Ward?
No.
President Gendron?
No. And charge number 2 is defeated 2-4. Moving on to how does the council vote in regards to charge 3, discussion.
Council President.
Councilman Canoia.
Charge 3 relates to the hiring of outside legal counsel, specifically, just bear with me, Attorney Carenti from Wayland Carenti Flanders. Again, we have an ordinance that explicitly requires council approval to hire outside legal counsel. The genesis of that was some regional economic development several years ago where outside legal counsel was hired without any knowledge of the council. We know that the solicitor was completely unaware of this. He stated that. There was a suggestion, the mayor testified under oath, that the $36,000 that was encumbered for regional, for legal services related to regional economic development, so there was a budget for that. And in fact, it was charged to regional economic development, $36,000 or encumbered there. And the budget for that line item is $4,500. So this would create a deficit. I've heard about deficits. But more importantly, the whole discussion about the reasons for hiring and bringing Mr. Correnti in for services in connection with the stipends, the mayor indicated when she testified that there were suggestions that people were concerned that the stipend issue was similar to another event that occurred in the city. And she's correct. That was absolutely suggested. But throughout, this council has never, ever suggested that employees did anything wrong or weren't working hard. The question, similar to the thing that this was suggested to be being similar to, as the mayor said, is about proper authorization and governance. And we know, there's making unilateral decisions and then coming back and saying, I did the right thing. These people work really hard and turn it into that. It's not about whether people work hard or not. It comes back to, again, communication. If you think there's something that's required, and again, I'll read from the mayor's duties, this stuff makes it easy. Keep the council informed, duties enumerated, to recommend to the council such measures as they may consider necessary or expedient. So if you think it's necessary or expedient to compensate individuals above and beyond that which was already authorized by the council, because it's the council, via ordinance, that authorizes and sets compensation. And again, I'll go to the city charter that we've discussed ad nauseum under, let's see, just bear with me. Let's see. Hang on a second. Well, suffice it to say, the city charter under ordinances, one of the enumerated reasons for ordinances is to set compensation. And we do that. We set compensation via the budget ordinance on an annual basis. We also have an ordinance that explicitly prohibits compensation and salaries to exceed the weekly rate that was approved in the budget. So then you come along and you pay someone $63,000 over 2 years and a quarter, not 3 years, but 2 years and a quarter, and others. It's not a question of whether or not they, quote, deserve it. It's completely irrelevant, just like it was irrelevant in another situation that was suggested it was similar to. The issue is to recommend to the council such measures as may be considered necessary. Communication. And we heard the mayor say that she was objecting to certain things because she won't always be the CEO, and she's, wants other CEOs not to have issues. But similarly, we're not all going to be up here forever, or maybe even for 2 months. But we've got to have a council and an administration that work as required by our governing document, the city charter, which calls for collaboration and communication. So if Jim Canoyer thinks that something's expedient, I can't just go make a unilateral decision. I can think that a contract should reflect X, Y, and Z, and guess what I have to do? I got to come to the council, and we have to act as a body. Same thing here. So it's not a question of who deserves a stipend or why they received a stipend. I heard some, I've heard lots of reasoning for that in other areas of the city and didn't hold water. So, again, I will be voting yes on this.
Any other comments?
Council President.
Councilman Ward.
This one's just a little more challenging, but not too much. We heard the mayor testify that she believed the solicitor was conflicted on the matter of the items for retaining the attorney, and has expressed concern over our potential for going after or recovering wages paid to employees. Without any true evidence that we would ever do that, and I don't have any recollection of any council member saying we were going to do this audit so that we could recover funds. It was to get a full audit picture of what occurred financially, how much money went to each employee relative to how much was authorized within the budget and within the salary ordinances, and that information will be coming, but I don't know why an attorney would be necessary to defend against something for which no punitive action was ever necessarily planned. It was to find the information. It was an agreed upon procedures audit. It was go look for this information, bring back what you find. It requires the solicitor to approve or allow for an attorney to be hired for specific purposes, not a firm, but an attorney, and this being a new attorney would be something that would require the council approval, in my opinion. And in terms of, as a matter of fact, mentioned on this purchase order that was entered into evidence, the council legislation for charter amendment is, the solicitor had already expressed an opinion at the council meeting where it was passed and authorized to be added to a ballot for the people to vote on, and they have yet to vote on it, and I'm sure they'll speak their mind. The second one maybe just was a misnomer, but maybe not. The regional economic development projects, the mayor inferred in her testimony that it was more about a consulting type service, not necessarily a legal service. The purchase order says legal services, and on the face of it, therefore, it would require council approval for the new purpose. If it were a consulting service, that would be something quite different. But you do get the sense in the cross-examination that the mayor, especially as it relates to some of these legal interpretations, feels that she is the arbiter of all things legal for the city of Woonsocket, regardless of what our hired solicitor expresses in an opinion and in conformity with our charter and with his reading of the laws. And so I think in my opinion, related to this and another issue where the mayor felt that her interpretation of law somehow had higher standing than the solicitors, I find that this would be sufficient cause for removal, because I don't think that's a position that any administrative elected or hired person should hold in relation to the city solicitor. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Council President?
Councilwoman Gonzalez.
So in reference to this, the administration is not to exceed the weekly rate that is proposed in the budget, but this was not any addition to the base rate. We were in times of emergency situations where we found ourselves getting some funding from FEMA. This was a reimbursable stipend that that people were receiving. And I know right now we're making it sound like, you know, when we talk about,
I think you're discussing stipends. We're actually on the legal services question.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I thought you were. You're on the legal?
Yes.
Number 3.
Okay.
Charge 3.
Sorry. So on charge 3, in reference to the legal counsel, I think that, the evidence has shown that that the administration has not had full confidence in our city council. I'm sorry, in our solicitor, and in these two cases where the solicitor felt conflicted in one of the cases, she went with someone who has already been hired by our city. And in the other case, while it does say legal matters, I think that it talks about the regional economic development, and when you talk about regional economic development, it's specifying, I think, legal matters. When you hire a legal, an attorney, a solicitor, you can hire for different reasons. You can hire to defend you in, a case where they have something, or you can hire them as a consultant. And I think she made clear that this was being hired as a consulting firm, which would still be a legal matter. They're consulting on legal matters, but it's consulting. So I will be voting no, because I don't think it was, again, willful or neglectful.
Any other comments?
Mr. President?
Councilman Susi.
Yeah, there's enough confusion in these charges, I think, and by virtue of the fact that the mayor felt that she needed to do something to protect her staff. Certainly not willful neglect. These standards are very serious, and I don't think that the charges put forth here come close to that, in my opinion. The fact that she obviously has no trust in her solicitor certainly helps push this matter in an area that is not comfortable for anybody. It's certainly, and again, based on those things, the confusion of it all, the lack of trust, feeling that she was doing what she thought was best, I cannot vote yes on this. I'll be voting no.
Any other comments?
Mr. President.
Councilman Gillette.
Had the administration come before the council, whether at a city council meeting or at a workshop, and brought these proposals about the 50,000 and the 40,000, I think I would have gone along with it for both of them. At least that's my thinking now. And the fact that she didn't and went above, not, I guess, go over our heads and just did it without council approval where it technically is required, and also did not notify the city solicitor that his budget was being reduced because of the money, money was being encumbered, I think was the wrong thing. So I'll be voting yes on this one.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Yeah, Council President.
Councilman Canoia.
Just one more, I apologize, but again, the mayor testified under oath that she discussed this on the radio and elsewhere and in council meetings, and she's correct. And in fact, we specifically addressed that at the council meeting a couple times when we heard it on the radio, as she said. And we made very clear there's no reason to hire legal counsel because there were no legal allegations made. There were no allegations made whatsoever. We were just conducting an audit to gather facts. Once we would get the audit back, we would then assess the results of that audit and figure out next steps. And next steps could have been nothing, case closed. So there was no reason whatsoever to go hire legal counsel and to suggest that there was anything to defend against, okay? That there were any allegations of wrongdoing. There was simply, we were made aware of facts. We didn't have all the facts, so we brought in our city auditors to gather the facts so that we would have a clear, complete picture. And we said, you're being premature to hire counsel. Now, well, I'll leave it at that, but again, if anybody thought there was a need for something, right here, it's easy. Communicate with the council, okay? To recommend to the council such measures as he may or she may consider necessary. The city solicitor, there was a lot made about the city solicitor. We keep saying it doesn't have confidence. Well, the solicitor wasn't even aware of this, as noted in the charge. Not only did he not approve it, the solicitor wasn't even notified or consulted in regard to this engagement or these two engagements. We have guardrails. There's a way of, we have a charter that provides guardrails, and not everybody likes it. Sometimes we don't like it. Sometimes somebody else doesn't like it. But that's life. And we just continue to just say, no, I don't like it. I'm going to do what I want. I think I'm in charge. I know better, etc. And we end up with dysfunctional government when you do that. There's ways of dealing with this stuff, all very avoidable, this nonsense that we're going through. If we just followed the game plan that's provided in the structure that's provided in the charter. Yes, there'll be some hiccups along the way. Nobody's perfect, but it's a consistent theme. So I'll leave it at that.
Any other comments?
Mr. President, there's one last
Councilman
comment.
Susi.
Yeah. Just based on, I think the mayor felt threatened. That's a real true thing based on prior experience with this council. I mean, we have had situations like this a year ago where the mayor espoused about, and I think that certainly drove some of this, and the true confusion and so forth. Again, it's not something that was thought out just to be the bad person. I think she had some reasons that I'm comfortable with, and it certainly does not reach the willful neglect of duties that are impeachable, and I stand by that. So,
okay. Any other comments?
Council President, for the second
Councilwoman
time.
Gonzalez.
So, and I will refer to the stipends because everybody else has touched on it. We hear it when it's said, well, we were just asking for an audit. But if you play back those meetings, everybody was so indignant when they heard or they saw the list, that they were, it really did feel threatening. People were really upset about this thing. It wasn't let's just do an audit. That was not the attitude behind all of this. So I can see, why, I know that, I've been called out because immediately after that happened, I'm the newest person here. So my tendency is if I hear something, I just want to go right to the source. So I did ask for a report on why are these things being spent. I didn't just get upset because why is, people were getting things. I wanted to know what is the reason behind it, and that's the reason why I reached out. But from that meeting, one of the reasons why I reached out and I wanted to know the details about it was because of how upset everybody was. And maybe sometimes we don't realize how threatening that comes across, but it does come across that threat. If I was one of these employees that was on that list, I would have felt like, especially after everything that happened with the housing authority, I would have felt like I need to, figure out a way to make sure that this is not turned into something that is, willfully and neglect, that I could be accused that I did this willfully and neglectfully, so yeah, and that's one of the reasons why I will also be voting no for this.
Thank you. Any other comments? I will just say this, that this one is a particular problem with me because it seems to violate many aspects of the charter. Hiring legal counsel without the law department's authority. Cindy Johnston testified that there's no ability for individuals to transfer funds greater than $5,000 from one account to another without council approval. The economic development projects line item did not have $36,000 yet there was $36,000 encumbered for that line item. So there had to have been a transfer that was unauthorized. And I think that this has the same thread woven through it like many other claims that we're hearing tonight, and that is lack of communication. And to hear something that we find out that these stipends were provided, which is the genesis, I know it's not the claim right now, but the genesis of hiring these attorneys was that there was so much fear in City Hall. Well, unfortunately, that wasn't a fear created by the City Council. We mistakenly and accidentally found out that these stipends were given, again, without council authority, and then legal counsel was hired without council authority. And you can look at the second purchase order. It specifically says legal services. It doesn't say economic development services with a consultant. It says legal services. So it's two different encumbrances that were not authorized. So on this one, I will be voting yes. And with that, Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilman Canoia?
Yes. Yes.
Councilwoman Gonzalez?
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry, no.
Good thing you caught that,
No.
Dave.
Wow. Councilman Gillette?
Yes.
Councilman Susie?
No.
Councilman Ward?
Yes.
President Gendron?
Yes. And the charges for charge number 3 are sustained on a 4-2 vote. On charge number 4, discussion.
Council President,
Councilman Canoia.
this is the charge related to the stipends. Again, a little bit repetitive, but this is not a question about whether or not someone deserves stipends, and it's not a question about if we went through difficult times. I've heard those arguments about the pandemic, about the crisis, about saving lives, and all these type of things. We've heard those arguments here and elsewhere. It's very simple. It's the consistent theme here. It requires an ordinance to set compensation. We pass budget ordinances every year. We establish the number of employees. We establish the compensation. And then to find out that certain people are getting all kinds of stipends without any informing of the council or requesting authority from the council, it's a problem. It's not a matter of, it's not a matter of, again, I'm not going to play that game of trying to say, oh, well, so-and-so deserved it, and all that's not germane to the issue at hand. We have a charter, we have ordinances that have to be enforced. And the mayor is required to see that laws and ordinances are enforced, to keep the council informed, to recommend to the council any measures they think that are appropriate. This is easy stuff. If all of a sudden somebody felt that we had to pay someone stipends to do a job, bring it up at a meeting. We have meetings all the time. Not complicated. And I won't even get into the fact of trying to understand how I pay someone X to do a job, but they're going to do a different job and they get X plus. That just means they're not doing the job I was paying them to do. But we'll put that aside. This is really simple. There's no authority to pay people stipends or additional compensation beyond that which the council authorized and approved. And that's for the benefit of everybody, to keep everybody out of trouble. Because when you start going off the reservation and just doing these type of things on your own without any discussion, things get ugly. And not only that, but we're doing this with collective bargaining agreements where with members that are with employees that are members of a collective bargaining agreement of which they have contractual compensation numbers, and now we're adding to that without any authority pursuant to the contract, which potentially opens us up to grievances and all kinds of other nonsense. There's a process, an easy process to deal with this stuff, but there's a level of, as it says in the back here in this complaint, there's a level of.
Sorry.
I'm just going to read this in the complaint. There's a level of disdain for the city charter and the council's role in government is palpable. Okay? There's prolonged and ongoing contempt for our form of government via the charter, which calls for consensus, collaboration, and respect between and amongst elected officials. It's not hard to have a conversation and say, listen, I think Valerie is doing a bunch of extra work that I need done, and I want to pay her a stipend or whatever. That's not hard to do. And we can discuss it, we can deliberate it, and we can decide if it makes sense and move along, as opposed to just, it's none of your business, I'm going to do what I want. This is not how the government is supposed to work in the city, so I will be voting yes.
Any other comments?
Council President.
Councilman Ward.
The mayor alluded to the housing authority issue in her testimony, and in doing so, it causes one to consider what she was referring to, and in fact what she was referring to were raises and or extra compensation paid under the justification as offered by the former executive director because they had to do extra work that they took on. And for that, the executive director was fired for not going to the board with the legal responsibility and authority to grant additional compensation. Our ordinances are clear that we set compensation. And I think most troubling of this is the fact that I recollect having breakfast with the mayor right after I was reelected to the council, and we were actually discussing the fact that our compensation levels were low, and I was recommending that they would have to go up. And I endorsed that throughout. As a matter of fact, in her testimony, she made reference to a conversation we had where I suggested, and her defense attorney made reference to the fact that the range for the tax assessor's job has gone up by $40,000. This council is not averse to considering the validity of the need for compensation for services rendered and providing an ordinance that would grant that kind of compensation adjustment. It has historically been that the council has done it, and I recollect there was actually funds authorized through another enterprise fund to be paid to people in order to enhance their compensation in order to keep them. And so there's a history of coming to the council for getting authorization to provide additional compensation, and yet in this case it turned into this process because the doors were locked and the plastic was up and everybody was wearing a mask, that things started getting done that were never done before, including coming to the council to ask for authorization through an ordinance to provide for additional compensation. I understand Cindy Johnston's was specifically defined as requiring extra hours, and I'm confident that that was proven sufficiently to FEMA, and she had to document her hours worked beyond her normal workday. However, that was not the sense of what I got out of the testimony related to the other employees receiving stipends, where it was simply that they were taking on duties in another position, but there was nothing to indicate that they were increasing the hours worked each time they were getting these additional stipends. And frankly, any well-run operation should have a cross-training provision so that people can bounce back and forth as needed when there is staff missing, so that they can do other people's jobs that they've been trained to do in case somebody is out for an extended period of time. But they don't get a raise for doing that. They get a thank you. They maybe are considered in the future to get a raise, but it's done through the legal process that requires the council who sets wages to approve such a thing. And as I said, I am confident that this council would have done that. So why this turned into something other than what was otherwise done before, I don't know. And like far too many things, why we had to find out of it either by accident or just conversational exchanges between a council member and someone who received the money, I don't know. But it's, in and of itself, simply giving out raises or giving out additional compensation without council approval is a clear violation of the ordinances. It must be done willfully. I know the defense would claim that it was not done willfully inconsistent with the ordinance, but it was done for genuine feelings that these people were deserving of these monies. But again, the simple rules are, if you are going to do it, you collaborate with the council, you come up with a solution, you pay the money. And we say, as far as I can tell, every time asked, we say yes. So how this came about and why this happened puzzles me, it troubles me, but I can't let it stand because it's simply not the way a city, any city or town, conducts business. And certainly it wasn't the way the Housing Authority conducted business, and they proved it. So for that reason, I find that this one has sufficient cause, and I will be voting yes.
Any other comments?
Council President?
Councilwoman Gonzalez.
Unlike the Housing Authority situation, this was not a long-term raise that was given to someone. This was a special case where we are in a state of emergency, and FEMA allowed funding for people to be able to do special jobs. And again, it's not, nothing was raised. There was not the base salary, the budget was not impacted at all through these stipends, not raises. And you know, when all this happened, another thing that I did was I looked into how much it would have cost us, because I know Cindy Johnson was one of the biggest, you know, issues with the stipends. And I looked to see there were companies, because of this allowance by FEMA, there's a lot of companies that were willing to service different cities and do the work that she did, and it would have cost us so much more. So by her taking this, not only was the communication a little bit better between the administration and we were able to do things a little bit more smoothly, but our city saved itself a lot of money by compensating with a stipend, not a raise, because this is short term. This is not a compensation that is now from here to, you know, the end of the employment. There's nothing additional. This is only while there is that allowance from FEMA. In this special circumstance is a state of emergency that is allowing these funding. And I know some people are tired of hearing, you know, but these are special circumstances. They're not everyday funding that we get through the state or through the federal government. It's just for a specific job, for a specific season, for a specific group of people. And because of the work that was done, we were able to appreciate other employees up to, what was it, $1 million something extra dollars, you know, and which is probably something that we wouldn't have been able to do out of our own budget. And again, I don't think this is a willful, neglectful duties of, you know, because it says prohibits employee in any fiscal year to be paid a weekly salary. And this is not a salary. This is a stipend during a very special circumstance. So I will be voting no.
Any other comments?
President?
Councilman Susi.
Yeah, I'm going to echo a lot of what Councilman Gonzalez just stated, but there certainly was a gray area, and that gray area is created by the fact that stipends are not payroll. She hit it right on the head there. Well explained by the mayor as well. They're not raises. They're temporary, and for all those reasons, they were needed. I mean, who was going to do the work? The work had to get done. In the return, based on testimony to this community, based on some of the work, the FEMA work involved, returned to this community 10, 20 times what the stipends were. I mean, I think the mayor acted with all the best intentions and in goodwill. Certainly not willful neglect of duties. I think the gray areas were created because of the fact of what these things are, but it doesn't make someone worthy of being removed from office. It's a stretch. So I will be voting no for sure.
Thank you. Any other comments? I will just say this. I agree with some of the comments that Councilman Susi just made and Councilwoman Gonzalez. And listen, we all lived through this thing they call COVID. And I will tell you, this council missed one meeting through the whole COVID pandemic. And it was the first meeting where nobody knew what to do. We canceled it and we came back on Zoom. And we continued to follow our charter and do our job the way it was prescribed through a very difficult time. And don't forget, all of us also lived outside of this building through COVID. So COVID was not unique to Woonsocket City Hall. But to my colleague's point, this was probably the right thing to do. Give the stipends, take people that are already staffed. If they were doing extra work, that might have been the right thing to do. The willful disregard and neglect of the charter comes when there was no communication and discussion and authority with this council. This is not the type of thing that this body should find out by matter of fact. The mayor has an obligation to keep the city council informed. And yes, my colleagues are making some good points that it was the best way to go. It may have been. But we were never given the opportunity of discussion or input to see if A, there was a better way, or B, agree with the fact that it was the right way and authorize it the way our charter prescribes. And that is why I will be voting yes on this one. Madam Clerk?
Wait a minute, Council President.
Councilman Canoia.
Just again, I think we're potentially missing the point here. It's similar to what happened elsewhere in the city. It's not a matter of how much, how permanent, or how temporary. It's a matter of proper authorization. And we keep talking about the pandemic, and I know that was a piece of it, and FEMA, and I know that was a piece of it. But this wasn't all FEMA, and it wasn't all the pandemic. This went on from fiscal year 20, 21, 22. This wasn't an emergency that just happened and someone made a quick decision because it was a, quote, emergency. This went on for quite a period of time. More than enough time to have a conversation and get the proper authority from the council. And again, it's not about the dollar amount. It's not about whether someone is, quote, deserving. It's about the process of following our charter. So if this is how we operate, we should just all go home and leave it to one person to make every decision and do what they want and just take this and throw it in the trash. And, you know, one person's got everything under control. No need to show up here. We have a role to play. And it's not a huge burden to comply with this stuff. As Councilman Ward indicated, we've done this in the past. We've made these things in the past. I'll leave it at that. So,
roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Canoia?
Yes.
Councilwoman Gonzalez?
No.
Councilman Gillette?
Yes.
Councilman Susi?
No.
Councilman Ward?
Yes.
President Gendron?
Yes, and charge 4 is sustained on a 4-2 vote. On charge 5, discussion.
Council President.
Councilman Ward.
Related to the healthcare issue, again, if this is one of those situations where the mayor testified that she and the solicitor were unaware of the stipulation over part-time benefit not being eligible for this particular benefit, and again, the statement was a bit belied by the letter that that Mr. Larissa brought out from Mr. Ferguson notifying a particular employee that conversion or the ability to collect what is essentially a health care benefit by way of reimbursement or a payment in lieu of them taking health care is, and they're covered in contracts under the same general category of health care, seems to indicate that there was an awareness that part-time employees are not eligible for health care benefits. So I'm a little conflicted, though I think it's possible that they were not aware. I question why a personnel department wouldn't make themselves fully aware of all factors in ordinance and contracts that control health care. The language has actually been in there since before I ever got on the council, because I know there were some ordinances passed to amend that section, but they did not involve that particular stipulation. However, it was one person I know had, again, one of those things, the communication issue. Had the mayor said, we're having a hard, or had the mayor known, and I'm going to grant the possibility that she was not aware, but had she known, this is again one of those situations where I think this council has been accommodating when it comes to employment and recruitment, and had she come to us and said, look, we need a tax assessor, and nobody could agree more with the value of a tax assessor than me, and said, here's the package we want to offer as an inducement for her to come to work for us part-time. I have all the confidence in the world that we would have said yes, and everything would have been signed, sealed, and delivered properly. Though, because I feel that there is this possibility that the separation of the two conditions is construed as two different situations, though in my opinion they're not, and though I guess because it was part of a compensation offer to a person who's working for us part-time, though negligent, I don't know how willful it was in intentionally recognizing an ordinance and violating it with full knowledge that it was there. In this instance, I will be voting no. I don't think it rises to the level of being something that standing alone would be sufficient to remove the mayor from office.
Any other comments?
Council President?
Councilwoman Gonzalez.
So the letter on March 8th about Elise Pear has the personnel director, the finance director, the solicitor, the mayor was involved, the solicitor was involved in all these conversations, and not one of them brought the point that it was illegal to be able to offer this. So that makes me believe that it was really, everybody was unaware. It wasn't just the mayor who was unaware. But also, I know everybody keeps making reference to the second case, and the mayor spoke about how it's two different things. One is getting health care, one is the buyback. But let's say it's the same thing, it's the health care. The letter of Elise Pear was on March 8th, and the second letter was in June 28th. It happened after. So even if they did know June 28th, that's over 3 months after. That does not prove that if they knew then, they knew back in March. So for that very reason, I will be voting no again, because I do not believe that this was a willful neglect.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Council President.
Councilman Canoia.
So a couple things, just to remind people, what we're doing here right now is just voting on each of the charges, whether or not the charges is laid out, agreed to or not. It's not about removing the mayor at this point. That's a separate discussion and a separate vote via resolution. So this does not mean just that you're finding that there was a willful violation, that the quote, the mayor is being removed as a result of that. We could find every one of these to be willful, and then when we get to the thing, we could dismiss the complaint, we could vote, whatever. So that's the first thing. Second thing is again, I just don't find the mayor's testimony credible in so much as she says the medical buyback is not health care. Okay, if you look at the contracts, and this person is no longer in the union, but it's all within the healthcare section. What are you going to do for healthcare? You're either going to have the city provide you with healthcare, or you're going to get it on your own and get a stipend. It's all part of the healthcare. So it's just, it's not a credible argument to suggest that the two are different. And I don't like the constant hiding behind the solicitor. The mayor has a duty to see that the laws and the ordinances are enforced. The mayor has a staff, personnel department with 3 people in it, who again, the mayor is, quote, responsible for the administration and management of all offices. We've heard that a lot this evening. I'm the CEO. I'm in charge. So this stuff here, you know, we have ordinances, and, you know, my guess is this, well, I'm going to hold off on this, but, so that's where I am. I don't know, I'll see if there's any other comments, but I'm not sure where I'll vote on this. But again, a vote to say that this is a willful violation is not a vote to remove the mayor at this point.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Mr. President?
Councilman Susi.
Yeah, you know, the bottom line is this, and maybe the mayor should have known. Who knows, right? I mean, we don't know, you know, whether or not that's true or not, but it has not been proven that she had a willful intent to not disclose this to the council or to do something, again, nefarious. It's just not in the evidence. So I will be voting no.
Thank you. Any other comments? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Canoia.
No.
Councilwoman Gonzalez.
No.
Councilman Gillette.
No.
Councilman Susi.
No.
Councilman Ward.
No.
President Gendron.
No. And charge number 5 is defeated 6-0. As to charge number 6, discussion.
Council President.
Councilman Canoia.
Charge 6 is the charge in connection with the mayor not following her duties in connection with the police contract. Specifically, the mayor has a duty to see that all terms and conditions imposed in favor of the city in any contract or franchise are faithfully kept and performed. So, first thing, there was a whole bunch of interesting discussion about ARPA funds and altered documents. Nothing was altered. The reference to the ARPA funds, and it's, I suspect is the reason why the ARPA stuff never came up in the mayor's veto, is because the city council ratified the police contract on July 25th via resolution 22R93, which is in Exhibit 6. That resolution contained a financial impact statement. That financial impact statement was then included with all the red line versions of the contract and other stuff. This is not part of the contract. This is not a schedule to the contract. What's in the contract is the payment is Schedule C, Schedule C, which shows the salaries and the salary increases, okay? So a lot of fun discussion, but this was simply a financial impact to the city, laying out where the funds would come from general fund, one-time bonus, ARPA. Okay? This is not part of the contract. Again, it's not a schedule to the contract. Okay, it was part of the resolution when we passed it, which serves a completely separate purpose unrelated to the contract. It's got nothing to do with it. So that's the first thing. Second thing, and Attorney Larissa referenced it. There are two contracts, okay? Two contracts that got passed. One covering fiscal year 21 and fiscal year 22, and that's the one in which the financial impact analysis referenced ARPA, and then a separate contract for fiscal year 23 and 24. It's got nothing to do with ARPA. Okay? So if you want to argue incorrectly and falsely that ARPA is an issue, fine. Fiscal year 23 contract's got nothing to do with the ARPA. So you can't hide behind that smoke and mirrors and that confusion and that misdirection. Okay? Again, these are not schedules or part of the contract. That's number one. Number two, I find it stunning that, again, Mr. Larissa asked the mayor, are you a lawyer? Do you have a law degree? The answer was no. And our city charter is really clear. The city solicitor shall decide all questions and controversies relative to the legal construction of any and all laws and ordinances affecting the city, as well as the city charter and the division of powers and duties created or implied therein. And the mayor's response was, well, you have to read it in totality. Well, no, that's the whole crux of this provision, is because in any document, the U.S. Constitution, the Woonsocket City Charter, the state constitution, the reason we have courts is because there's always some different interpretations and what appears to be conflicting provisions. That's the nature of the business. So how do we deal with that in the city of Woonsocket so that we don't just bog ourselves down and grind to a halt when there's a disagreement, so that we have employees that are not getting paid who haven't had a pay increase since June 30th, 2020. How do you resolve those differences of opinion or those misinterpretations? It's right here. That's what this does. That's the whole purpose of this section of the charter. It falls to the city solicitor, the individual with the law degree and the law license and the experience, not Jim Canoyer, not David Susi, not the mayor, the solicitor. He makes that determination and is laid out in the complaint. He had made that determination numerous times, verbally and in writing. Okay? We've heard it's not legal. It's not legal. Well, just because you keep saying it's not legal, although that's interesting, it's meaningless. The only person that's allowed to make that determination is the individual with the law degree and the law license, the city solicitor. Not John DeSimone, the city solicitor. Not the assistant solicitor. And there was much talk about the assistant solicitor. And nobody has seen anything in writing or otherwise from the assistant solicitor, of which, even if he had something in writing, which there isn't, which was testified to, is irrelevant. The assistant solicitor is even referenced in the charter. So, again, we have a contract. The mayor may not like it, and that's her prerogative, and she's entitled to her opinion. I would argue she had her bite at the apple for, as she said, 3 years. And she keeps saying incorrectly, because again, it's a lack of understanding of the charter, but she testified under oath several times, quote, the charter states that the council ratifies the contracts. It doesn't say that. That's in an ordinance. An ordinance says the council ratifies, not the city charter. There's a big difference. And the city charter, again, as Attorney Larissa highlighted and tried to explain, to no avail it seemed, nowhere in the city charter does it prohibit the city council from, quote, negotiating a contract. And in fact, Chapter 1, right, the very first chapter of our city charter, Chapter 1, Section 5, Exercise of Powers. All powers of the city shall be exercised in the manner prescribed by this charter, or, if not so prescribed, then in such manner as shall be provided by ordinance or resolution of the council. Okay? So then you ask it, so that leads to the question, okay, so where is it prescribed that the city council is not allowed to negotiate contracts or be involved in contracts? And the answer is nowhere. Further, where does it say that the mayor is in charge of, quote, negotiating contracts? The mayor's duties are very clearly enumerated. Chapter 4, Section 3, duties enumerated. It shall be the duty of the mayor to see that the laws and ordinances are enforced. And then the next one is, and this is the important one, to see that all terms and conditions imposed in favor of the city in any contract or franchise are faithfully kept and performed. It doesn't say negotiate. What it says is, once there's a contract, you're required, you have a duty to make sure they are faithfully kept and performed. Nothing about negotiating, rather executing, right? The council will decide, and the executive branch will go execute that which the council ultimately decided. So we can say it all night long that the council isn't allowed to negotiate contracts, which, by the way, they didn't. They went through the solicitor, and the solicitor is the one who negotiated with them. And this lots of talk about people doing certain things. This council acted as a body every step of the way. Anybody up here can come up with ideas and make recommendations. That's why we have resolutions and ordinances, and we have sponsors. People put forth resolutions, they put forth ordinances, and then it gets discussed, deliberated, and voted on. And everything in connection with this contract, we had meeting after meeting after meeting after meeting after meeting. And the mayor talked about those meetings. And she said the solicitor showed up without any documents. She also testified that they were at it for 3 years. So we show up after 3 years without any documents to show us? So this council, and the mayor referenced it, and she's correct, there was frustration. She had frustration, the council had frustration. And after numerous attempts to get something from the administration, what is it you're proposing, put it on paper, what language changes, etc., the meetings that the mayor referenced, the council moved forward with a proposal that I put forward, no different than I did with 670 to give them more money. But what ends up, the important thing is, it's irrelevant how we got to where we are. Okay, it's irrelevant. We allowed a whole bunch of talk about that, but it's irrelevant. The only thing that matters is ultimately the city council ratified the contract pursuant to the ordinance, not the charter, pursuant to the ordinance that requires council ratification, and the city council authorized either the mayor or the council president to execute the contract via ordinance. The ordinance was duly passed. Everything about this contract was passed unanimously by the city council. We keep hearing about employees, what they deserve, what they deserve, what they deserve, and we recognize that. Going on 3 years, as the mayor testified. And we made an offer that they ultimately accepted, that we all voted on unanimously. Nothing to do with ARPA. We talked about a bonus, a signing bonus, coming out of ARPA funds. And if that's a problem for someone, no problem. We can get it from somewhere else. So instead of using ARPA funds for that, we'll run it through the general fund, and instead of spending money on road repairs in the general fund, we'll use that money out of the ARPA. There's a whole bunch of different ways you handle this. Ms. Johnson, at the end of the meeting, had something about some financial analysis. I have no idea what it is. I've never seen it. But I can tell you the financial impact that went along with this contract was a public document, and it was on the docket and voted on July 25th and attached to Resolution 22R93. Now, if anybody had an issue with it, they had more than ample time to speak up. More than ample time, number one. Number two, if there's an analysis that someone thinks there's a problem, and the mayor referenced it, so the mayor's aware of it. She specifically referenced Cindy Johnson saying that it's going to, quote, create a deficit, so she's well aware of it. I go back to common theme, mayor's duty to keep the council informed on financial condition, etc. If it's what's being described, which, by the way, I completely disagree with, but that's neither here nor there. I didn't see the document, but if the mayor had a concern about a, quote, deficit and all this other stuff, why haven't we been informed? When did you prepare it? Oh, I don't know, a couple weeks ago. Not in the last 2 weeks, but a couple, you know. So why haven't we been informed? It's going to use up the contingency in the budget. Well, let's see. We're saying it's a problem. Again, I wasn't provided a copy of what they had. But so I just want to make sure I understand this. The administration presented a budget. We passed it. The budget they presented, we increased the contingency and were criticized for it, but we increased the contingency in part to accommodate the salary increases. But is the argument that in fiscal year 23, I think I heard on the one hand the mayor said, let's get together tomorrow morning and we'll give you more. So we're going to have a deficit, but I'm going to give you more. And it'll be a legal contract. So we're going to give you more, but what we have now is going to create a deficit. Second thing is, and again, Attorney Larissa addressed it, I heard the testimony that it's going to create a deficit in 24 and 25. We're not even in 24, 25. That's like saying Cindy Johnson's salary in fiscal year 24 and 25 is going to create a deficit because we're going to write her a check for whatever, $85,000. So it's going to create a deficit. We haven't even done the budget for fiscal year 24, 25. You can't make that kind of an assertion. So again, this to me is the most egregious part of the proceedings we have here tonight, and I suspect this is what drove Councilwoman Sierra, notwithstanding she said she'd been working on this all summer. I think this is the piece that finally motivated her as we went into Labor Day weekend, and we found out there was an email from that was in the document here that, again, they weren't paid on that payday on Friday, heading into Labor Day weekend. And we have a solicitor that has very clearly stated over and again, we have a legal contract. He is the only person that is able to make that determination. Doesn't matter how much Jim Canoia agrees or disagrees. It doesn't matter how much Mayor Lisa Baldelli Hunt agrees or disagrees. It's not her role, it's not her job, it's unfortunate. And we've never had anything to point to that suggests otherwise, why it's other than the mayor making false statements that the charter states that the council ratifies. It's not the charter, that's an ordinance. And nowhere does the charter prohibit us from doing any of this stuff. In fact, as I said very clearly here, exercise of powers. All powers of the city shall be exercised in the manner prescribed by this charter. Okay? So where does it prescribe, or where does it prescribe that the city council is prohibited from doing any of this? It's not. So then, if it's not so prescribed, then it'll be done in such a manner as provided by ordinance or resolution of, not the mayor, but of the council. There's a reason for that, because it wants consensus. They don't want one individual making these decisions. It forces consensus. So I will absolutely be voting yes in terms of the police contract. This contract was passed on August 15th. It's now October 5th, and my understanding is the good men and women of the Woonsocket Police Department still have not been paid. So, I'll leave it at that.
Any other comments?
Council President. No, go
Councilman,
ahead. Whichever.
Councilman Ward.
Okay. It's illegal. How many times do I have to tell you it's illegal? It's illegal not to fulfill the obligations under a legally negotiated collective bargaining agreement, period. ARPA funds. The resolution that authorized the contract and specified the value or the cost estimates, the fiscal disclosure on the contract, listed funding sources for the payments that were going to be coming. Totally speculative, not binding at all on anyone. If the ARPA funds are not available for any reason, it's the council's obligation, in collaboration with the administration, to find where we're going to fund it from and make the fix, period. No contract specifies the funding source. I dare you to find one, because if it did, the community would be bound to spend money out of that fund or those funds and would have to negotiate to find some other funding arrangement should a need ever arise to do that. And no community wants to be put in that position, ever. So you would, even though you may speculate about it in the resolution or include language about where the funds are coming from, when you translate the cost into the contract, you must leave the language out, because to put it in there would be irresponsible. Councilman Canoia referred to the fact that the mayor asserted vehemently and often that the council is limited to the ratification and by the charter, and in fact that's not true. It's in an ordinance. It's combined with a requirement for a public hearing prior to ratification. I know that because I wrote it in 2007, and I got it passed by the council then. And the reason I did it was because, in my experience in prior years, the former mayor had negotiated a contract and declared herself successful in limiting the raise for the bargaining agreement to 4%. And so I was on the school committee at the time negotiating a contract, and we agreed with the teachers union that they would take whatever the mayor negotiated with the police union, and they did. And then they chopped my head off a few weeks later when they found out that the longevity had been raised by 1% in the police contract, and in fact 90% of the police officers got 5% increase. And from that moment on, I said I'm going to find a way to make a public hearing required and public disclosure of contract terms available prior to ratification. In addition, the ratification became necessary because, in fact, despite the mayor's claim that the mayor is authorized by the charter and is the only person authorized by the charter to negotiate for collective bargaining agreements, and that the council is somehow prohibited, though there's no language in the charter to specify that or in the Code of Ordinances. In fact, there are 3 very glaring sections of state law that govern how the city operates, including Title 45, which is cities and towns, Title 44, which is taxation. We do not have the ability to tax in a manner that is inconsistent with state law, except for exceptions provided for and approved by the General Assembly and signed by the governor. And the third one is Title 28, Labor and Labor Relations. And in that title is the definition of who negotiates in a collective bargaining agreement, and they're called corporate authorities. And it references specifically, it means the proper officials within any city or town whose duty or duties is to establish wages, salaries, rates of pay, hours, working conditions, and other terms of conditions of employment of police officers. That's the council. We do it by ordinance. It is our authority. It is our authority to negotiate collective bargaining agreements. And also in Title 28, it then specifies that the labor organization, as well as the city or town, that being the corporate authority residing with the council, may designate any person or persons to negotiate or bargain on its behalf. And that's why in 2005 there was a resolution authorizing the mayor to bargain on behalf of the city, granted by the city council. And in 2008 there was a resolution authorizing the mayor to negotiate on behalf of the city council under their authority to settle contracts, with the exception of the inclusion of the ratification process that had been passed into ordinance the year before. Why the council stopped that practice, I think, probably was caused by the Budget Commission imposition, where the Budget Commission took over all of the responsibility for collective bargaining agreements. They established 5-year contracts, and by the time the 7 years was up, this stuff was forgotten. But it needs to be resurrected because the council has the authority. So all of the blustering about it being an illegal contract is completely false. The council has the authority based on the definition of what the corporate authority is and who we are and what we do. There's no mention of it in the charter because the charter has no right to designate it because it's stipulated in state law. And so no matter the frequency or volume, it's not the case. And the mere fact that the solicitor, I'm sure, in researching this in case law and experience, rendered an opinion that said it was a valid contract in the manner that it was done, notwithstanding the fact that Councilman Knoyer unilaterally and on his own, without authority of the council, was having conversations with members of the collective bargaining unit, which I guess is his right as a citizen, but was not doing it on behalf of the council, then had to come back to the council with his thoughts and proposals and convince 6 other people to support having the designated negotiator, the solicitor, not us specifically directly talking with the council, but the negotiator, who was the solicitor, was instructed by 7 of us unanimously to offer to the police bargaining unit the proposal. And in fact, he delivered it. It was accepted. They approved it. We ratified it. We have a legal binding contract that we must follow through on our obligation for. And frankly, the most disturbing part of this whole proceeding was the frequency and the determination with which the mayor, knowing all of the things about the legal opinion and the authority of the charter and the solicitor's authority under the charter, reverted to a claim of an assistant solicitor telling her something as opposed to a written opinion, really, I think, is the epitome of what I have to consider a raw contempt for the authority of the charter and the mayor's obligation under law and our ordinances to see that they're enforced. And frankly, this, to me, is the most egregious example of why this would, all by itself, in the manner that was discussed this evening and testified to, standing alone would significantly be enough cause for removal from office. And so I'll be voting yes. Thank you.
Any other comments?
Council President.
Councilwoman Gonzalez.
In reference to, I was actually one of the council members that voted for the resolution to be able to, negotiate this contract, because I think, like everybody has said, we were all really frustrated and we just want to see our officers and our police department get their contract. And we did get a contract before us through the work of Councilman Knoyer. Honestly, and maybe in my inexperience, I didn't realize, I thought he was just working the numbers. I didn't realize that there was this unilateral conversation happening with the union. Actually, I didn't think that we had the right to have those conversations. you know, as individual council members. So I thought it was just numbers before us, you know, let's get this contract done. We gave, I thought the authorization was for either council president or the mayor to be able to present this before the union. And when it comes to the legal opinion of the solicitor, when he is, you're correct in the way that is listed in the charter. It should be the person that has the law degree. It is the person that has the law license who gets to make that determination. Why? Because they've gone through the training and they know how important it is not just to zoom in on one part of the charter, but to be able to pan out. They have the broad knowledge of all the different pieces in a charter to be able to give a unbiased and more balanced opinion. And I believe that in the conversations that we've heard, it seems like there was a more laser focus on specific pieces of the charter without looking at the broad pieces all coming together. And you know, obviously this was something that the mayor believed that we can say, you know, we can repeat it and say it like, oh, how many times do I have to say it's an illegal contract, you know, but I think it's repeated that many times because she really believes it's an illegal contract. So therefore, if she's believing it's an illegal contract, I don't think that would qualify for willful neglect of duties or, you know, misconduct for injury of public service. Instead, it's for the protection of the body and the people that if we believe that something is illegal and we believe that there is a conflict in the person that is giving, you know, their legal opinion with a laser focus and not a broad perspective of the full charter, for that reason, I'm going to be voting no.
Any other comments?
Mr. President?
Councilman Susi.
I will be very brief, but it's evident that the mayor has real passionate conviction that this contract was not legally executed. Advice from her assistant city solicitor apparently supports her feelings in this regard. I have some regret having agreed to setting new precedent when we discussed the contract and negotiations and its execution. The charter, and I think Valerie hit this on the nose. The charter, when looked at in its entirety, certainly can raise some concerns regarding the duties of the mayor and the council, whether we like that or not. But it's a point that I think it's worth looking at, or at least appreciating. A doubt of contract legality, however slight, makes it difficult for me to vote yes on this. It's certainly not without its troubles, and it's a difficult, concerning issue for sure. But I don't feel that, based on the mayor's convictions and the doubts that may be raised, that that this is a willful neglect of duty. Again, in my opinion, so I will be voting no.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Council President?
Councilman Canoia.
Again. Appreciate your interest. A couple things. My colleagues here, and I'm directing it to you, Councilwoman Gonzalez and Councilman Susi, and again, I respect your opinion, but allow me to just probe a little bit. When you say that the solicitor had a laser focus, I don't know what that means. I don't know that. I'm not sure how you get in his head as to how he had a, quote, laser focus. Are you aware of something that
Yeah, from the testimony that we heard today, there were other areas of the charter that should have been visited.
So just help convince me. Tell me which areas.
In reference to that they should not. There are certain areas that you should not be he should not be interfering in other departments. That's also in the charter. There's other things in the charter that are there that were not considered in the opinion, the legal opinion of the solicitor.
How do you know what? I guess what I'm saying is, how do you know what was he considered? We went through this time and again.
We just heard the testimony of some of the conversations that were happening between the mayor and the solicitor.
Okay, so we had we heard lots of stuff. We hear lots of stuff all the time. It's not always accurate. Let's just say. We had a witness list with this.
I know. Tell them.
We had a witness list with an assistant solicitor and a solicitor that were subpoenaed.
Yep.
Where are they? Why weren't they called?
I don't
it's
know.
interesting to hear all this stuff about the assistant solicitor, but
I can also tell you that the defense for Denise Sierra did not call to rebuttal any of the things that the mayor said. So where is that? Because that would be
they're the ones making the assertion.
Yeah, but if she's speaking something that is untruth, wouldn't the responsibility be on the defense to be able to rebuttal that? You should call a witness. You should do something to try to prove instead of saying, oh, we're just not going to believe it. Because if we're going to be listening to testimony and we're going to decide we're not going to believe anything that's coming out of their mouth anyways, we've already predisposed ourselves to whatever opinion we're going to have. So you have to hear it. And you have to give it the benefit of the doubt unless it's rebutted.
Yeah. So here's what I would tell you. Pipe down over there. Here's what I tell you. If you have a group of 80 some odd employees that are some of the lowest paid in the state, as we discussed, they haven't had a contract since, a pay increase since the end of the last contract, which was 2020, whatever it was. And you're not paying them. And you're saying it's because it's not a legal contract. And you come here and just say, because the assistant solicitor said so. You don't think it's incumbent upon you to show up with some type of documented evidence? I mean, we have documented evidence. You've heard it verbally and in writing from the solicitor, not the assistant solicitor, the solicitor, the one that in the charter is charged with making these determinations. But I'll grant you, even if you want to go down that path, how do you tell these people that I'm going to allow this nonsense based on a, quote, assertion without a shred of evidence to support it?
Well,
it's not hard to get it.
These people were here.
They heard it.
They were listening to everything.
I understand.
And we have solicitors on every side that are going to bring, they're here to prove points.
Let's just let it go.
Yep. Very good.
Any other comments?
Council President.
Councilman Ward.
I wouldn't normally do this, but, you know, when we make a cut to the budget that's proposed by the administration and brought to the council, and if we cut anything, I guess we have to consider that interference with the administration of the city, because we're preventing them from fulfilling their obligation to the fullest extent that they believe is necessary. And it gives no consideration to the authority we have, or the authority that we have under law. And so the interference question, I think, is something of a red herring. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? I just want to clear up a couple things. One, there was quite a bit said today about the council. If we acted as a body, we're interfering with departments. And I just want to read, because as you pointed out, Councilwoman, if you're too laser focused, you miss the peripheral stuff. But when I look at Article 3 of Chapter 1, it says interference with departments. Section 1, prohibited. It says no member of the council, Now, the key is no member of the council. So I can't go in to the finance department and tell Director Chamberlain what I think she should do. I can't go in and instruct Director Chamberlain to do something on my own. It says no member of the council shall interfere directly or indirectly. As a body, we have all the authority to do that. We have the authority, and I'm not going to rehash everything that was said, we have the authority to, through the solicitor, as we did. You were in those meetings. We did everything through the solicitor. He presented the negotiated numbers. That was not something that I went and did on my own or anybody else did. They were in public meetings, executive session meetings, through resolution and ordinance. We acted as a body, and it got to where we are today. I just wanted to clear up, because it annoys me when people try to make that blanket statement about interference with departments. When this council acts as a body, we're not interfering.
Council President, can I just say?
Councilwoman Gonzalez.
You're correct when we act as a body, but I think what caught me by surprise in these proceedings is that when we met and that budget and that contract was presented to us, Councilman Cournoyer had already met. He didn't come asking permission first and then putting together a budget. He met, he got some figures. Then by the time we came, I thought, again, he's a numbers guy. He's very smart when it comes to numbers. And I thought it was just Cournoyer doing his thing. He knows the numbers. He's putting everything together. I did not know that there were conversations that happened prior to that. A single member should not be speaking to the union. Negotiating.
I speak to union members all the time.
Yeah, but it should not. There should not be
Mr.
negotiating.
Casey's right here.
Yes, but they should not be.
He's a union member.
They should not. You just read. It should not be a thing. It should be a body. And as a body, we should have empowered him.
Okay.
To have that.
We've been
conversation.
instructed we're not supposed to be having. So I'll stop there. I won't.
All right.
One more comment.
Councilman Susi.
No, in my mind, again, the doubt is based on the fact that the council has never been the negotiating body for any contract. I could be proven wrong here, but I don't believe there's a documented case where that's happened. So that this was new to everybody, and by virtue of that, it can show some doubt as to whether it's the right thing to do. If it was, why hasn't many councils in the past done this before? Many years of precedent that the administration is the negotiating body for contracts. It has been set, and again, shame on me, because I did vote along with that because of the frustration. I did go along with letting us become that negotiating body and the executors of the contract. Doesn't mean it was right, and certainly in hindsight, the doubts. There's enough doubt to think that the mayor certainly did not act willfully and neglectfully in this regard, because those doubts are real, based on many years that this was never done. So it is new for everybody.
I will take exception, because we have Councilman Ward presented 2 instances where the council authorized the mayor, so they could have as easily authorized the council to do it. And I would say, if you want to talk about what's egregious, look to the people that were sitting behind you today that are still waiting for their well-deserved raise.
Good for them.
Yeah, I do too.
Council President.
Councilman Ward.
In fact, the council, when it's given the opportunity, even if the authority was delegated to the mayor and the contract was being negotiated for terms, it is routine that the council will meet in closed session with the person bargaining, whether it's the mayor or the solicitor or both, and we'll discuss the terms that are on the table. We've done it before. We did it for the 670 contract. And so when we assert our position on certain matters and discuss with the administration the things we think are important to either be added in or left out or somehow modified, we in fact are negotiating. We're negotiating through a representative, but we are negotiating because ultimately we have to ratify. And so if we accept what the administration has put on the table and/or what the union has proposed, that is in a document brought to us, and then we propose changes to it, and that modification is made, this body is negotiating because it's our authority to negotiate. And the ratification comes after we reach an agreement, a tentative agreement on a final product. So City Council is always a participant in the negotiation. We don't normally try to gather 7 people together, but I'm sure there are instances where subcommittees of councils serve in negotiations somewhere, not here. But it's within our authority to designate that under the state law. So to say that we negotiated, we didn't. The only difference between what would happen otherwise is normally the council would express its opinion on the matters that are being considered, and the mayor would agree to modifications, and the solicitor and/or the mayor or both would go into the negotiation and conclude negotiations. In our case, we had a situation where the solicitor was simply considered the conduit. We proposed something, the mayor disagreed. If we had, and of course now we learn the mayor actually wanted to give them more money, but that's a different story. But if the mayor had agreed, we wouldn't be here talking about this. And yet, based on every other argument, even if she agreed, she would consider the contract illegal. But my point is that the council is always in the position to be negotiating, and we do negotiate. And it is never left exclusively to the administration to settle. And so I think the only difference here is, as I said, the mayor refused to sign the contract because she didn't agree with it. I can think of a half a dozen reasons beyond the ones that were mentioned as a reason for that being the case. But I think to say that the argument is that we shouldn't be negotiating because Councilman Canoia walked into the room with a proposal that, oh yes, he may have had conversations with people. Well, you know what? I've had conversations with people in other negotiations and brought them into the room and felt I had had conversations with people who would know whether something was palatable to the collective bargaining unit and offered them. And if they're accepted, that doesn't mean I negotiated with the union. It means I discussed something with someone and came up with an idea that I thought was relevant to an end settlement of a contract and brought it to the group, because it's the group that makes the decision. It is not the individual. So whatever Councilman Canoia did is irrelevant to the outcome, because he has the right to have conversations with people. We did not designate him. So it's just a conversation, and he must persuade us. And if the mayor is not persuaded, we still have it within our authority to designate to the solicitor the authority to go negotiate on our behalf to settle a contract that can be ratified, subject to a ratification vote and a public hearing, which this was. And again, I have to go back to the mayor's determination to say, I don't care what the law says or the solicitor says. It is my interpretation that's the only one that counts. And that's the part I find most egregious. My interpretation counts, nobody else's. I decide the law on this contract. That is just so far beyond acceptable that you can't serve a city and serve with the employees if you consider yourself the final arbiter and determination of what constitutes the law, despite all of the evidence to the contrary that her interpretation is completely wrong and is an emotional response, not an actual rational argument based on something that you can find in print. And I'm sorry, I just, this one is a bit too far for me. Thank you.
Thank you. So how does the council vote on whether cause has been proven as to charge number 6? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Canoia?
Yes.
Councilwoman Gonzalez?
No.
Councilman Gillette?
Yes.
Councilman Susie?
No.
Councilman Ward?
Yes.
President Gendron?
Yes, and cause is proven 4-2 on charge number 6. On charge number 7, discussion.
Council President?
Councilwoman Gonzalez.
So in charge number 7, that's about the animal shelter pavilion, the addition and painting. Bottom line is, when it's all said and done, RFPs did go out more than once, and in the end, there was some responses to that, and we all agreed it was too expensive. Therefore, I will be voting no.
Thank you. Any other comments? Hearing none, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Canoia?
No.
Councilwoman Gonzalez?
No.
Councilman Gillette?
Yes.
Councilman Susie?
No.
Councilman Ward?
No.
President Gendron?
No. And charge number 7 is defeated or not proven 5-1. On charge number 8, discussion.
Council President?
Councilwoman Gonzalez.
This one's also about the animal shelter. RFPs did go out twice with no response. Therefore, there's no willful violation or willful neglect of duty, so I will be voting no.
Any other comments?
Council President.
Councilman Ward.
Just so I can be on record on the matter of these last 3 items, though they were highly contentious, there were instruction and orders given. It became a very complex issue related to the facility. I recognize our strong desire to have certain things done, but as again, I have to measure each one of these as a standalone issue as to whether or not I think individually, if there was no other condition for us to consider, whether or not it would be cause for dismissal or removal from office, and this clearly doesn't rise to that level, so I'll be voting no.
Any other comments? Hearing none, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Canoia?
No.
Councilwoman Gonzalez?
No.
Councilman Gillette?
Yes.
Councilman Susie?
No.
Councilman Ward?
No.
President Gendron?
No. And charge 8 has not been proven on a vote 5-1. On charge 9, discussion.
Mr. President,
Councilman Gillette.
yesterday the defense did more than adequate job on this particular charge, and I can show the clerk to make sure that I'm not lying. She can see it for herself. I wrote on there, drop this charge. So I'll be voting no on this one.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Council President?
Councilwoman Gonzalez.
So this is charge 9. This is about the state park, and I think that I know Councilman Gillette feels that they more than proved the case, the defense, except that this was the case where Councilwoman Sierra admitted to all the different errors and dates and not allowing enough time. So because of all that pertinent information, I will be voting no on this.
Thank you. Any other comments? Hearing none, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Canoia?
No.
Councilwoman Gonzalez?
No.
Councilman Gillette?
No.
Councilman Susie?
No.
Councilman Ward?
No.
President Gendron?
No. And charge number 9 has not been proven on a 6-0 vote. So now at this point, charge number 1, charge number 3, charge number 4, and charge number 6 have been proven to show cause. At this point, I would like to read a brief statement. I want to note that the mayor has expressed concern that there is a potential conflict if I participate, because if, and I emphasize the word if, the mayor is removed from office as a result of these hearings, then I, as council president, would, as required by city charter, immediately become mayor. And under the conflict of interest laws, I could potentially be perceived to have a conflict due to a financial gain. However, I have resolved that issue, as I will not take a salary in excess of my current salary as city council president. If, and again I emphasize the word if, I have to assume the role of mayor, as mandated by the city charter, as a result of these proceedings, I will stand to receive no financial benefit whatsoever. However, with respect to the next two resolutions, out of an abundance of caution, I will be recusing myself on the question of whether the charges warrant the removal of the mayor. If the council votes to remove the mayor, I, as council president, will be forced to assume the role of mayor pursuant to the provisions of the charter. Therefore, to avoid any perception of a conflict, I will be recusing myself and turning the proceedings over to Councilman Vice President Ward. Madam Clerk, my recusal notice, if you wouldn't mind, Councilman Ward.
Thank you.
I want to, before I step down, just thank everybody for their overall respect and attention tonight. It was not easy for any of us, I assure you. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Council President. At this time, given that cause has been found, do I hear a motion to move a resolution 22R135 calling for the removal of the mayor, Lisa Baldelli Hunt, from office?
So moved, Jim.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Canoyer, seconded by Councilman Gillette. I will entertain a motion in order for the resolution to be in full compliance with what has taken effect over the course of the last 3 days now. If I could please have a motion to amend Section 1 to read, the City Council hereby determines that the proof presented at a hearing on October 4th, 5th, and 6th of 2022 has established that charges 1, 3, 4, and 6 contained in the complaint are well-founded and constitute grounds for immediate removal of Lisa Baldelli Hunt from the office of mayor for the reasons stated on the record.
So moved.
Motion by Councilman Canoyer.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Gillette. On the amendment, is there any discussion? Hearing none. Councilwoman Gonzalez.
I just want to have it on record that I understand that the council has voted these 3 charges in. Do I believe that they warrant the impeachment or the removal of the mayor? I do not. Our mayor was elected by a vast majority, and honestly, I agree with some of what we've heard from, other bodies that are speaking about our community, that the way that our charter is written is just way too easy to try to remove the voice of the people. I think ultimately, in the end, the voice of the people is what matters most. We're about to enter an election. I want to put it on record that I believe that this was a massive waste of tax dollars. We've had to hire 3 different attorneys, and I don't look forward to seeing any one of the bills. And as our mayor has shown, she's unopposed for a reason. And I know in our consideration, we're here as city councilors, and the biggest part of.
Excuse me.
Yep.
We're on an amendment. This isn't on the full resolution.
Okay, so I will save all those quotes for later then.
Is there any discussion on the amendment itself to correct the information? Hearing none. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Canoyer?
Yes.
Councilwoman Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilman Gillette?
Yes.
Councilman Susi?
Yes.
Vice President Ward?
Yes. And the resolution is amended. And now on the resolution itself. Discussion. I'll go back to Councilwoman Gonzalez if you want to finish your statement.
Well, I won't repeat everything that I've said, but I will emphasize that I am absolutely against the removal of the mayor, and from what I have, my interaction with the people, I have seen that a lot of people agree that that none of this warrants the removal, and just let it be on record that I am completely against this.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Any other discussion?
I'm sorry.
Councilman Susi.
Yes. Yeah, I don't believe that the removal is the appropriate action to take. I feel strongly about that right now. It will disenfranchise a large sector of our electorate, will cause confusion, delay progress, and will be detrimental to the city in general, demoralizing to the city employees and directors. Removal is an extraordinary action, and I don't feel that any level has been reached to come to that final conclusion, for sure.
Council President.
Councilman Canoyer.
I don't think any of us up here are here tonight because we wanted to be. I think we all tried level best to remedy some of the issues that have been discussed and that are reflected in the complaint over a long period of time. And we engage what I would refer to as, quote, for lack of a better term, progressive discipline. And what do I mean by that? We had and it's in the complaint on page 6, we actually censured this mayor back in September for violation of an ordinance, and we don't have to rehash that, but we had a censure. And the hope, certainly from me, and I think everybody expressed it, was that the behavior would change and we would have better communication and cooperation going forward. And, there were statements made that, quote, this is a warning. We got to change. This is a warning. Councilwoman Sierra said very clearly, she minced no words. She made the statement to the effect, there won't be any second chances. Councilwoman Sierra wanted to move for removal back in September. This council persuaded her to settle for a censure. This is not something anybody wants to do. The charter is the charter. It provides a body like this a mechanism to deal with these situations. And we can all have different opinions as to what rises to an appropriate level of grievance, if you will, that would cause us to remove someone. But the charter has that mechanism, no different than the state constitution has a mechanism for removal, and the federal government has a mechanism for impeachment and removal. I'm not aware that this has ever happened in the city other than to remove a councilman back in the 50s. So it's not, when we say, oh, it's too easy. If it was so easy, it would have happened lots of times. The biggest issue I have, and I'm going to be supporting this, the biggest issue I have is, number one, we tried. We did the censure. That was a cry for please, work collaboratively. Stop thumbing your nose at ordinances. Stop thumbing your nose at the city charter. It's government business. It's hard sometimes. It requires transparency and all that stuff, and we all get frustrated with that. Government moves slowly because of it. But it's the job we chose to take. In an oath we said we're going to follow the charter and enforce our ordinances and so forth. And again, we have, as I said, not to rehash it too much, but we have a contract that the city solicitor has made very clear. It is a valid and binding contract. And we haven't been presented anything that supports a contrary view of that, other than, well, the assistant solicitor said something. Well, said what? Well, I don't know. Anything in writing? No. Any documentation? No. It's illegal. Well, Councilman Ward expressed it best with his frustration on that. So again, this is not what I want to spend my time on. This has been a hassle. It's been a time suck. It's been a distraction. But sometimes you just have to do that stuff. I didn't hear anybody jumping up and down about the distraction over at the Housing Authority when they eliminated 3 positions. It happens. Trust me, this is not what I wanted to happen. My hope, again, when we did the censure, was that would be the end of it. Everybody get a wake-up call, and we play relatively nice. We don't always have to agree on everything, by any means. And we shouldn't agree on everything, because that just means none of us are thinking. Otherwise, we're like sheep. We should have disagreements. But at some point, the disagreement, once the body has spoken specifically, 7-0, and I know some people like to vote for things and then they back off or whatever, but we've had unanimous votes, and none of this stuff, all of this is self-inflicted, not by the council. We're here because of self-inflicted activities, if you will, by the mayor, and, there's an election coming up. Does anybody think that any of this activity, if there's people running, do they think this is helpful to them? Ooh. It's not. As someone says, it's a distraction. It divides. But at some point, you have to hold people accountable, and you have to adhere to our governing document. And you can't just keep saying, okay, it's all right, so-and-so has a different opinion, and it just continue to just sweep it under the rug. So I will be supporting this, unfortunately.
Councilman Gillette.
I'm finishing my 18th year on the city council. I was on and off a few times. And I'll tell you right now, this situation is the hottest situation I've ever had to deal with in my 18 years of being on the city council. I pray to God that no city council will ever have to do this again. It's not fun. It's not healthy for the community. Nobody likes it. But I took an oath of office. My oath of office is I was sincere when I took it. And when I see the law is broken, I have to do my job. Thank you, Mr. President.
Council President, for a second.
Councilwoman Gonzalez.
So first there was a censorship, and as Councilman Cournoyer said, was hoping, Madam Mayor, that your behavior would change. But these are 2 bodies that are communicating, and I just want to make it clear that this is not just a failure on the administration. This is a failure on the council and the administration to be able to work together. Yes, there were some unanimous votes, and then there was the mention of changes, but there are changes because we don't always have all the facts in front of us. And when I make a determination, I make it based on the stuff that is in front of me. And then as soon as we go out or whatever, we get other information that never made it, just like I did not know that there was a unilateral conversation happening about the contract. So when that information came, just like when, I was actually a co-sponsor for when they presented the health buyback for Lori Perry. I was one of the people that were co-sponsoring until I saw a letter of the solicitor with his signature, and I understand that was never supposed to go out, but no. Part of the reason why we trust the solicitor and he becomes that voice is because they've been trained. You don't sign anything without reading it. So you read, then you sign. So when he wasn't here and I saw that, that changed my mind. There's evidence that comes in, and it's not that we're, not sure where we stand, is that I have to base things on the on the things that are in front of us. And saying to somebody, we're in a censorship because you need to change your behavior or whatever. That's not, as a matter of fact, before the censorship, I understand that that was the kind action instead of going towards removal. But if you remember correctly, I suggested mediation. Why? Because between two parties that are so divided, you can't have the conflict resolution come from within us. You need to have a third party that is completely unbiased, that is not involved in any of these things, to be able to mediate. And we never had any mediation among us, a body that we could sit and without any conflict of interest, even in this, I actually was one of the other, I'll tell you another thing I would have changed my vote on. We voted for the solicitor here to represent us. If I knew that her complaint got to your hands before all of this happened, I would have never voted yes. Why? Because that's information that should have been given to us before you put the name of a solicitor. But how am I supposed to know that? I don't know that. I found out here. So yes, there's situations that I voted one way and I would change, and I'll say it again, I would have changed my mind about that vote because there was information that I did not know. And these are important facts that sometimes are shared behind the curtain or with other conversations, but we're not made aware of. And again, I'll end with that fact that this removal would be a failure, not just on the mayor, but on both bodies, of not being able to work together and to find a way to move this city forward, because it takes both the administration and the council to be able to bring some positive progress to our city. And we have to be willing to work together.
Anyone else? Thank you. I heard said that the city loses its voice or representation because if the mayor is removed somehow, I guess she is the only one that is the voice for the people, despite the fact that 7 of us are elected at the same time at large, representing the entire city, and we are that voice too. Now, I guess I would consider the mayor to be the person to implement, but the council to be the conscience. And the conscience is the one that has to make the moral judgments based upon what's in the law and our rules. And recently heard was the quote from The Tempest that says, "What's past is prologue." And that applies to all of us. What we have gone through has brought us to where we are now. And we now have to make decisions about how we go forward. I thought the worst experience I ever had serving on this council, and I have now been doing elected office for 22 years, I thought the worst time I ever experienced was having to sit in the conference room downstairs, I believe it was a Saturday, and make a decision about whether to invite a budget commission into the city because we were running out of cash and would not make payroll, and we would default on a bond payment within 3 weeks. And despite all of the criticism I took, and just because of the fact that as the council president at the time, I was obligated to serve as the representative for the council on the budget commission, and as such it cost me my elective office in 2013 because we made hard decisions. I suffered it without regret because they were decisions that laid the foundation for the success we live through now for the city of Woonsocket. If we had not made those hard decisions, we would not be here talking about surpluses and contracts and things of that nature. This is far worse. I've heard many complain about the fact that this is too easy a process and it doesn't belong in the charter, and it's been there since 1952. And maybe they're right, because to have an event like this triggered by a complaint that can be initiated by one person is Probably we must be the only community that has it, I would think, if you check charters. But that doesn't invalidate it, because the General Assembly has ratified our charter, and in blanket coverage ratified it back in 1969 when the first round of amendments came from a Charter Review Commission. We have spoken about a Charter Review Commission over the last 2 years, and the mayor has indicated that she would be working on appointing a Charter Review Commission. Clearly, this process needs to be part of their consideration to modify or eliminate, because we have other provisions for a petition by 50 electors, or a recall provision that is standard and consistent with other communities that have recall provisions. So there are other methods. This is just one of them. But the fact is, what brought us here is a charter and our obligation to hold this hearing. And we could, I guess, as a body, had simply said, this is great, but we're going to dismiss it. But I guess you have to live this experience on this council, because Councilwoman speaks of mediation. If we were to be successful, we may as well invite Frank Williams to pull a chair up in front of this dais, because we would have to have him as a mediator for so many issues, except we wouldn't know what they are because of the communication failure. And it's not a communication failure of the council, because the communication is supposed to be from the administration to the council on matters that are important to the city. We did not compensate people without communicating it to the council. We did not hire a lawyer without communicating it to the solicitor or the council. We did not do all of the things that are in these charges. We were the victim, I guess, of not knowing of them until later, or dealing with an administrator who would sit here before us and say, I don't care what the law is, I will not fulfill what they claim is my obligation. The strength of that statement and determination not to comply with the charter, the law, the ordinances, a valid collective bargaining agreement, and deny the members of the union their benefits that they're entitled to under that collective bargaining agreement is egregious at best. It's offensive. We all have strong opinions about the validity, the extent of the authority of collective bargaining units and their ability to dictate to us sometimes how much it costs to run a city. Any other mayor from any other community understands it. I've seen the frustration expressed. But that doesn't allow any one of those mayors to sit there and say, the council laid a proposal on the table that I didn't like, and it was brought to the bargaining unit, and they agreed to it, and the council ratified it, and just because I didn't like it, it is illegal. That's not the case. It's clearly not the case. And to insist over and over and over again doesn't make it illegal. I can and did express my feelings about many of these items that I felt were insufficient on their own, but the ones that we voted yes on, I think, had they been the only one that were brought to us, and most importantly, the police contract, each one of them would have justified a removal from office, especially in the context of that history that got us here, of the requesting information. When I was first elected, when I would request information, oftentimes we would be provided information as council members only in conformity with the Public Records Act. So we wouldn't get an answer for 10 days. The solicitor can tell you this. He dealt with it on our behalf. Where, to my mind, a council person asking for information from an administration, it should be laid on the table and turned over as quickly as possible. We are not doing a public record request. We are asking for information essential to us making decisions. So that is the beginning of what led up to all of these disputes and fights and arguments, and now the insistence that some of these ordinances I'm not going to follow because I think they're illegal. When an opinion of the solicitor is the ruling authority and has said that they are not. It's simply an unacceptable way to manage a city. And I expect, should the vote go to remove the mayor, that the council president, in serving as the mayor, despite the concern that appears to have been expressed that maybe the staff and the employees of the city feel somehow threatened, undermined, or at risk associated with that occurrence, I would hold the council president to a higher standard, I think, than most in expecting him to be caring and careful and recognize that he is taking on a caretaker's role for a very short period of time, because there can't be anything political about this. We can't be threatening the mayor's job with an election result. She's unopposed. And the only thing we can gain by doing this is possibly taking some people who may have voted for us and have them not vote for us. But in doing what we believe is right, you risk that. And if you're not willing to risk that, you don't deserve to sit at this table. So I've made my decision, and it's time for a vote. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Councilman Canoia.
Yes.
Councilwoman Gonzalez.
No.
Councilman Gillette.
Yes.
Councilman Susie.
No.
Vice President Ward.
Disgustingly, I have to vote yes. There is no further business. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn this meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Hey, who made the motion?
Canoia.
Canoia? Councilman Canoia, seconded by Councilman Gillette. All in favor of adjournment, say aye.
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 Opposed? This meeting is adjourned at 1:33 a.m. on October the 6th.